come back to the issue of
how many marks are you giving
the
the
missing?
How many marks are you giving the EC?
Which one?
How many marks? Percentage.
Oh, I think beyond the issue of the missing BVR machines, which we suspect MPP.
You suspect MPP to be behind the missing BVR machine?
I mean, they have something to do about it. But apart from that, I think beyond the errors and all of it, we must commend them. It's not easy being torn between political parties. I mean, we must admit that.
Right.
That when political party interests would have to be attacking you every day to see that you do the right thing. And they have, you know, sometimes stood their grounds, except that they haven't accounted for the missing BVR machine. And for him having corrected and stated the position that agents are admitted to the transfer exercise, I think that I'm happy, because this was the difficulty we had in the morning, where police commanders were so in a hurry going to registration centers, transfer centers, and sacking. And I was like, on what authority are you acting? Because the Electoral Commission is the mother body of the entire process. If they haven't issued an instruction, the status quo remain the same until otherwise they state. So once he stated this one, we are certain that we are good to go, and we expect to have more collaboration with the Electoral Commission. I have always been of the view that the Electoral Commission cannot survive on its own without consensus from stakeholders. It needs the buy-in of the public's opinion and support. Political parties supporting it to be, you know, referees of the game. And so once they are able to stand in the middle, and I want to caution Dr. Sribo Kuku that the party in power, the MPP, is power drunk, and they have the tendency of manipulating state institutions.
Right.
So if they don't stand their values and principles, then they will continue to come under scrutiny and attacks from political parties.
Let me bring in Evans again. He wants to now come in. I think the connection is now established. Mr. Demarco.
Hello.
Yes, you welcome back. So I asked you about, the EC said they are investigating 13,000.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, please. The EC is investigating 13,000 applicants. How involved is the MPP in this exercise so that those who are not supposed to be on the list will be taken out and possibly go through the legal regime?
Well, I couldn't hear you, but if you're asking about the challenge system and all that are in place, the position of the New Patriotic Party is clear. Going into the future, people must register by identifying themselves with the NIA card. It takes away the unnecessary challenges. It is true that if you want to procure the NIA card, you could use the guarantor system. But the Act 750 is very clear that it is only a relative who can guarantee for you. And beyond that, that relative must swear an oath before a commissioner for oath. So that arrangement is more stringent than we have under the EC guarantor system. All these things could be avoided. The Act says that there must be continuous registration. But you see, the EC system, the online, is restricted to the district officers. Once you go offline, it also creates an avenue for people to do multiple registration and also allow for all other accesses. And so all these things could be avoided if you all agree. Way back in 2014, before 2016, the New Patriotic Party has said that our register then was bloated and there was the need to clean it up. But NDC said no. But my brother, let me make it clear to Mustafa and viewers. The New Patriotic Party won elections in 2000. Dr. Kojo Afarijan was the EC. We won elections in 2016. Madame Charlotte Osei was the EC. We won elections in 2020. For us, winning elections is not who sits there as the chair or the commissioner for the Electoral Commission. We work at constituencies, we mobilize our base, our polling station executives get to work with the register that we secure from the EC, and we identify voters and reach out to them. We saw our candidates. The experiences we are learning now from the kind of parliament we have is not going to happen after December 7th. Dr. Baumia will win with massive percentage, will have maximum percentage overwhelming lead in parliament to ensure that government business will be promoted rather than to be heckled in this manner. Mustafa and Co. can sit at the studios bus people to registration centers, encourage minors to be on the register, we will challenge. But let me also put it on record. Yesterday at IPAC, parties agreed that the transfer system that is starting today,
Right.
parties will have agents around.
Yeah.
It is for EC to send the official communication to all stakeholders.
You don't have the communication yet?
I'm saying that I've not cited it, but it is for EC to communicate to the security agencies that at IPAC meeting of yesterday, we've agreed that we will have an agent to ensure that anybody who appears before the district officer to apply for transfer would have met the requirement as it is in the CI 127.
Right.
That said, we should be fine. There must be no give and take about this. I think that the CI is clear, but people who are going to go through this must satisfy the criteria as stated in the CI 127.
Mr. Marco, it is absolutely clear that the MPP's confidence in the Electoral Commission is just solid. I mean, and it begs the question. It's like when in power, the relationship is quite flawless, if you like.
Don't get it wrong. I'm saying that whoever sits there as the EC is none of our business. Mm-hmm. Our business is to ensure that what is spelled out in the CI gets to work, and we monitor it. That is why for every center that there was registration, our agents were there. Strangely, yesterday at the IPAC meeting, NDC said the end of day report detention, and I'll continue to say it. When it comes to elections, the New Patriotic Party, they are professors, they are students. They wouldn't understand.
All right, I'll come back to you again on that. But just okay, Mr. Palu, and then because there's a legitimate question I want to ask Mustafa, which I will allow. Yes,
because we are starting transfers today. I want to know from the Electoral Commission what they've done, what kind of education that they've given to the voters who want to do the transfer, because somebody must know what they should do.
Exactly.
Where you should go and do the transfer. Does he go back?
The Electoral Commission issue a statement on that, but I'll allow Dr. Sebo to respond to that question.
Yeah, so if you go to the district offices now, you read that the message had gone deep to the ground. The offices are choked with applicants.
Right.
But as we said, the transfer, the prosy, the replacement are all done at the district offices. So you need to biometrically be checked from the data center. It is the district office that you can have reliable connectivity to do that. So you go there with your ID card. And
where he was, or the new place?
You are saying that you were in Kumasi.
Now you are in Accra.
Now in Accra. It will not be prudent for us to say go to Kumasi. So your new place is where you are going to do that. Exactly. You go with the voter ID card. You should also go with evidence that actually you have relocated and you have stayed at a new place for no less than 12 months. Once you have that one, and you are a genuinely registered voter,
we'll go through.
You put your fingerprint on, you go through.
There's also the replacement, which is coming at a cost.
Yes. If you were given the card free of charge and you have misplaced it, so you have to pay something to
get the Electoral Commission. But you have a special dispensation for those who are affected by the floods in the voter.
They are not paying anything. But that was not their fault that they lost them. But if you have, and it will interest you to know that there have been instances where somebody will go for replacement at the district office. You will leave the card in the card that he's using, and the next day you come back. So, and you know, if people don't appreciate the value of even the laminator. The laminator is very expensive. If you look at it, so you need to pay something to offset the cost
to get that done.
And once you pay for something, you take good care of it.
All right, Mustafa. I mean, before the limited voter regime, we had a lot of concerns with the Electoral Commission. Yeah. Now you are sitting here and commending them. Is it to suggest that perhaps some of your criticism were misplaced?
No.
You thought the EC were up to some mischief.
No.
But the way the exercise went, sort of diffused whatever challenges you had with the operations of the Electoral Commission. That's what you said today, and commend them for the work they've done so far.
No, I disagree, because when BVR machines are missing and cannot be found,
Some people are, the police is investigating this matter.
No.
It is before court. It is.
Exactly. So
I have always said that the police was created by law to look for substances that contribute to criminal offenses. We are more interested in the administrative accountability and stock taking of these machines so that we can all come to a position where we know machines that have been stolen out of machines that we have. Then we can be sure that nobody will bypass the system and then use those machines for anything. I'm not saying that someone has the machine or someone doesn't have it, but once we lock the system, nobody can be able to do. Number two, the Electoral Commission recruited returning officers illegally. We've stated that publicly.
How?
They were supposed to have
Advertised that.
even when they have compiled their proposed nominees, they were supposed to have sent copies of same to political parties for their objection or
Their
otherwise.
details.
They didn't do that, and he will tell you.
Are you referring to the registration officers or return officers?
You use the returning officers for the registration exercise. That was what the commissioner said in her press conference.
Okay, let me explain.
Yes.
You see, if you sit here and say that we were not given the list, then I will say that you are not being truthful. Because the law said we should give them 14 days to the exercise.
And they were given.
We couldn't meet the 14-day deadline.
Voila.
But they met at the DAPAC meetings before the registration, and they were given.
Yeah,
and they were not given to you at the national level, because the work is being done at the district offices. So you yourself, you have the members at the DAPAC. They were those who were.
So it is not absolutely true.
You agree
that you didn't have the details.
You agree that was in violation of what the law says. So we are sticking to the law.
The 14-day period.
The 14 days.
But so you tell us that.
But you had it eventually.
Exactly.
No, of course we'll have a way of having it, but it is a violation of the law.
Not a way, you had it from the EC.
From the EC.
It's a violation of the law. We cannot violate the law.
You see, what I want you to say is that we got it, but we did not get it the time maybe we were looking for. That will have no qualms. But if you say that you were not given,
You didn't follow the law. The commission didn't follow the law.
but you have it.
If you had followed the law, we would have had it on time.
But you had it before.
Of course, but through a violation of the law. That is what we are talking about. So will you violate another law in declaration of results? Which is what Ghanaians are
Mr.
asking.
Let me explain certain things to you. Yes, even the law itself was promulgated by the Electoral Commission.
Correct.
But some of them, I myself think that we have.
Stretch some of them on yourselves.
Yes, because you see, we are dealing with political parties and we know you very well. We normally do training close to the exercise. We have never finished training more than 2 weeks before an exercise because of the possibility of somebody falling under. So we normally finish registration training the week to the exercise. Now, if we have been given the list before training, and we finish the training and some people have dropped out and we go with different
You need to do replacement.
You are the very people who come and say that we have given you different lists. And so we said that fine, let's finish with the training so that we are sure of the people we are using. Then we give them.
But the law says 14 days.
Yeah.
So if you have difficulty with it, then we have to find a way
Let's
to
go back
amend
and change the law.
Yes, but this is the case. We wanted to amend the law. You said that you.
No, the law had certain which the
Mr. Palu.
president have noted that even with this current registration, about 60 to 70% of the people who registered use the guarantor system. So if you were asking for Ghana card as a sole document, without the fault of Ghanaians, without the fault of the commission, would have disenfranchised all these people.
Isn't it also possible that some of these 60 to 70 people
They have the
Ghana card, but still refuse to use it?
You see, let me give
You cannot speculate.
Okay.
No, it's not self-speculation.
I understand.
There are people we encounter them, and they will tell you that they were in the market, they were somewhere, and somebody came and buzzed them to the place, so they couldn't go home. So all some of these things are
those are sampled views, but the major issue, the substantive matter is that even when we started Ghana card, there was COVID. So we agreed that a lot of people could not have registered. Even now, when you go to NIA office, it's choked more than the Electoral Commission. So I'm just saying, without the fault of the Electoral Commission, without the fault of Ghanaians, we would have disenfranchised a lot of Ghanaians. So we must agree with that simplicity. Beyond that, I'm just saying that we don't have, NDC does not have any problem
With the Electoral Commission.
antagonize the Electoral Commission without basis. Because in any case, they will declare us as winners of the 2024 election. that one, if Ghanaians vote for the NDC, we will be declared as winners of that election. And I'm just saying that we should put systems in place so that the election will reflect the will of the people, so that the Electoral Commission in its solemn mandate to declare who Ghanaians have chosen. That is what we want.
Do you have the serial numbers of the BVR machines that
We do have.
and
Dr. Kweku will tell you that we don't have, but we have. But we have. And we are in
and I just want to find out. I mean, I'm sure you use the serial numbers to track the exercise.
in our own way, we are using it to track, but it will be easier.
Is it different from what the EC is reporting?
No, it's different.
It's different.
Very different.
The discrepancies.
That will tell you, the list that they are giving end of day, start of day, and they have nothing at all to do with the BVR, the serial numbers.
And you insist that they don't have it.
So if
And you are simply telling us that somebody, those who stole the BVR machines, would have used them
no.
in this registration.
Nobody has stolen BVR machines. Nobody has stolen BVR machine. There's a difference between there's a difference between the BVR.
If I come to you in a jiffy, I'll allow Mr. Kofi
There's
to come
a difference between
and I'll give you the
there's a difference
opportunity
between the BVR kit and the laptop in the BVR kit. They're two different issues.
Okay.
You understand?
But-
So if you pick the laptop, you have not stolen the BVR.
Of course.
The kit is made up of the laptop, the fingerprint scanner, the printer, the camera, and but a lot of things inside.
So the laptop, which one stores the data?
It's the server.
Once you do it,
I mean, the laptop doesn't store data?
at all.
It's a workstation.
For example, all the registrations that we have done,
They're all
they are done and they are done. So immediately we finish, within the next week, we'll do the end of life.
And then-
we'll take away all the time. They will come back to manufacturer's status.
But if
so
you had,
don't keep them.
if you had started a transparent process of us doing an inquiry or trying to do an accounting into the
establish how the
No, once somebody sees,
you would have
once somebody
all
But the
doubts and
police, the
suspicions.
police is an independent body.
Why you
Why don't you allow the
police
police to
cannot.
finish its
It
work?
is not the
Some
mandate
people
of
are
the
in
police.
court, the court will pronounce judgment on it, and then all of us
The
can go
police
home
won't
to
give
sleep.
you that.
The police will give
No,
you
they can't. It's not their mandate.
so once somebody comes to see this laptop, where do you go?
The police are now auditors.
Okay, Mr. Kofi Apollo, I mean, you've been listening to
Auditing,
what you have to say,
auditing,
and then I can bring in Evans Nimako.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? The police
See,
will do it.
My brother,
Mustafa.
stealing the BVD or whatever.
The
those
laptop.
things. Yeah, if they don't give you access to their central database,
Who will give you the access?
no, I'm coming. With the equipment, even if you have all of them,
Yes.
if you don't have access to the server,
Yes.
everything that they're going to do will be meaningless.
The
But
same-
somebody must provide the access.
somebody must give the
So
access.
it means there will be
So if we will give you, I said, why do we steal it? If the Electoral Commission wants to use the machine to do legal registration, the machines are with us. Why do we steal
It's
it?
not you who do it. It's a political party that will perpetrate it. With aid from the electoral
Mr.
commission.
Apollo, please.
So you see, and then you remember, every system has a trail, an audit trail. So at any point in time, when you log on to the system, you'll be recorded. So nobody will be able to do what you are suggesting.
So you are okay with the state of the
Oh,
BVR
yes.
machines?
Yeah, nobody can add any.
He himself, he knows. He knows the truth. He himself, he knows.
Yeah.
Mr. Evans Nimako, you've been yearning to add to the discussion. Please go on.
Okay, so thank you. Student Mustafa.
He's coming to attack me, you see. MPP here is like that.
Yes, please go on.
You see, when this whole registration exercise commenced, BVRs allocated to registration centers without activation codes could not work.
We know that.
It accounted for the day one, day two challenges. A laptop component of the BVR, I still do not understand why NDC is making huge and cry about this. But that is NDC.
It's not fair.
Moving on. I'll crave your indulgence. There are more serious issues to be considered.
Like what, for example?
There are people who registered under the guarantor system. We are not able to tell whether these people already have NI card or otherwise. In yesterday's discussion at IPAC, we said that there must be enough support to NIA to cover all those who are supposed to be covered under the Act, so that in an event of using the NIA as a means of identification and registration, nobody will be disenfranchised. But my brother, if today Safa will have to travel to Togo tomorrow and he requires the use of passport, he will rush to passport office to secure one. But because under the existing Act, there's an opportunity for a guarantor arrangement. That is why even people who may have had NIA will still use the guarantor arrangement. But we are seeing the challenges, and we are seeing that all these are avoidable. I think that we've had a successful 21, 23-day exercise. The understanding we've gotten as a party from EC is that there will be a mop-up. What is required of them is to ensure that all who are qualified under the law be given the opportunity to do so. That on the day of reckoning, December 7, 2024, they will turn out massively to vote for a forward-looking presidential candidate, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Give New Patriotic Party seats overwhelmingly enough in Parliament to ensure that government business will be facilitated so that Ghana will develop. We cannot continue to entertain this posture from NDC. Whether you like it or not, they won't change. And so for us, we've learned a lot in this exercise. We will continue to offer the necessary advice to EC at the IPAC platform to ensure that our multi-party democracy will grow. I appreciate what you are doing, bringing all stakeholders together to discuss our views on the way forward, looking at the challenges we've gone through, learn from the positives, so that we can have a system that is foolproof and have all who are qualified to be on the electoral roll. I think what they said, we should be fine. But
and you don't have any issue whether you have the serial numbers or not.
But you see, you want to have serial numbers. Going into this exercise, one issue was clear. Registration will be conducted in all the 268 district offices. Additional difficult to reach 775 have been identified.
785.
Additional 25 tertiary institutions have been identified, adding up to 800. All these were gazetted. New Patriotic Party made sure that our agents were stationed in all these places. Even the mobile ones, we followed them. So if you want serial number to do at the end of this exercise, and even while registration was ongoing, we were giving end-of-day reports. At the end of this whole exercise, EC is bound by law to give to us as political party provisional register. There's also going to be exhibition of the register in all polling stations. We may object issues where we have to. Beyond that, the final register will be given to us as a political party, and we work with it. And so if today NDC will come to IPAC and say, when are you doing purification of the register? We started discussing cleaning of the register way back in 2013, after 2012 elections. And we saw what Madam Charlotte said. And so for NDC and student Mustafa, they won't change.
Ivan, thank you so much. I'll come back for your final wrap on this matter. But again, let me go around the table again, start with Mustafa. I mean, the limited registration is over, but there are lots more that the EC will have to do. Controversial issues are about to come up. It's good that you are now fully participating in the IPAC meeting. There appears to have been lowering of the tension that existed between you and the Electoral, perhaps because of how discussions are ongoing. What will be your expectation of the EC as we move into the more, controversial issues?
Well, I think that the EC itself would have to appreciate the issues that are being raised. Political parties will always have concerns. And those concerns will have to be addressed. That is why we have IPAC. I think if we attend frequent IPAC and EC comes with the full willingness, the openness, transparency to address concerns raised by political parties, then we are in the position to help the Electoral Commission. Why not? I mean, this is the body that regulates our elections. By and large, this is the same body that will have to announce the winner of the election. We only expect that that body should be devoid of political influences. We expect that that body will be more responsible, more professional, to uphold integrity, the highest standard of integrity.
Where do you draw the line? Where the political parties, they may have proposals, but the EC is an independent body, and they have every right to say that we reject your proposal and we are going with what we think is the best for the country.
I've always said that the Electoral Commission as a body has been given limited or no discretion. It's regulated strictly by law.
Right.
There's minimal room for anybody to apply discretion. And so when it comes to issues of the Electoral Commission, it's only about engagement, making sure that political parties are notified and part of the conversation. But no political party should be able to change the position of a firm Electoral Commission if the Electoral Commission's decision is lawful and taken within the rudiments of the law. I've just pointed out to you, and he agrees that even in appointments of the returning officer, he agrees that the law may be a bad law, but that is the law we have. And he agreed that they fell short of the law. When this happens, political parties should be adequately informed as to why the commission has fallen short. Then I think that it reduces the suspicion, it reduces the rancor, it gives room to build more trust as we go into.
But from experience and having monitored elections in Ghana since 1992, do you absolutely think that the Electoral Commission can influence the outcome of an election?
I am too young to doubt that. And I am learning as a student, a young politician.
So,
no, I don't know it all. There are other seniors
ahead of you
on whose behalf I sit here to talk.
Right.
There are other people who have experienced elections more than I have. And so that is why I'm saying that I'm too young to come to a conclusion that the Electoral Commission cannot rig an election. It is very possible.
Of what you've seen and how the process, how the process is done in this country.
If we don't have transparent processes, if we don't have credible processes, you can announce a result that is a true reflection of what happened. But because of lack of trust, you haven't built credibility for the institution itself, then you find yourself in a problem. Even though you have announced a true reflection of what it is. The Electoral Commission should be minded to build credibility, build consensus, have the support of the media, have the support of the people who are going to vote, have the support of the political parties. I think that is not a difficult thing to do.
All right.
If you fall short of the law, let the political parties be adequately informed. Nobody will come out and say that we're not told.
Mr. Palu, do you think that sometimes you political parties, you blow hot and cold at the same time, depending on how the matter suits you?
Come again.
I'm asking whether sometimes you political parties, you blow hot and cold at the same time. I mean, depending on the kind of relationship or what the Electoral Commission is doing, whether it suits you or not.
Unfortunately, it's MPP and NDs who does that. We, LPG, we don't do those things. We say as it is. You know, prior to 2012, yeah, if you tell me somebody can rig an election, I won't doubt you. But after 2012, up to date, if you tell me the Electoral Commission will steal your votes for somebody, then it means you are not following the process.
That suggests that before 2012, elections were manipulated?
Yes, could be manipulated. You see, prior to 2012, there wasn't anything like biometric. So somebody can claim that, oh, I went to this police station and I voted twice, I voted whatever, many times. But this time, after 2012, I don't know whether you have heard single person saying that, oh, I went to this police station and I voted more than once. Oh, it's not possible. You see, these days it's very difficult to go and vote more than one. But before 2012, it was possible. Now, from 2012 to date, every political party that is serious with the election will definitely send an agent to a police station to monitor what is going on.
Right.
And then you can't just send a macho man to go to a police station. You have to send somebody who's knowledgeable. But some political parties may decide to send macho men just to go and create confusion. But if you send knowledgeable men and women to go and supervise your elections, you will educate them for them to know what is expected of them. Okay, we have this pink sheet. You should know what is on the pink sheet. Mm-hmm. So if you know, you understand it perfectly well, it will be difficult for somebody to shortchange you. Mm-hmm. Because even before they pour out the ballot papers, they have to give us a report from the
statement of report.
Yes, how many people have gone to cast their vote. So when they pour this thing out, the ballot papers, you should know the number you should expect. So if you follow all this trend, there is no way somebody. The last thing is that when they are entering the figures on the pink sheet, that is where you have to be more vigilant.
Right.
Because you can get 300, and the person writing the 300 mistakenly
makes it 30,000.
Can make it 30. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. Not deliberate, but human beings as we are. That is why when you go to the bank and you deposit with the bank, they give you a paying slip. And then they expect that when you get your bank statement, you do a reconciliation. So you have to be vigilant that the numbers that they are writing for everybody is the exact numbers
that is going on the pink sheet.
Other than that,
and when they finish, you will sign a pink sheet and take copy.
So when you get a copy, you go to your small office and do your own tabulation. So you'll be able to know what each candidate got. But look at what happened at Techiman's house. Somebody went there and got himself into whatever, because of small misunderstanding. You see, the same thing happened at SNIT West. Mm. You see, the gentleman there, the NDC man there, he was shortchanged. Mm-hmm. But he didn't take the law into his own hands. What he did, he went to court. And when they went to court at Techiman High Court, after everything, they realized that he won.
Right.
So they gave it to the NDC man. Why is that the one at Techiman? SNIT West?
Yes, no, what happened was that there was one outstanding polling station that they were contesting.
Right.
So they already said that they should go and count that. It's not anybody was shortchanged. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then that result made the difference.
Okay.
Fine. But you see, things were done amicably. But why should we lose life?
In that circumstances. But again, and then, so based on that premise, let me ask Dr. Sebo quickly. So the EC, exists to operate in a very transparent and, with fairness, with high level of integrity. But the EC is also made up of human beings. Of course. Integrity sometimes you cannot guarantee.
Exactly.
And so how do you put yourself in an environment where so much is expected of you that we're able to live up to expectation?
You see, like what we are saying, there are instances that the very people that we recruit may go there and do issues contrary to what.
Yeah, there's been precedent. Are there just so something happened?
Even I myself, it's because of the media they didn't pick or I didn't complain. I went to one polling station and the one who was tearing the ballot paper was tearing and leaving the serial numbers on the counterfoil. So I said, so if there's any issue, how do you trace this ballot paper? Mm-hmm. Somebody who has been, and he said, sir, I didn't see.
But this person went through training.
That was said, I didn't see. I said, if you need spectacle, you need to get to a spectacle before you come here. So some of them will go to the field and do issues contrary. And that is why we go out to monitor. That's why the party agents themselves are also there to also do. And the transparency that you are talking of, from the printing to the declaration, we are always with them. If the ballot box, they will come and put their seals on it. If the vehicle that we are conveying the materials with, they will come, when we lock, they also lock it. We'll go to the police armory. When we put our lock there, they also put their lock there. When we are distributing, you take the serial numbers and there. So when they say that the election has been rigged, and then you yourself, you begin to doubt, is it the same election that I was part of? I've grown to appreciate that I don't have to fight the politicians. I should concentrate on doing what is right. and let them say what they say. I don't know, they themselves know the truth. That is the issue.
All right.
At least for today, Mustafa, this is the first time I meet him on the platform. And here, even though he will run, but you come and appreciate that you've done a good job. So thank you for coming.
All right, so folks, this is the pause here on Joy News. Yes, Evans, okay, I'll give you just 30 seconds before I'll take a short break and come back to wrap up the show.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. So as Kofi said, Proud 20 means if you are not careful, your victory will be stolen. And New Patriotic Party, you've had history. We said the 1992 elections, our victory was stolen. In 1996, if you remember, Amu Rebecca Adote, transpositional error, the win was given to Rebecca Adote, but the court settled it. We came all through to 2012. We saw the polling station, the hand of God, and 27-0. And you see, you've gotten to the stage where political parties and their agents are giving copies of the pin sheets, and power voter tabulation is allowed. And New Patriotic Party, we've devised a system where we are able to know our results from all the 38,622 polling stations. We're going to 2024. The EC has notified us that they are likely to add about 4,000 more polling stations. We are putting in place mechanisms to ensure that our votes from each of the polling stations will be counted for us. And so we don't pay particular attention as to who the presiding officer is, because when people are voting, the over 18.7 million people who will be turning out to vote will make a decision, and their decision will favor His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the next president. So that's what we look out for.
All right. We'll take a short break and return with the final comment from our guests. This is the pulse on Joy News.
Every furniture tells a story about you and who you are. Now, your story is not complete without King's Group of Companies, the home of all kinds of quality furniture for your modern home, office, and institutional furnishing. See King's Group of Companies. We have domestic and imported modern furniture to match your budget and taste. Estate developers, homeowners, see King's Furniture for your modern home furnishing to match your interior. Our kitchens, wardrobes, and all your wood decoration works are top notch. Visit our 2,000 square foot showroom in Accra off Golf Course, Gimpa Road, adjacent Kiseman, Melcombe, and in Takrady around Pipe and No Traffic Light, close to TTU. For more details, please call 0208 257 830, 0501 505 500, and 0501 332 330. Visit our website www.kingsgroup.com.gh. Our social media handles: Instagram kings.group1, Facebook Kings Group of Companies at Furniture Company. Kings Group, set a standard.
Dream big.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Apologize for when you make a mistake or accidentally hurt someone, physically or emotionally. When you hurt someone, it's important to apologize. You can say, I'm sorry I hurt you. Are you okay? This shows that you didn't mean to hurt them and that you care about their well-being. Hurting others does not make you strong, it makes you weak.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go.
You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away. Otoko, oye winti akiketo, akuko besa, nyamibia, ninyara womo. Honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough. Class Coho away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. This is the Pulse here on Joy News with me, Elton Brobe, and of course, my guest. We are having our own version of an IPAC meeting here in the studios of Joy News. And of course, Dr. Sebo Kweku is Director of Electoral Services with the Electoral Commission. Mr. Kofi Apalu is a fan of the LPG party. Mustafa Gbande is Deputy General Secretary of the NDs. And of course, Evans Namako is the Director of Elections with the NPP. And he is on Zoom as we do this discussion. So a few questions I want to ask as we wrap up. Dr. Sebo, is there going to be a special call to deal with electoral matters ahead of December?
Court or...
court. I mean...
For that one, that will come from the judiciary. I'm not aware of this.
You're not aware of anything like that? I remember when the first 2 days we had issues that we had to do offline registration. You yourself expressed concerns with the difficulty we're going to have in terms of people doing multiple registration. Have you investigated or as part of the numbers that you are going to look at?
That's what I'm saying, that the team that is supposed to do the adjudication, they will fish it out from the system. They are going to do that before we will sit on them. So till they finish, I wouldn't know the number that the system has flagged. But automatically, the flagging of the people.
And somebody sent me a text. He says that he's followed elections since 1992. During that period, he used to see the Electoral Commission provide the parties with vehicles and other materials to campaign, but he's not been seeing that lately.
You see, previously we used to have a lot of donor support. And the donor, some of them will come, like, take this vehicle and give to political parties. They said that we have grown enough, so they are now giving attention to other countries where their democracy is young. So we don't get those facilities. So if you take the 2020 election, for example, it was 100% state-sponsored. And they still will not have resources to give to political parties.
So they is not providing any support?
It's not us, there's the donors who give it out through us. Where they just a conveyor belt. So if you get them, but I think since 96 we have never gotten that.
And are you getting your budgetary allocations released on time?
As for budget, we don't have. The timing, I can't be 100% sure. But at least whatever we need. If they are giving to us as and when. For example, you are doing registration, so you give your budget for registration and they will read the money.
But I'm sure you have an idea how much it will cost us to run the 2024 elections.
I was part of the team that prepared it, but I don't have it offhand.
Mustafa, as we wrap up.
As we wrap up, basically, I think that the NDC's desire, contrary to what our brothers in the MPP are thinking, is that...
So when the two of them, can't they do their presentation without attacking each other?
We only want a free
Tom and Jerry
and fair election. The NDC is not craving for an electoral commission that will support us to win an election. It's our duty. We've been beaten twice, 2016, 2020. And we've decided that the circumstances we find ourselves, where Ghanaians are generally calling for a change, that change should land on the NDC. That is our duty as a political party. The Electoral Commission has a mandate to supervise midwife processes that will birth a new government for the Republic of Ghana.
Right.
There's peace and stability of our country from now to December 7th and to 10th depends on the Electoral Commission. We as political parties will play rules, but it keenly depends on the Electoral Commission. We only want the Commission to allow its work reflect the will, mandate of the people. Engagement, collaboration, cooperation is what can give us this particular mandate. And I think that they should...
But from what we've seen and the assurances from Dr. Strebo, it doesn't look like they can in any way influence the outcome of the elections.
Again, the Electoral Commission doesn't need to give anybody an assurance. The Electoral Commission has minimal use of discretionary power, and so assurance is not needed. The only thing that we require from the Electoral Commission is to do good by the law and strictly by the law. If the Electoral Commission is going by the law and what the law says, NPP cannot prevail on the Electoral Commission to back down. NDC cannot do same. LPG cannot do same. And then we would be having a firm Electoral Commission. But circumstances where you find that things are not in the open, they are in the dark, they put MPP appointees into commission and all of that. I expected Dr. Slibo Kweku to object to Nanado's appointment of Apiahene, the director of operation, IT, into the commission. But they didn't do that.
He doesn't have the power.
He's not director for IT.
So
Dr. Apiahene is not director for IT.
He's a commissioner.
Yes,
he's a commissioner.
They do different.
But you agree that he's a political party appointee? I'm telling you now.
Okay, you are
so
saying
these are the issues that raises the suspicion. If we can have a body devoid of all these political, political and attractions and stuff,
it should be good.
The NDC is good to go, but we are prepared. We built our system. We are training our agents. We have officers who are well positioned to be vigilant enough to ensure that even if the commission doesn't or is reluctant doing its work, we should be able to remind them of what the law says and what is required of them. I think that
Mr. Kofi Apollo,
yes, we are good to go.
Oh, yeah, we are expecting a credible election in the 2024. We don't expect anything different from that because we believe that the Electoral Commission will do their best to make the process
free and fair.
And something happened in the 2020 election. Somebody was tearing this in the ballot paper, and then he was removing Akufo-Addo. Yeah, it happened about 3 places.
Right.
Binduri.
Okay.
Binduri, and then instead of, Akufo-Addo was first and Mahama second and so on. When he was tearing the paper, it's like they were leaving Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
So those things need to be avoided. So it means that they have to train the people very, very well. And also...
I don't it's about training. If the person wants to be diabolical...
apart from that, sometimes people must also know the consequences
of their actions.
Because other than that, they will go on and do whatever. So such people, we have to inform them that they can be arrested for such conduct.
Offenses.
So
I think... If they sign code of conduct, we take them through all these things. But like I said, even if you have not been trained at all, wouldn't you know that the ballot paper should contain a name that you should leave some...
All right. Thank you very much. Evans Nimako, just 30 seconds. Okay, so I think we'll leave it here. My guest has been the Director of Electoral Services with the Electoral Committee, Dr. Sribo Kweku, Mustafa Gbam, the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Kofi Apollo of the LPG, and of course, Evans Nimako with the MPP Director of Elections. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. Of course, those are the stories. The Ato Forsen is requesting live telecast of proceedings in the ambulance case, the matter between him, the Attorney General, and Japa. My name is Elton Brobe. Have a good evening.
you make a mistake or accidentally hurt someone, physically or emotionally. When you hurt someone, it's important to apologize. You can say, I'm sorry I hurt you. Are you okay? This shows that you didn't mean to hurt them and that you care about their well-being. Hurting others does not make you strong, it makes you weak.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go.
Customer.
Nada bena minka me twa papa. Me twa 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
Na no dia, say na obenya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia. Me di 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million. Here.
£2. Ebia e ma dumpe soft. Ebia o de wanu na me twa me di ehun skasa
keke. Yeah. Ene na giga keka ade tena we. Tena wa boki. Draw no na asase no. Mami mi volume no.
Wait.
Okay.
Customer. Wadi.
Maggie. Hey, make a big phone. Make a you for phone. For phone. Darling. Star 946 hash. Now that pick 4 numbers. It's a what that? I'm a can run when one no. 10 Ghana cedis 54. Mario.
Numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial star 946 hash to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
Hello there, you're welcome to Let's Talk Showbiz here on the JoyNews channel. My name is Doreen Avio, and today I'm so excited because I have some exclusives to share with you. Trust me, I'll bring you some updates on Raskuku. I have updates on Tiwa Savage, Ayastar, Thames, quite a number of them here on the show today. My name is Doreen Avio, #Navrongo Chick. Do not go anywhere. If you're just joining me, this is Let's Talk Showbiz, and we're starting with Raskuku. Now, before I start, there's a lot in the industry. This one is not like it's not small gossip. In fact, there are issues in the industry. Now, if you're one person who have followed music from Kofi Kinata, I'm sure you're a big fan of the song Efie Kuma. I equally love the song, but there are issues surrounding the song at the moment. So Raskuku was a guest on Hits FM today, the morning show, and he made some revelations. So according to him, the song Efie Kuma by Kofi Kinata, he was supposed to be on that song. Basically, he was featured on the song. But he said later, when the song was released, his verse was not on the song. As to why his verse was not on the song, he didn't really say. All he said was that Kofi Kinata is a younger brother. His verse was just not on the song. Quite a number of things. And we're asking what happened. But you see, I don't want to be the one to narrate the story for you. Let me leave Raskuku to actually narrate the entire story about the whole song Efie Kuma. Plus, he spoke about Ghana Music Awards. The fact that when he won the award, he was the person who made it popular in Ghana. Do you agree with him? Well, that's Raskuku for you. Let's take a listen to how he narrates everything on Daybreak Hits 2 and Dusty.
According to sources, when the song was released, your verse was taken off.
This song, Kofi song, okay. Efie Kuma, I was on.
Kofi Kinata's album.
The song, I was on.
Efie Kuma.
The Broken Heart.
Yeah, the love.
No, Efie Kuma Love.
Okay, the new one.
No,
Which one? The reggae one.
Yes,
Last
yes.
year.
If you come along,
We're on.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be.
I was supposed to be on. I was on. I did my verse.
Wow.
on that song. So why was it on?
Kofi Missy,
I'm not asking. Why is Adani best? It was a question.
Omunti abogise ku hey omunti asie omu busa so ba beneti hu omunti asie o ba Missy Kofi forget one omu adie.
Okay, so what happened?
I don't know. No.
Your verse was taken off.
I don't know, and I don't want to.
Do you remember your verse?
Some.
2020. Was this the same song?
Yeah, same song, but after I did it, and then he went to sing it again. Yeah.
Oh wow. And
but me, you see me, and a lot of people they do things to me in this industry. I just they keep quiet, they watch. I know they talk. But one day.
Maybe he meant no harm.
I don't mean no harm.
Maybe your verse wasn't good enough. That could also be a factor.
Thank you.
Maybe your verse wouldn't fit his new version.
So why don't you say then maybe? Okay, you are saying maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe.
Okay, then the other side to maybe your verse was harder than his.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it wasn't good for it, because if it's too good or if it's better than what I have, it's not good for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It could be that your verse was way better than his.
Yeah, because the first song he sang, his voice was thick.
Okay.
Then I gave him the lighter voice.
Okay.
So they went, after listening to they went and then he sang it again.
Oh.
And then when the song was released, the following day, Ojo came to call me and said, "Oh, you're part of it."
Please get closer.
I'm a GD, and I said, "No." I said, "Oh, Mr. Left way. Stop."
But I don't think it should. Okay, it shouldn't be any problem. Or were you worried about it?
I was worried, but Kofi is my brother, so I just kept it cool. I don't have anything. I don't have issue with him. But just that I have a song with him. He took my verse from it. Done. Yeah.
Do you plan on remixing it?
The verse that I did. No, I've got so many verses.
No, I mean if. Well,
No.
okay. What if he calls you and says? Well, if he says,
"No,"
you won't do it again.
I won't do it.
Oh, then you are not very happy about what he did.
I won't do it. Miss, I don't know. Say you go talk about this. I don't know where you get the information from.
The feel I had was that they are not giving you the award again because when you had the first one, now they had you.
And when I had the first one, I made VGMA look so bright.
So popular.
So popular that year. I'm the only artist who has made VGMA
Please speak
popular.
up.
I am the only artist who has made VGMA popular, so bright, more than any artist who has won the award. Even though they have their favorite, no doubt about that.
Who has their favorite?
They have their favorite.
Who?
VGMA has their favorite.
Oh, what are you saying?
Mr. They have their favorite.
And so who's their favorite?
Could you Crunchy might be part of their favorite?
Yeah.
So they have their favorite, but no doubt Raskuku is one of the best in Ghana.
So why were you parading? Why were you going all around town with the award?
Because those people made me who I am. They've never seen the award before, so I needed for them to see how it looked like.
And you left it in a ghetto?
Yes, because the ghetto is part of Ghana.
So how did you lose it? You misplaced it?
I didn't lose it. I didn't misplace it. It's in my house.
Yeah, because we were here when my Gizo, the dispatch rider brought it to my Gizo.
It is one of the artists who has no sense. He brought his award from the house, gave it to Magizu to do that.
It wasn't yours.
It wasn't mine. So whoever brought his artist to Magizu are doing in it.
Now, away from that, Thames is also in the news, and you know, sometimes when you see Thames talking, it's like, does she really mean what she's saying? Thames said she used to be a bad girl, but I don't know what she meant by that. So let me leave her to do the talking. Based on what she says, maybe you understand her better.
After I graduated, I had a job. I was trying to be a good girl. A good girl is a girl that listens to her parents and gets a job and says, okay, I'm trying to make my parents proud by showing them I'm going to get a job, get married, and do the thing. The robot plan. Yes. The zombie plan. I was on that plan, and I just I got signs, and thing is, I've been writing music since I was like 11. And I was just like, do I want to be here in the next 10 years? Like, what do I want? Is this it? And I just was like, nah, I would rather die than remain here.
Right, so that was Thames there, and this is one of, should I say, one of the most beautiful interviews I've seen, maybe should I say in 2024. It's Gayle King and Lenny Kravitz. Now, Lenny Kravitz is one great musician. The thing is that man doesn't grow. He never grows. Recently, he was honored on the Hollywood Hall of Fame, and now he is on this show granting an interview to Gayle King. And you know, he spoke about self-doubt, insecurities, and the fact that sometimes when he gets into the studio, he still feels like that young man when he started music in his teenage, you know, around the teenage time. But I just love him. Just so you know, he's released an album 30 years ago. I mean, he had a lot to share in that interview. So let's take a listen to Lenny Kravitz on this.
From the outside looking in, it seems like for a long time you've lived your life with no apologies, live your life very authentically.
I do, but I still have these moments. You know, people look at you and think, oh, he's completely got it going on and he's confident in everything he does. To some degree, yes, but then we all have our insecurities.
Lenny, I would love for you to share with me what is an insecurity you have personally and professionally. And I also agree that we all have them. But I am curious about what that means to you.
It means a lot of things, but sometimes I'm just not necessarily sure what it is that I'm doing. For some reason, I'm still that 16-year-old kid trying to get the record deal.
Really?
I haven't shed all of that. My family hustled hard. My grandfather, my mother. I hustled hard. I chose to leave home at an early age, hit the streets.
You were a teenager.
Yes, so I still have a part of that person inside of me. You know, am I doing well enough?
I don't know if you're aware of this, but you become one of those people, those famous people that other famous people tell stories about meeting. Like, I think the people in that category are like Beyonce and President Obama, Mrs. Obama, Oprah, like Willie Nelson maybe, and then you. For instance, Brie Larson was here.
Yes.
Do you recall the experience you had with her?
Yes, of course I do. I love Brie.
It was a full breakdown mentally.
You know, she grew up, she watched the movie Selena. She's just, you know, I guess has been a fan for a long time and kind of was inspired to act because...
Not kind of. This is more than kind of. Here we go.
I'm living my dream, but
No, I see. Jennifer
Oh my God.
Jennifer, I know. It's Jennifer Lopez. I know. It's J-Lo.
I can't deal with J-Lo.
No, I know. This is how we all feel. Trust me, we all get this way. I even almost
I
cried.
wanted to be an actor. I
Was she?
can't. No, I can't. I'm going to cry. No, I can't. You mean so much to me. Oh my God.
That is, I mean, it's very sweet.
I still get so overwhelmed. Like, I could cry right now.
Really, from that?
Yeah.
From her crying?
Yes.
It's a lot to, like, kind of to absorb, isn't it? This sudden...
It's just, you know, you go along in this career and you have ups and downs and you do your best work and you are always trying to do your best. And then when you see that you've done something or anything that could have that reaction from somebody, it's just very moving. It's beautiful.
Guys, unfortunately, it's been confirmed.
We are do to deserve this, Lord. Nothing, say. Me. You give the sad boy me. If I'm here, feeling blessed, then you shower your favor on the board. You change one a story for good, oh my Lord. You give with the peace we the want. You clear one ahead, see you try for the boy. So if I'm here, feeling blessed, then it be your praise go come first. We no stress, cause when we rest, we don't put a trust in man depths, we flex. We flex.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Business Live. Coming up in this edition, Ghana records a trade surplus of 11.5% in the first quarter of this year.
Aggressive liquidity management operations. Given these considerations, the committee decided to maintain the monetary policy rate at 29%.
All right, we shall be bringing you the latest findings of the Export and Import Indices report launched by the Ghana Statistical Service. And of course, we are also live with them. Also in this bulletin, World Bank updates its recent disbursement to Ghana will trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investments for the country.
Financing and the reforms that we've supported will help further advance those reforms and stabilize Ghana. So we do hope that it's going to create confidence in the country, and that could attract the support of other partners.
How realistic is this assertion? We have answers for you. Plus, a Communications Minister defense contract awarded to newly established company Next Gen Info Co. to roll out 5G network.
There is no existing neutral infrastructure company at the moment. So it had to be specifically formed for the purpose of delivering this service.
We have details of these and many others lined up for you. Please stay on. Always a joy to come your way with the very latest in the world of business. I am Pius Kojobaka. The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed in its latest 2024 quarterly report that Ghana experienced a trade surplus of 11.5% in Q1 of 2024. According to the government statistician, Professor Samuel Kobnene, This is more than twice the average of the year 2023. Here's a report.
For the first time, the Ghana Statistical Service has released the export and import price indices, also known as the unit value indices. These indices measure changes over time in the relative prices of exported and imported products compared to the quantities of these commodities. Chief Government Statistician Professor Kwabena Enim highlighted that a trade surplus was recorded in the first quarter of 2024.
Our nominal trade deficit in 2022, which was mainly driven by high commodity prices for mineral fuels and oils, have been reversed in 2023. This is based on the fact that we recorded a trade deficit of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 and 5.3 billion Ghana cedis trade surplus in 2023. And this is as a result of the commodity price increases for mineral fuels and oils that we had in 2022, leading to the trade deficit. First quarter of 2024, we have recorded a trade surplus of 11.5%. This trade surplus of 11.5% is more than twice the average for the whole year 2023 and also the same time period in 2023.
The export value of cocoa products in Q1 2024 decreased to $592.2 million compared to an average of $825.8 million for the first quarters of 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Cocoa performed not as expected in the first quarter of 2024, having a slowdown in its total export value and recording the lowest since 2021, despite the fact that the first quarters of each year has seen the highest trade value for our cocoa exports. This report has put to light the fact that gold has consolidated its position between 2022 and 2023 with a share of 45.2%, and mineral fuels and oils has seen a lower share over the same time period. Increases have been mainly driven by upward changes in prices rather than increases in outputs.
Gold export became more significant in 2023, rising from 54.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 to 84.4 billion Ghana cedis.
All right, so we want to interrogate some of the findings of the report. Joining us via Zoom to do that is Dominic Odum. He is the head of trade at the Ghana Statistical Service. Thanks so much, Dominic. And now the 2023 trade report shows 5 times increase in both import and export. I'm wondering, what were the main drivers for this increase in trade volumes?
So thank you very much. And a very good evening to your listeners. Yeah, so like you rightly said, Ghana Statistical Service released this report. So there were 3 things that were released: the 2023 annual report, and then a quarterly newsletter for the first quarter of 2024. So looking at the numbers, like you have rightly said, in the first quarter of 2024, we are recording a surplus of about 11.5 billion. Compared to 4.5, which was recorded in the last year, that is 2023 quarter 1. So if we go into the report and then we look at what is really driving this. So once you are recording a surplus, what it means is that you are exporting more than you are importing. And if you look at the report, it clearly shows that 3 communities, as usual, gold, minerals, and fuel, and then cocoa, are the 3 main commodities that are driving this surplus that we are seeing.
And which areas would you say government needs to prioritize to ensure real value in terms of trade when it comes to policy direction?
Like we, Statistical Service, like we have started with this publication, what we intend to do is to provide the policymaker with more detailed information to help us to be able to enact policies that will help us to derive maximum utility from international trade. So looking at exports, so you can see that these 3 commodities forms about 2/3 of all our total exports. So the total value of export we saw in 2021, which is about 4.8 or in Ghana cedis, which is about 59.5 billion Ghana cedis. 3 commodities, that is gold, cocoa, and oil, is accounting for over 70% of this 59.6 million or billion Ghana cedis that we saw in the first quarter of 2024. So the question that we keep asking, or we want policymakers to begin to look at, is these are the 3 main commodities that are your major foreign exchange earners. So now, who are your trading partners? If there's any shock in terms of your trading partners, are we diversified enough to be able to still sustain ourselves as a country by looking at other areas that we have potential to develop, such that we are not overly dependent on just these 3 commodities when it comes to our exports?
All right. So I understand that the export and import indices report, which you've launched, is the first of its kind. I'm wondering why export and import?
Yes, so the export and import index is a price indices, just like we have consumer price indices and producer price indices. This is an indices that also measure the price changes by doing international trade. So this is just like the CPI. So what it does is it also measures the price changes from one period to the other as we trade. So, and another thing that the indices can help us to do is to help us to measure our real growth when it comes to trading. Because for you to be able to know whether you are doing well or not, you need to, in a way, you need to take out the price effect. So, for example, let me give an analogy. If in 2023, we exported, let's say, 100 tons of cocoa at $1 per ton, and then in 2024, we are exporting 80 tons of cocoa at $2 per ton. Now, in nominal terms, in 2023, we exported 1,000 of cocoa. Now, if you come to 2024, we exported 80 tons, but there was a price increase. For that matter, we are exporting 160. So on the surface of it, you might think that you are doing well because you did $100 in 2023, and in 2024, you are doing $160. You are seeing it's not as a result of the increase in your output, but it's just a price increase. So this is what the UBI is coming to do, to help us to take out the price effect from all our international trade transactions so that we are able to measure true growth.
I guess this is going to be a yearly report or quarterly. Which of them?
Yeah, the indices is going to be published every quarter. So every quarter we are going to come up with the indices. So if you may permit me, if you look at the report, so on a quarterly basis, nominally, in 2021 quarter 1, our total trade was around 44.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2021 quarter 1. Then, if you run it through and you come to 2024, 3 years down the lane, 2024 quarter 1, our total trade stands at 107.6 billion Ghana cedis. That is about 5 times what we were doing in 2021 quarter 1.
All right.
And this is nominally. Now, if you take out the price effect, in 2021, we were doing 44.5. But if you take out the price effect, in 2024 quarter 1, we are doing 47.0. So you see, nominally, it's telling you we did about 5 times what we were doing in 2021.
Certainly.
All
right. Dominic, we are running out of time. We will definitely come back to you as and when we need more clarification on the report you've launched. Thanks so much, Dominic Odum. He is the head of trade statistics at the Ghana Statistical Service. One of our headline stories, the World Bank has revealed that it is expecting its recent disbursement to trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investments to Ghana. The bank, since January, has advanced more than $300 million, with some $500 million expected before the year ends. Senior economist at the World Bank Group, David Elmelek, says all the actions should encourage other partners to come on board to support Ghana's economic recovery.
So I cannot speak for other donors, but what I can say is that the fact that the World Bank approved this operation yesterday, that the World Bank board approved this operation yesterday, is in fact a recognition of the reform program that has been enacted by the government, and the fact that it's starting to bear fruits. In addition, that financing and the reforms that we've supported will help further advance those reforms and stabilize Ghana. So we do hope that it's going to create confidence in the country, and that could attract the support of other partners.
Your statement talked about also unlocking private sector investment. What did you mean by this and curbing inflation? Because is it the de-risking bit as well? Again, what did you mean by unlocking and bringing in terms of foreign direct investment and curbing inflation? I wanted some clarity on that one.
Yes. So, first, stabilizing the macroeconomy is a key step to attract the private sector and foreign investment. Because when you have high inflation, when the exchange rate is highly variable and depreciating, that does not breed confidence and attract investment. So that's the first step. The second step, we have specific reforms, in this series that should help to attract investment. One that we supported was, for instance, the lowering of the capital requirement for foreign direct investment. Before companies to invest in all sorts of sectors were required to invest a minimum amount of capital to be able to invest in Ghana. So some of those requirements have been relaxed, which should result in increased investment.
Back of this, an economist, Professor Patrick Esuming, joins us via phone for some discussions on this. Thanks so much, Professor Esuming. Now, the World Bank expressing hope that its recent disbursement will help trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investment to Ghana. I'm wondering again, how feasible will this be and what are the dynamics?
Good evening and good evening to viewers. Thanks for having me. I mean, ordinarily, like you was explaining, a country that has had a lot of economic challenges and have had to go through a lot of reforms. When the IMF or the World Bank approves funding, is a show of confidence in the kind of measures that are being implemented by that country. And that should ordinarily have triggered some additional inflows. I suspect that it is going to be much less likely for Ghana in that specific instance because, first of all, many of our bilateral partners who would have followed on the bank's funding are ones that we're already in discussions with because we are trying to restructure our bilateral debt. So it's unlikely that they will send us any funding until the bilateral discussions are done. Then in terms of private capital, well, I think the economy of Ghana is not in great shape now. I think the World Bank money is signed that we are implementing reforms, but I suspect that private investors will probably look to see more concrete signs that the economy is heading towards some progress before they flock to invest in Ghana. So I don't expect that is going to be very, very likely. We are likely to see any triggering of additional inflows in the near term.
I see. Now, the effective utilization of these funds really come to play. And how have we fared as a country when it comes to the utilization of these donor funds we get?
Yeah, I think what we get is that when the funds are, generally classified as budgetary support, it becomes extremely difficult to see a specific impact. And, funds that go into a budget pool is not subject to the kind of scrutiny that will bring the required return to those funding. So, and you get a sense that because of our budgetary shortfalls, these funds are going to support those budgetary shortfalls. So, we are unlikely to see. It's very difficult to trace exactly what this impact is. We just hope that we, given the circumstances that we are in, we make the best use of every dollar we receive.
Now, what do these donors look out for to say, well, we will stop pumping money into your economy, apart from the underperforming macroeconomic indicators?
I think one thing that they will definitely be concerned about is overall management of the economy. I think if they feel that the management of the economy is not optimal and issues like wastage of public resources or corruption, if they see those kind of indicators, you realize that they tend to go back. We've seen that before. I think even before we went to the previous IMF program, there was a little bit of that, and even with the current one. So I think when they see that the overall management of the economy is not optimal, and especially they see significant wastage in public funds, then it becomes a problem. Don't forget that these funds, a lot of them are ultimately some other country citizens' money. And those people will expect that their government only spend money when it is giving the value. So when the overall money of our own finances are not, they are less influence.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Patrick Esumain, for agreeing to speak to us on Business Live. This is still Business Live. We are back with more. Please stay.
Deposit and maintain a minimum balance of 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it to qualify to win your share of 1.2 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. EMG. Join the EcoBank Million Gang. A better way to enjoy life. Deposit today. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank. The Pan-African.
Line is 10 years. Hooray! Love 99.5 FM proudly presents the 10th anniversary of Prayer Line under the prophetic theme, celebrating a decade of God's influence with God's servant, Pastor Obed Join Obin.
Let's kick off the celebration with the anniversary launch on Sunday, 19th of May 2024 at 8 a.m. at the Miracle Manor Church. Then lace up your sneakers for a prayer walk on Saturday, the 25th of May at 6 a.m., which will be crowned with a health talk and a free NHIS registration and renewal.
Get ready for a week-long revival from Monday, May 27th to Thursday, May 30th at 6 o'clock p.m. each day at the church premises. We will climax it with an anniversary breakthrough night on Friday, May 31st at 9 o'clock p.m. at the same venue.
Meanwhile, don't miss the grand finale, the anniversary Thanksgiving on Sunday, 2nd of June at 3 p.m. at the Miracle Manor Church, Top High, Eija, near Love FM.
Guest speakers are Apostle Samuel Intim, Conquerors Global Yoruba Ministry, Takrady.
I decree that anything you ask the Lord for, may the God of Israel answer your.
Dr. Michael Bwedinyami Chair, the Makers House Chapel International, Accra.
God said unto the people of Israel, fathers' hearts are going to be turned to the sons, and sons' hearts are going to be turned to the fathers. And if you say, I am your father, then where is my honor?
And Prophet Emmanuel Oseyabwa of Victory Baptist, Kumasi.
Join us together with your family as we celebrate God's influence, and you will be blessed. Prayer line, the presence of the Lord is here. Prayer line, commanding my morning to influence my day.
Welcome back to the program. Communications and Digitalization Minister Eslo Usuekufo has confirmed that the company awarded to roll out the 5G network, NextGen Infraco, was indeed created 1 week before they were awarded the contract. Eslo Usuekufo says it was specifically created to handle the rollout because there was no neutral infrastructure company in existence at the time. Briefing the press on the 5G rollout, the communications minister added that government decided against auctioning the contract due to previous experiences and setbacks that have limited the rollout of 4G, which has just a 15% nationwide penetration since 2015.
Now, this is a special purpose vehicle. Once government took the decision that we would use a neutral infrastructure company to deliver this service. There is no existing neutral infrastructure company at the moment. So it had to be specifically formed for the purpose of delivering this service based on the strategic policy decision of government. And it is born out of, as I indicated, our past experiences. And that is why we chose not to auction it. I'm sure the finance minister would have been happy if we had sold it off at auction, collected our money, and moved on, without caring what impact it would have on the sector. Unfortunately for the finance minister, unfortunately for Ghana, we in the Ministry of Communications care about the impact of decisions taken on the growth of the sector. And so after analyzing the nature of our telecommunications sector, it was clear that if you auctioned the spectrum, only one or two entities will be able to acquire it. They will roll out the network at their own pace. And if 4G was introduced in this country in 2015, and we still have only 15% 4G penetration,
Let's go on the phone lines and interrogate this further. Thanks so much, Solomon Brantier, for your time. Now, I just want to pick your initial thoughts on that. What do you make of this move by government?
Well, so in one case, it's what I'll give closure. Because, yes, our infrastructure needs to expand, and the bandwidth infrastructure needs to expand, needs global scaling, to put it that way. Because even in Africa, we are lagging behind in the, what do you call it, the operation of 5G networks. In fact, some countries have taken about 3 or 4 years leap step over Ghana, which, of course, is not the right place position we want to be in. So that, and then given the fact that some of the smaller MNOs or telcos as they are cannot provide a well pay the light, then shared approach looks on the surface with the right tool. However, the question that begs to be asked is looking at our market size and the average revenue per user or subscriber of a mobile telephone service, did we even need, or do we even need to price the licenses of 5G at such high prices that it becomes inaccessible for most telcos. It's the aim to price the licenses so high that telcos cannot get it, or the aim is to ensure that every Ghanaian can have digital connectivity? That is the first question we should ask ourselves. And it looks like we still have not learned the cogent lessons we should have learned from that premise of a very high, licensing fee option arrangement for, deployment for 5G networks.
All right.
Hence, this particular thing that is coming, which in itself has so many questions around it.
All right. We'll definitely visit the story subsequently and, of course, engage you more on that. Thanks so much for watching Business Live for today. I am Pius Kojubaka. For more stories, feel free to log on to myjoyonline.com/business. See you same time tomorrow. Bye.
The scramble for Africa's resources continues to pit the East against the West as Russia, China, Europe, and America deploy different. As Dr. Yao Graham of the Third World Network, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh of CDD, Mavis Owusu Jemfi of the African.
We went for a birthday party. We were dancing, drinking, and the whole lot. So I didn't know anything, so I came to school.
Shika, not her real name, is in senior high school. She is currently in her first trimester of pregnancy. This pregnancy was not planned. It resulted after uncontrolled partying and drinking. It all happened when Shika attended her boyfriend's birthday party while school was on vacation. According to her, she got drunk and had sex with the boyfriend.
We met in April. Yeah. Then we became friends and we started dating. I'll be visiting him sometimes. So his birthday, they invited me, and I went.
For months, Shika did not know she was pregnant. She had gone to hospital to donate blood to a sick relative, only to be hit by the news that she was pregnant.
The day my sister was sick, I went to the hospital to donate blood. There I was told that I'm pregnant 3 months, 2 days. So from there I called my grandpa and told him. Then he said I should come home. Then we went to talk about it.
The 18-year-old is disappointed in herself and fears her action may jeopardize her education.
I was sad because I knew that this is not the right time. I'm supposed to concentrate on my studies.
Well, like any other school, it is still the same. Averagely, a semester, about 10 girls get pregnant. Even these first years, currently, as they came to school, 2 of them were pregnant. And then we were able to handle them. They have given birth and they are back to school.
Mercy Jifa Afiakwada is the senior house mistress at Adidome SHS. She believes poor sex education partly results in misconceptions about sexuality among school children. She shares stories of how some girls get pregnant.
We do ask them, and maybe after vacation or after school they decided to go and mingle and then they get pregnant. Some to birthday parties, some to maybe their parents are not around. A whole lot, adolescents, they like to associate with the opposite sex, and since a lot of education is not going on, they are not able to control their passion well, they end up becoming pregnant.
According to the senior house mistress, her primary campaign was to encourage students to abstain from sex. But in recent times, she has added protected sex to her education. Some students still engage in unprotected sex and the girls become pregnant. Apart from the possibility of contracting sexually transmitted diseases, the senior house mistress has a plan for pregnant girls to prevent them from dropping out of school.
Well, what we do is that when we realize that you are pregnant, normally we monitor you. What I also do is that I call the house prefects, I talk to them and I tell them they should monitor them. And the moment they come to me and tell me that this person suspected this person, I monitor, and then I call the person, we talk, and then we test it, and if it is true, then we call parents to come in. And then we relax the parent and tell them that it has happened.
Shika was raised by her grandfather. She does not know her mother and father. Breaking the news of her pregnancy to her grandfather was difficult, but she eventually did, and Grandpa insisted she returns to school.
So from there I called my grandpa and told him. Then he said I should come home. Then we went to talk about it. It's like I should not give up, I should come back to school. So when it's time to deliver, I'll deliver, then I come and continue my education. I was disappointed, but he said I will make it, so I know that I will make it.
Pregnancy among schoolgirls is a global concern, and it is one of the gender-related barriers that prevents girls from completing the education. While pregnancy affects schoolgirls in different ways, the main difficulty is their inability to continue schooling during pregnancy and after childbirth.
The government has made a policy that since they become pregnant, they need to come back. They go and give birth and come back. So we calm them down. We monitor them. I monitor their antenatals and their food. Sometimes I do give them food if they need be. And we give them money if they need be. And then parents also come in. And then when it is almost time for the child to, or the girl to go and give birth, we allow the girl to go home, give birth, and 3 months' time, the girl comes back too. So we have a lot of them that do come back. Just a few that decide not to come. But a lot do come back and write their papers or continue with their schooling and then go.
Schoolgirls who are expecting are more likely to permanently stop attending school, even though some people are brave to come back. They would have missed years of education because of the time they had spent away. Due to the demanding dual tasks parents play, caring for their children and also studying, the academic performance may be impacted. Gina is 17 years old and is in her final year in school. She gave birth barely 2 weeks ago. Just like Shika, she had come home for vacation and became pregnant.
That was I'm a brother, so I came home in April, and then to the miscarriage, the guy proposed to me in April, so he asked me to visit him in his house, and and I went. So when I went, the first affair that he had with me, I got to know that the next month, that was in May, I didn't have my menses. So I realized to know I was pregnant, but still my stomach wasn't developing. So I thought it may be a normal thing.
Soon after, she went back to school. She dreaded the worst after 2 months of missing her period. Gina did not tell her mother or her aunt with whom she stayed that she was pregnant. But in her 5th month, her teacher, who had learnt about it, could not keep the issue away from the family.
So in May, I didn't have my menses. The other month too, the menses did not come. So I went to a hospital and then they told me that I'm pregnant. I didn't tell them myself, but when I went to the school, I got to 4 months, getting to 5 months. When my madam told me that now, when my pregnancy is getting to, she needs to tell my parents. She first told me that I need to tell my parents, but I told her that I'm scared. When I tell them, I don't know what they'll do to me, so she should help me. So she called my grandpa. My mom is not staying here, she's at Accra. So she called my grandpa here and she told him, like my grandpa told him that unless he sees me before he believes what they are saying. So he then called my auntie and then he told him everything. And I came home when we vacated. That was in May, June. And I came home. So when I came home, they called me and then got to know that this is the point.
She was thrown out of the house and was asked to go and stay with the one who got her pregnant. So she packed out and went to stay with her 22-year-old boyfriend.
When I came back from school, my auntie that I'm staying with, she threw my things out. But my grandpa told her that she should have patience. So she should pack the things back to the room. She should have patience. When the boy comes out, the boy was not around when she sacked me. So when the boy comes out, I can go to him so that he will take care of me. But she didn't allow. She said still she will not accept me to be in her room whilst I'm pregnant. My grandpa went on his knees and then begged her. So she told me that I should come into the room, but she gave me days to go back again. So I should make sure I leave her house before giving birth.
Gina yearns to return to school to prepare for her final exams, but she fears that without support, that will be a mirage.
I know I've made a mistake. That's why I've been thrown out from that house. I know it's a big mistake that I've made, but I need someone to help me so that I can further my education, so that I can be lighting in the future, because I want my future to be the best for me.
The last time I heard that she is pregnant, I was very shocked, disappointed, because that is not the plan for me to her. So I was very That was now. God willing, she get delivered, or she have delivered. So now, my plan for how she will return back to the school or return to school, because of the baby. By all means, I don't have nothing doing, and I lost their father a long time, almost 17 years now.
In our English lesson, we are going to look at one of our selected poems.
Meet 17-year-old nursing mother, Laura, as I choose to call her. Laura has a 4-month-old baby. In spite of her circumstances, Laura is determined to complete her secondary school. Laura became pregnant shortly after taking the Basic Education Certificate Examination, BCE. She attended an after-school celebration party after completing junior high school. She had such a wild time, got wasted, engaged in sex, and became pregnant.
It happens when I was in Form 3, when we completed JHS 3. And we went to a pens down in our town. When we came back, I was drunk and the thing happened between me and the boy. And about 1 month later, my mother got to know that I'm pregnant. And she asked me, who am I, or who is the child's father? and I mentioned the name to her.
Laura initially consented to aborting the fetus, but the fear of losing her own life in the process haunted her. So she decided to keep the pregnancy.
She said I should give the guy's number to her, and I gave it to her. She called the guy and she told him that I'm pregnant, so what should they do about it? And they asked me, I told my mother I want to continue my education, so I would like to abort the child. And my mother also agreed. When we went to the hospital, they said it's 4 months now, so we have to go to Amasamai hospital, the government one, and that one too is 800 cedis. My mother told the guy, and he said, okay, if I said I want to go and abort it, she'll give me the money. And I was scared, and I told my mother I can't do it again, so I will bring it to school. And he said, okay.
Laura enrolled at Adidome Senior High School to study home economics while she was pregnant. 3 weeks before childbirth, she was granted a leave of absence.
My father is the one who is taking care of me, but my mother did not tell him. But I managed to. When I came to, my friends was like, my friends were like, I shouldn't worry, they will take care of me. So at times I will be crying that my friends are not pregnant, but as for me, I'm pregnant and I'll bring it to school. So I was ashamed, but I managed to stay here till June, yes. But we didn't vacate before I went home. And on July, I gave birth. I delivered in 1st July. And my mother said she would take care of the baby, so I should come back to school. I was pregnant in JHS 3 and I gave birth in SHS 1. My child is a girl and she is 4 months old. My mother has been taking care of her by giving her the NAN 1. So she's not breastfeeding.
Shika, Laura, and Gina represent the thousands of teenage girls who get pregnant annually in Ghana. Over the last 5 years, the Ghana Health Service District Health Information Management System reported that more than 500,000 girls became pregnant. Over 13,000 girls that got pregnant are between the ages of 10 and 14, while some 500,000 are between the ages of 15 and 19. In 2018, the Ghana Education Service, through the Girls Education Unit, developed a policy framework to help address the problem of pregnancy among schoolgirls. The policy, among other things, is to ensure that girls who are pregnant get a second chance to continue their education during pregnancy and after childbirth. Prior to its introduction, school heads used their own discretion to allow pregnant girls or teenage mothers to remain in school. As a result, some girls dropped out of school due to stigma, while many others are asked to withdraw by their school heads.
The school have helped me. Yeah, the teachers, they fully help me. They don't let me work. When my friends are working, I just look at them. Yeah, so I should not do a hard work. So,
at times, someone will fetch water down for me to bath. Others will help me wash my things and carry my bag to school for me. They also encourage me not to worry. One of our headmistress also at times she'll cook and call me to come and eat at her house.
The Adidome Senior High School has made a concerted effort over the years to provide supportive environment for pregnant schoolgirls and young mothers by reducing stigma and discrimination against them. Dr. Vincent Atiku is the headmaster.
the girls who get pregnant in our schools must be allowed, must be given the needed support so that they can continue with their education. The fact that they are pregnant doesn't mean they can continue learning. And the pregnancy is for a period. After that period, they should be able to return to school to continue with their education. So GES has this policy and has educated all heads of senior high schools, even including the basic schools, that because the pregnancies are occurring in our schools, we should accept these girls in our schools, educate the community about the support they need. We encourage them, we take them through guidance and counseling so that they don't stop when pregnancy occurs, but they continue with their education. And that is what we've been doing since GES came in with this policy. You know, formerly it wasn't so. You got pregnant, you were supposed to be dismissed, sacked. But GES saw the wrong we were doing to these girls, and so they came in. And now we had to accept them, and that is what we've been doing since.
It is the desire of parents, school authorities, and indeed the government to prevent pregnancy among schoolgirls. To this end, Dr. Atiku reviewed some measures taken are yielding results.
The girls' pregnancy issue has caught, if not international attention, and national attention. So the girls' education unit of the Ghana Education Service has often visited our schools to meet the girls for education on pregnancy, sexual reproductive health. They've been coming to give such education on periodic basis to our girls in our schools. They have even formed girls' clubs where they meet weekly to go through some studies to guide them on how to avoid pregnancies, keep themselves, and focus on their studies. So those are the things that are being done. They are being done in our schools. So we have the clubs, we have the guidance and counseling unit that organizes counseling sessions for our girls to educate them to be careful so that they can have sound education without pregnancy in our schools. And I think it's yielding results. Really, initially there were more cases, but now that the efforts are on the ground, realize that they are not as rampant as we saw them previously. So cases have really come down. Cases have come down.
I think now the attention should be drawn to the boys, because we do this to the girls and then they go out and these boys are, should I say, harassing them. So now the attention should be with the boys. Let's tell them that it is good. The passion that they are having, it's normal for them to have those passion because God created it so that they can appreciate it or use it in future. So let's tell them and then let them know that they have a great responsibility ahead. As a man, as a boy, growing up to be a man is not easy. And then they have a greater responsibility. And this is the time they must do what? They must work things out. So they should not bring the cart before the horse. If they bring the cart before the horse, they will be locked up somewhere. So this is what we have to do. So boys' club should even be more and should be more effective.
Despite the progress made, there are still some obstacles to achieving universal enrollment. The role of parents and guardians is crucial in ensuring no girl is left behind.
Many of these girls are really very brilliant. They have all the capabilities. Only that the pregnancy came in. And that doesn't mean their life should be terminated, their education should be terminated. We must rally behind. We need to give them counseling. We need to give them support. We have had cases where when the girl is pregnant, then the parents have washed off their hands from any matter pertaining to the girl. And so there are some girls who after delivery have nobody to take care of the child. There is no arrangement for them to come to school and continue with their education. I will plead with parents. They can fall on relatives. Some relatives, if not the relative of the girl's family, then the relatives of the boy's family, so that they quickly arrange for support for the girl. You know, these girls, when they are well educated, life for them becomes better tomorrow. Aside them, they are from the various families. When the girls are better educated and they reach the top, when resources are around them, the girls become the benefit to these families. And they become great benefits for their generations too. But if we say that they are pregnant, and so we are abandoning them, we feel that all hope for them is lost, and so we abandon them. At the end of the day, we are destroying our families, and we are destroying them too. Let's rally behind them and give them the kind of support that they need. The fact that they are pregnant doesn't mean they have ended their journey of education. The journey of education can still continue. There are many who have become pregnant, and when parents give them the support, they have gone through their education, and they are at all walks of life.
I want to be a soldier.
I want to become a nurse.
I want to be a police.
These three girls, Shika, Laura, and Gina, meant to succeed. They are focusing on the brighter side of life. Shika has vowed to soldier on and achieve her dreams. Laura is also determined to keep nursing her dreams, while Gina is resolute in policing her dreams to the top. Emmanuel Juvenis report for Joy Prime.
The scramble for Africa's resources continues to pit the East against the West as Russia, China, Europe, and America deploy different strategies to acquire our vast and bountiful resources. As the black star of Africa, Ghana has almost everything these superpowers need. But what do we want in return? And who can give it to us on the best terms, the East or the West? This is the subject of the exciting new JoyNews debate to mark AU Day, which was last Saturday. Join us on Friday, the 31st of May, as Dr. Yao Graham of the Third World Network, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh of CDD, Mavis Owusu-Gyamfi of the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, and Professor Priscilla Chumesi-Bafo of the University of Ghana's Department of Economics engage in thought-provoking debate on the geopolitical future of Ghana and Africa. With contributions from Bright Simmons and Yao Nsako, this primetime debate is designed to spark a continental conversation on the foreign policy direction of Africa. Ghana look east or west? Join the debate this Friday on JoyNews. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from JoyNews and advertise. These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
Blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected, and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the JoyNews logo in the bottom left corner. With a real JoyNews logo, the globe rotates. If you spot a static logo, it is an indication the video you're watching is fake. Doctored videos often have slight inconsistencies.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to Our Front. Tonight on Our Front, we delve into the intense negotiations surrounding the controversial sale of the Social Security and National Insurance Trust 60% stake in some 6 hotels to the Minister of Agriculture, Brian Champon's Rock City. Currently, the leadership of labor unions are locked up in a high-stakes meeting with the Employment Minister, striving to resolve the escalating dispute. The tensions follows a contentious earlier meeting between the Trade Unions Congress and the SNIT board, which concluded on a bitter note. The labor unions are adamant that the proposed deal to sell 60% shares in 4 hotels must be halted immediately. The SNIT board, of course, the chairman of that particular board, left the meeting visibly upset, signaling the deep-seated discord between the 2 parties involved. In a powerful statement, the Secretary General of the TUC, Dr. Yauba, has been insisting that everything ought to be done to hold a meeting between stakeholders to address the union's concerns comprehensively. Listen to him now.
SNIT says that they have not made a decision for hotels to anyone. They are still considering proposals, and that they are listening, given what has happened. They are listening. And so this meeting was one of the sessions that allowed them to listen. And our advice was very simple and straightforward. We said, please, given all what has happened, cancel the deal, convene a stakeholder meeting. There are a number of issues that have come up about SNIT in the last couple of weeks. Let us take them one after the other. And what we concluded was that we are ready to work together with SNIT board to make sure that the image that has gone out about SNIT is changed. If they have taken the decision and they think that they have the right and the mandate to take a decision on behalf of SNIT because they have been appointed, we wouldn't be sitting here with them. The decision has not been made. And we have advised that they should not sell our stake to anyone. I think we had a very fruitful meeting. The conclusion was clear that they are listening. And this came from the board chair, that, please, we are still listening. That question you asked was asked to them. And the answer was, we are still listening. So if indeed they are listening, we have offered our advice. And we are politely saying, please stop this deal, convene a stakeholder meeting. Let's look at this investment. Let us look at the other issues that have come into the public domain. No. There's no ultimatum in this matter.
Adding to the chorus of discontent, Dr. Bampo Addo, Executive Secretary of the Civil and Local Government Staff Association of Ghana, CLOGSAG, is calling for some significant changes to the SNIT's board composition. He's been emphasizing the need for labor unions to become the major decision makers within the board, ensuring their interests are adequately represented. We can listen to him now.
There were so many negatives in the transaction that we have pointed it out to them. How can you go through a tender process and you give specifications, and then along the line you change the specifications? Our Procurement Act does not allow this. We've told them to cancel the deal. That was our advice to them. Cancel the deal. We will not be part of this deal. What we are saying is that the Act 766 give control to workers when it comes to their second tier and they are performing. The same thing should happen to tier 1. We will take control. This is our money and we would take control. They dare not. They dare not. We've told them in plain language, they dare not. They dare not go ahead with this. And we've told them. That's why I'm saying we're not convinced. And we tell them in plain language, we are not convinced with what you are telling us. We are not convinced. We are not convinced at all. And we're going to ask for a total restructure of SNIT. Because this is not how you should manage workers' money. And it's because the money this is not government money, this is workers' money. And what we'll say, why should government be appointing even a chair to the SNIT board? It's not government money, it's workers' money. It's workers' that must appoint who is supposed to steer our affairs for us. So we're going to look at that. We're not going to allow it.
Well, join us for an in-depth analysis and a live updates of what's happening in that crunch meeting as we speak right now between the employment minister on one side and the ministry and government and labor unions who are obviously disappointed in the earlier meetings they had with the management and the board of SNIT. Joining me in studio is the ranking member on the employment committee in Ghana's parliament, Dr. Kwabena Donko. Doc, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well. I need to share with you, Doc, the latest developments there. A group calling itself the Forum for Accountability Justice is calling for the head and the dismissal of the SNIT Director General. The issue they have raised are 7-fold in different paragraphs. I need to bring to your attention paragraph 5, which is particularly interesting. Says the Forum for Accountability and Justice is, however, learned with extreme disappointment that Mr. Osafo-Maafo, that is the Director General, of fight the pendency of the case before Straj and the many calls to halt the process of the sale, and has rather continued to fast-track the completion of the tainted process for the inordinate sale of state property to a government official. FAAJ has gathered that ever since Mr. Osafo-Maafo was sent to occupy the position of Deputy Director General in charge of investment and development up till his questionable promotion to the SNIT top position after his own boss was unexpectedly removed by the president, he has been preoccupied and concentrated on leading the process of selling off the SNIT hotels at all costs to people in quote party cronies, despite the alleged irregularities and unconstitutional processes involved in the same, and has become a subject of inquiry before a competent state investigating body. And we are talking here about the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We shall be speaking to the people behind this particular statement, calling for the head of the SNIT boss. And so it says here, the forum therefore calls on the appointing authorities to dismiss Mr. Kofi Bosompim Osafo-Maafo as the Director General of SNIT with immediate effect, and to stop the continuous efforts by SNIT to sell the hotels against the interest of the people of Ghana. Labour will be joining us to also speak to whether or not this particular claim that they are fast-tracking the deal is really true. Doc, you're welcome once again.
Thank you.
Now, it's interesting, right? Let's start from the beginning. It was something that many got to know around 2018. The indication then was that SNIT was trying to make better decisions, investment decisions. So how to offload some of the things that were causing them troubles. Then fast track to the year, just a couple of months ago, the Member of Parliament, Sam Okudzeto-Ablakwa, had petitioned Straj on this sale and the issues coming out of that. Then Labour took it up seriously, and today they were heavily disappointed in the meeting they had with the board of SNIT, a board which has 4 representatives of Labour. First, what do you make of how far we have come with this entire 60% stake sale and the difficulties that's encountered?
Well, I believe we have handled this wrongly as a nation.
Really?
Yes, we've handled it wrongly. The business case for divesting from the hospitality business was not properly made.
Okay.
If you look at the financials of SNIT, at least for 2022, if you look at return on investment from hospitality, it is not below the return on investment in government bonds. So that in itself, the business case was not properly made. Having also said that, SNIT has a responsibility to invest in areas that will provide a good return and make the scheme sustainable. So that is the other side. But because SNIT is a trust held on behalf of the working people of Ghana, which includes employers, and that therefore includes government as an employer. Government is the single largest contributor as an employer.
Yeah.
But government also underwrites SNIT. Should the scheme collapse, the burden will be on the Ghanaian state, represented by government, to make good the pensions payable to individuals. So government must definitely have an interest. And this interest can be adequately catered for by the regulator. And that is why in most industries, you have a regulator to ensure that there is a solid business going forward.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one side. But the SNIT board and management have pretended that they are ignorant of the fact that the principal player wanting to buy the 60% equity that they want to offload is a politically exposed person. That in itself raises a number of red flags. Because Rock City is owned 100% by the current Minister for Food and Agriculture, and that position makes him an exposed, politically exposed person, SNIT ought to have gone further to be extremely transparent.
Okay.
If you saw the earlier release of SNIT, they said they were selling 60% equity in order to recapitalize and also bring in private sector management.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that was a non-starter.
Why so?
It was a non-starter because if you are bringing in private sector management, then the question is, what entity are you bringing in? Rock City is relatively new.
Yeah.
So, yes. So we'll have to see their track record, their published accounts. Are they turning profits or are they still at the project state? Because if you are bringing them on board for reasons of managerial competence, then it must be shown. Where's the data to show that Rock City as an entity, a sole proprietorship, has all the managerial competencies you need? That was never shown. And so for me, that was where the board got it wrong. And because my good friend, my colleague, Honorable Brachampo, is a politically exposed person, you will have to be more than transparent to convince the good people of Ghana that this is the best deal on the table. But SNIT has acted in a way that has not been transparent to the level that is expected of them.
But they say that it was public knowledge, the request for a transaction advisor. It was also public knowledge, the selection of the transaction advisor, the processes that they were used, and the shortlisting. In fact, they proceed to even say that everybody knew that they were supposed, in fact, even international magazines, they published it in there. And others submitted their bids. They shortlisted to 6. Then Rock City eventually became the winner. Is it difficult for anybody to get that this is a normal process This is a proper process, and this is due process that's used all the time.
What was the basis of declaring the entity the winner?
Financial and technical competence.
Excellent. Where's the track record? It is about 4 years old. Will you consider that track record sufficient enough to hand over a going concern to an entity that is relatively new, that is nascent?
But can we separate Rock City as a company from the people behind Rock City who may have relative experience in the country and the field?
Well,
is it possible?
No. From the records, there is a single shareholder for Rock City.
Yeah.
From the record, a single individual owns 100% of it. From the record, this is the first hotel that single individual has promoted or has been involved in. And so where is the record of managerial excellence or the track record of excellence over a period of time?
But that's a shareholder. How about the management of Rock City?
Well, I haven't seen any list of managers.
Okay.
The directors, in fact, the sole shareholder says he's a non-executive director.
That's true.
Yes, there are other directors. But when you are selling a national asset to a sole proprietorship, literally, that has its own dangers. So who takes the final decision? It's a single individual. Because even if there is a board, the board is accountable to the shareholder.
Yeah.
Either through,
a lot of them anyway.
Yes, and either through an annual general meeting or whatever. So ultimately, it's a single individual taking. And when that individual is a politically exposed person, a former Minister of State for National Security, a former Minister of State for the Interior, a cabinet minister responsible for food and agriculture, isn't that red flag enough?
Why should it be?
Is it for nothing that all over the world, politically exposed people are put under more scrutiny than non-politically exposed people? It's a question of ethics. It's a question of best practice.
Okay.
That we have failed to do, or at least the SNIT board has failed to do.
Now, some have raised concerns about the participation of Labour's representatives and the fact that they appear to be coming late to the table of rejection of the collective deal. Do you sense a similar, if you like, lateness on their side or unwillingness? Because this is predominantly in the open because of Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, and not because the SNIT, its representatives, had been very vociferous in telling the rest of us this was close to coming home.
Well, that brings out the whole issue, the governance structure of SNIT. Remember, government as government, the executive arm has representatives in all appointed by government. So if you have 6 representatives and organized labor collectively has 4, there's an imbalance on the board. And since these are pension funds of workers.
And there are also a pensioner representative on the board.
Yes.
And there are also an employer's representative on the board.
Precisely.
One would have thought that these people would coalesce into those who are not in government.
Well, it's a failure of governance.
Okay.
It's a failure of governance. I doubt whether the Director General, the immediate past Director General, Dr.
Ofori Tinkran.
Ofori Tinkran, was removed as a result of a board decision. Yeah, but in good corporate governance.
Oh, we didn't get that.
Yes.
We didn't get that.
And that is why I doubt
there was
it was
a direct letter from the office of the
president.
Yeah.
And so it just shows how subservient the board can be to government, because the appointment of a chief executive with good corporate culture It's done by the board.
It's the job of the board.
It's the job of the board.
The board is the highest decision-making body of the company.
Precisely. It wasn't done. So if government, through a green letter, can hire and fire, then there is a problem with the corporate governance structure. And this is an opportunity for us not to just look at the sale or the purported sale or the attempt to sell equity in just one area of his business, but let us look at the holistic corporate governance of SNIT. Is it being run as a proper business as it should be run?
I'll come to you. I've been joined by, and I mentioned the group, Forum for Accountability and Justice. A UPSA lecturer, Dr. Fred Awar, is one of the conveners of this forum that is asking for the head of the Director General of SNIT, Mr. Osafo Mafo. Fred, you're welcome to join us on Upfront. I hope you are doing well this evening. If you can unmute, Mr. Awal.
Well, we think that we are the Forum for Accountability and Justice do think that at initial, right from the word go, Brian Achampong, the contract for the sale of those 4 hotels. Clearly so because one, a member of parliament, and number 2, a minister of state. Now, the constitution of our republic on persons like that to buy, purchase, or purchase properties that have a national nature. Clearly, Article 78(3) provides that if you are a minister of state and you require or you intend to buy such a property, you should first seek clearance from the Speaker of Parliament, acting on the recommendation of the Committee of Parliament. Clearly, we didn't see Brian go through that. And there are similar provisions for members of Parliament in Article 98(2). So we come on the back of the principles of corporate governance, strictly on the hinges of conflict of interest. And we think that the board should have known this right from the beginning. And if the Director General did not lead the board to do due diligence, it appears to us the best way to solve this problem, because there's a number of public outcry on this matter. Organized labor, there is a petition before SRAJ, we are speaking, there is a planned demonstration. All of these to curb it, I feel that in the interest of the people of Ghana, the man who is manning the SNIT, that is the Director General, should be made to set aside, or the president should remove him, because the president is the appointing authority. Then a proper investigation can be done into the matter in bids to protect the investment of the people of Ghana.
This matter is before SRAJ and is being dealt with at that particular level. Some of the issues you raise about whether or not Mr. Achampong is qualified to participate in the process are also matters that is serious within the domain of SRAJ. Why are you jumping the gun and asking for punitive measures on not the board, but the MD or the Director General, when indeed the matters you seek to probe or have come to a determination on are still matters being probed by SRAJ?
Well, so I respect your opinion on that, but clearly so on the issues of getting to Parliament and the provisions of taking the matter to the Speaker of Parliament. Our parliamentarians have already come out, especially those related to the specific committee, that nothing like that has come to their attention. So clearly, there are face value evidences to the fact that due diligence wasn't done. And beyond these, because this matter has come up, the Forum for Accountability and Justice is now privy to some other information that are pointers to the fact that there are things that need investigations. And clearly, in due time, we'll make that those documents also open to the general public and the media fraternity.
Permit me to now ask about the other issue you raised. You insist that SNIT, despite all the happenings, is fast-tracking the process. What is the evidence?
Well, there are media conversations relative to Brian Achampong visiting the selected sites. Clearly so, it tells us that there is something, there is a conversation relative to the continual sale. And these are things that we must start speaking loudly about in order to ensure that the right measures are taken to ensure that if these hidden conversations or procedures are still going on, then the president needs to act swiftly to protect the ordinary Ghanaian citizen.
But Dr. Wah, is there an injunction on SNIT, its board and its Director General from continuing with this process? Is there an injunction?
Well, there's actually not to the fact that I know. I'm not sure of any injunction relative to SNIT's board's non-operations or otherwise. But what I do know as a practitioner of corporate governance is that the person buying the 4 hotels, right, position of conflict of interest. And it is also important to note that the organization SNIT itself is supposed to have been advised enough or schooled enough to know that the engagement with Brian was inconsistent with the provisions of Article 78.3 and Article 98.2. So clearly so, I feel that we don't need to wait for an injunction or otherwise. We need to call for the head of the organization so that there can be independent investigations.
If the president fails to comply with the order, what happens?
Well, actually, this is not just an order from the Forum for Accountability and Justice. We at the Forum for Accountability and Justice feel that what we are seeking is the collective conscience of the people of Ghana. So the president may not want to look at this from a concern that emanates from the Forum for Accountability and Justice. The president should look at it as an issue that pertains to the people of Ghana, their hard-earned income that is expected to take care of them at pension, and that there are issues bothering them, that evidences of conflict of interest have been made available and clearly inconsistent with the laws of our country, and that he, the president, must be seen to protect the Constitution rather than an individual.
If he decides not to act, what can you do?
Well, a number of measures are so far available. We at the Forum for Accountability and Justice would go to court if we don't hear anything positive. Remember also that some other civil society organizations are hitting the streets demanding that action should be taken on this same matter. So demonstrations are underway and they are announced. Remember also that some parliamentarians, okay, maybe I should be specific, Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa has also taken this matter and has petitioned the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. So I would feel that the president would have had enough concerns from civil service organizations, the Parliament of Ghana, and well-meaning Ghanaians to take decisions that would benefit Ghanaians, an individual or a limited board.
You mentioned going to court. Is there a specific timeline by which if the president or authorities do not act, you trigger that legal option?
Well, we'll brief the media fraternity on that in due course.
I am grateful to you, Fred Awah is the convener for the Forum for Accountability and Justice, who has been demanding that the Director General of the Social Security be removed with immediate effect, because they believe that despite all that's happening, SNIT is still very actively pursuing plans to still sell off the 60% stake in these hotels to Brian Achampong, a great minister's Rock City. I still have with me Dr. Kwabla here in studio. Doc, what do you think about this group's demands and their requests?
Well, I personally think if there's a need for resignation, it should be collective. The whole board should be dissolved. And I think there is a need for it, for mishandling the situation. Yes, I think there is a need for it. Look at the SNIT statements and what they are saying today. There's a contradiction.
Okay.
It's not consistent. And if we want to improve corporate governance in this country, we must begin to hold boards accountable.
Okay.
So for me, instead of just the chief executive, the board chair and all board members must either resign or be fired or withdrawn by those belonging to the organized labor, by the employers. Yes, withdraw them. Because obviously, they have failed the people. And if you listen to the calls coming from various actors across the political space, across the business space, etc., then there is something either structurally or functionally wrong with the SNIT board. And therefore, the board must. That was why I said earlier on, this gives us an opportunity to look at the whole corporate governance structure of SNIT. SNIT is not a government organization. Let's be very clear.
That's what the workers have been insisting on.
SNIT is not a government organization, even though the government has a responsibility to underwrite SNIT if it fails.
Okay.
So it's a very tricky organization because, yes, the government as an employer and therefore a contributor to SNIT must take an interest in SNIT.
Yeah. But it has operated as a government organization over the years.
Yes.
With direct government control.
Yes.
I mean, I don't remember the last time anybody who was appointed as Director General had come out outside any grouping that's government oriented. Yes,
we have done a number of things wrongly in the past. Must we continue?
No, I mean, of course. I mean, if it's wrong, why?
Yes, must we continue? And in any case, the state of practice, and that is why I am disappointed that in recent weeks, there's been this silence from the Institute of Directors, the Ghana Institute of Directors.
Oh, okay.
There's been so much silence.
Why do you think they should speak up anyway?
Because they are the body, the professional body with direct responsibility and involvement in corporate governance. And remember, in the last month or so, I have been at some of these corporate governance issues. We have the presidency appointing managing directors of limited liability companies. And the presidency has no such power to appoint managing director of a limited liability company.
Even if it's related to government? Even if there's the slightest indication of
no,
government control?
There is a process. Okay. Go through Act 992. Once you register the entity as a limited liability company, you have to go through the process.
Okay.
Even when government is the sole shareholder, if you have to appoint a director or a managing director, you call an emergency AGM.
That's true.
There is a process. And so the whole corporate governance architecture of this country has not changed from the civil service era to the era of commercial entities. Remember, when government of Ghana decided to convert a number of these from corporations, etc., to limited liability companies, it was purposeful. And therefore, having done that, if you want to control them and appoint, then as companies.
Okay.
And they make them corporations or authorities where the government then has
absolute control.
Absolute control. But you cannot pretend or register them as companies and be appointing chief executives, deputy managing directors, etc., etc. Sometimes even mid-level officials, like Ghana Gas Company Limited, the presidency appointed a senior manager. It's not done anywhere. It's so improper.
Well, that's interesting, yes.
It's so improper, and we must grow out of it. I'm not blaming a particular government, but it's a practice that has outlived its usefulness in the 21st century. We as a people must decide that, look, if we have decided to incorporate these bodies as companies, let's do what the law says. If they are authority, let's do what the law says. But even then, State Interest and Governance Authority, the Institute of Directors, etc., must be heard. The advocacy must not be left to opposition MPs.
And civil society.
And civil society. The institutions entrusted with this role must be heard.
Now, the question, I mean, Labour has been insisting that they have been ineffective because they do not have control of the board, and that they insist that if they get control of the board, some of these decisions will not go through. Do you agree?
Not fully. I am disappointed at the representatives of Labour on the board.
How so?
How so? Because you have a right to minority opinion.
Yes.
If you disagree with a board decision, you must say so, particularly when you have a constituency of workers, must publicly state so that, look, we disagreed with this, and these were our reasons. And either by executive fiat or by whatever is being pushed down our throats.
To be fair to them, they insisted that they've been asking for a meeting with the president for the last 2 years without success to discuss this and other issues.
Who? Labour?
Yes.
Or representatives?
Labour.
Yes, I'm talking about the representatives on the
four
board.
Currently on the board.
Yes, on the board. And that is why I think the whole board should be dissolved. Because if you are representing organized labor on the board, and you are 4, government has 6 directly, and minority rights are being trampled upon, you have a responsibility to come back to your constituency, workers of Ghana, and say, look, this is going on, we disagree, but some authority somewhere is pushing this down our throat. You don't wait until civil society and individuals raise questions and then you suddenly jump on the bandwagon. So you take allowances as board members.
As board members.
There are other privileges that go with the responsibility. And that if you have not upheld the trust of organized labor, the interest of organized labor, as individuals, you should resign.
Now, the current stalemate, how do you resolve it? This difficulty that the labor unions have with the SNIT board. Today we are told that the board chair stormed out of the place, very angry. And that's when Labour then did a press conference that there is no negotiable position now. All that's expected is that they cancel the deal and that nobody takes them for granted. That is the position they have taken now. Are they right? Is the board ultimate, as we have been discussing?
Well, that is, remember I raised the issue of the structural challenges of SNIT as it is. So first of all, we also have to look at the law, the SNIT Act, whether 766 or the previous ones or the various, and the regulator, the National Pensions and Regulatory Authority. What is their position on all this?
Okay, that's interesting.
You see, until we strengthen regulatory bodies, when politically exposed people get involved, just like your broadcasting business, I have always been worried that politically exposed people
own stations.
I have always been. If the regulations are clear, let's discuss the regulations, let's discuss the guidelines. And then if the nation accepts...
Even if they say that they only have stakeholder interest, but not necessarily editorial interest. I've heard some of the claims like that.
But, my brother, the benefit of experience, the benefit of history, is that we will be able to discern what ought to be from what it is.
Yes, true.
So it's an excuse, but it's a very lame one.
Really? You don't believe it one bit?
It's a lame one. It's a lame one. Look, we have had situations where allegedly calls from high up to owners have had impact on editorial decisions. People being pulled off shows, etc. We live in Ghana.
Well, I mean, of course, people have been saying those things too.
Yes.
Now,
so that's why I say that excuse is lame.
The executive president of the Republic of Ghana, Labour says, ordered the minister to meet them. I'm told that they have now concluded that meeting, and I'll be getting you the latest update from the meeting. But was that a step in the right direction? Because Labour was insisting on complete cancellation of the deal. They first met the board, and of course, they had difficulties with the discussions with the board. Now, they just finished a meeting with the substantive minister for the sector. You are ranking on the employment committee in Parliament.
Let me make this correction.
Yeah.
There's no substantive minister for pensions. There's
employment.
Okay. But the Minister for Employment is not responsible for pensions.
But he's the one who's brokering the deal now.
He's not responsible for pension. But the President has given him the responsibility as an individual for pensions.
I see.
So it's not every Minister of Employment who
automatically deals with pensions.
Yes. But this current minister has been given that responsibility. That the President has made him responsible for pensions. So I don't know in what capacity. Is it in his capacity as the minister responsible for pensions, or in his capacity as minister responsible for employment, and there's a labor-related issue and he's involved? I don't have that clarity.
Why does that distinction matter?
It matters because in all this, where is the National Pensions Regulatory Authority? That should have been
heard from them.
Yeah, that should have been the first call.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it matters. And therefore, if the president, realizing the possible socio-security impact of this, once demonstrations and other threats come in, they also have a security dimension. Orders a minister to meet them. Yes, remember, every minister is an advisor to the president.
That's true.
And so instead of the president meeting them, he could have ordered the Minister of National Security or any other minister to meet them. But this is the minister he has also put in charge of pensions, meet them. So let's get the feedback from that meeting. But I agree, look, I have my pension benefits. Okay. And therefore, it is important we protect. Already we have structural issues with our pensions. And that is why consistently, for the last 7 years or more, international actuaries have always stated that the SNIT scheme is unsustainable in its present structure. We can only improve that by business efficiency. And if we think decisions are influenced by other reasons other than pure commercial imperatives, then we have an issue.
But Doc, at the core, this is how SNIT operates. They take money from me until I retire in the next God knows how many decades. How is this unsustainable?
It's not sustainable because, and this is not limited to Ghana, by the way. This is not limited to Ghana. Increasingly, if you take UK, for example, there is a proposal to increase the pension age to 72.
Yeah, because a lot more people are going older anyway.
People are growing older, one, and people are living longer.
Okay, that's true.
In Ghana, our average lifespan is now in the 60s.
Yeah.
I think 64.
Yeah.
That is, previously it was in the 50s. So we are living longer. And if we are living longer, the burden of pension payments also increases.
That's true.
And so periodically, we've got to look at the structure. Is it now fit for purpose? At the time SNIT was set up, it was probably fit for purpose. But today, with the third-tier pension and all the other changes, must SNIT remain the same in a changing environment? So we've got to look at the SNIT issue right from the roots. And governance is key. Are decisions driven by business cases? Is there a business case for a decision? And if there's a business case for a decision, is the process also right? Particularly in the public space, since it is a trust on behalf of the good people of Ghana.
Now, what we are getting from the meeting is that the Minister for Labour believes that the conversations with Labour is very fruitful. He is looking forward to interacting with more stakeholders before coming to a firm decision. He is already engaged the SNIT board and they hope to settle the issue soon. Is this reassuring?
I wanted to ask you, is this a holding statement?
Okay. I mean, that is what he said after
Yes.
engaging.
No, I will even ask you, you are in the media space, does this look like a holding statement or a statement of fact? I wasn't there,
Yes.
but it sounds like a holding statement. And there is some positivity in it, even that.
Okay.
At least the sale or the purported sale or the process to sell will have to be temporarily suspended.
Really? Following this?
No, I'm saying that is the positive I can see until all the issues and all the stakeholders
are resolved. You mean that is implied in just what I read?
You can read that from it. If it's not a holding statement,
okay,
it also has implications on the board. The board itself should not make any further move until all these issues are resolved.
Mm-hmm. But he said he's already met the SNIT board.
Yes.
And engaged them.
Yes.
And he's going to meet a lot more stakeholders before coming to a decision.
Yes.
And he hopes that the issue will be resolved soon.
Yes. So if you've met the minister responsible, assigned with the responsibility of pensions, and he says, I'm meeting others, do you still go ahead or you hold fire? And
oh, I get your point.
Yeah.
I mean, you may not want to do something that will jeopardize the eventual decision of the minister.
Precisely. So and that's why I say...
Except I did not hear or see in the statement I just gave out, which is basically the briefing they have gotten from the grounds, that he has declaratively stated, stop it until I make a determination.
Well, and that was why I asked the question.
Whether it was a holding statement.
Yes, if it's a holding statement, and these nuances are important in the public sector. These nuances are important.
Oh, I see. No, it's in the next few minutes.
Sure.
SNIT is always one way or the other embroiled in some of these things. You are talking about reforms and all the other things that ought to be done in the space. There are some that even says that, in fact, at some point, we should be considering what we can do with SNIT going into the future, whether it should remain in this current format or something should be drastically done about it. If SNIT finally comes to a determination, what do you think will be the best decision now? Don't continue with the sale or suspend it for a while?
No, I will ask SNIT, particularly because it is dealing with a politically exposed individual.
Okay.
In a political season. Common sense should ask SNIT not to move forward.
Really?
Yes.
And that they should abrogate the deal?
Well, suddenly they are claiming there is no sale. There is...
Yes. In fact, their statement said they have reached the final stages of it. They have already appointed or identified who they want to give it to. It is the conclusion of the matter that has not come in, and the eventual transfer that has not been done.
Yes. So the asset is still owned by SNIT.
As we speak.
And there is no contract yet of transfer. If we are to go by their statement, what stops you from having a second look at your decisions up to this point? In the context of the beneficiaries of SNIT, workers. I will also want to hear from employers really on this.
Because they're on the board too. There's a representative for employers on the board.
But they're representatives of workers. But I want to
yes,
hear...
we know what happened anyway.
Yes, I want to hear from employers. Is this the best way for SNIT? We need to restructure SNIT.
I guess
SNIT has to be leaner. SNIT has to be more business-oriented. SNIT has to be properly regulated by the regulator, just like we regulate all the other pension schemes.
Dr. Kwabena Donkor is the only power minister in the Fourth Republic. Dr. Kwabena Donkor is member of parliament, and Dr. Kwabena Donkor is the ranking member on the employment committee in Ghana's parliament. Doc, many thanks to you for coming in studio.
My pleasure.
The do so has ended, right?
Well, I never use the term...
Load shedding, has it ended?
Not in my area.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwabena Donkor, and thank you also for joining us on today's edition of Upfront. Many thanks to you.
A month or so, and then the school came to play. Through that, I was with the HR department, and the school too was under HR. So I got the opportunity to go and support and then assist the head as at that time. So after national service, I was given an extension. So through the extension, then I heard of the graduate training, then I applied. So that is how my journey has been.
I'm a graduate of UMAT, Environment and Safety Engineering, 2019. So I happened to do my service here on site with Goldfields. But after service, that was when COVID came. So I was at home trying to find job. And then I got to know of the advertisement online, on social media, on some of the WhatsApp pages that I used to be on, that they were going to run the graduate training program for the second time. When I was in my service, I knew there was a first batch already in place, and then they were about wrapping up. So when I was at home and I got to know about the advertisement, I quickly applied. When I got enrolled on the program, we were given a schedule to go through some of the sections on the mine. So that gave me more, hands-on on the job experience. It helped me to be able to learn from the various aspects, the theories that I learned in school. I was able to build upon that knowledge through the practical experience that this training program gave me. So that is what helped me to be able to, get the requisite knowledge and then the skills to be able to fit in the current role that I am right now.
Graduate training program, best programs we've ever introduced. Again, with assistance from our stakeholders, the chiefs, they've been very, very instrumental. When someone is done with their national service, we pick them on the mine. For 2 years, we pay you a good allowance. You are more or less an employee. You learn on the job, supervisory skills. Every quarter, we pull you out of the field. We give you workshops and seminars on any topic that is relevant to professional growth. After 2 years, there isn't
from school. So this training program is actually a good thing, but I would suggest that more goes into it. We can get experts more to develop the training model to suit the graduates.
I've learned a lot. I mostly go to the mines in the plant after. I will say thank you to Goldfields Foundation for helping young ladies and gentlemen like us to be able to reach a certain stage where we can help the younger ones. When you are on the job, you will not appreciate, but when you go outside, then you really see that you've really had some education or you've really learned something on the job.
Deposit and maintain a minimum balance of 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it to qualify to win your share of 1.2 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. EMG. Join the EcoBank Million Gang. A better way to enjoy life. Deposit today. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank. The Pan-African.
Hello Ghana, I'm Esther Gido-Yuat of VOA's News and Current Affairs program, VOA's Africa 54. Here for you on JoyNews. If you want to know what's trending in Africa's news, business and technology, sport, health, and lifestyle, then tune into VOA's Africa 54 for a closer look at the stories Africans are talking about around the continent. will bring you reports from our VOA correspondents as well as interviews with top experts and analysts. For the young and the young at heart, VOA's Africa 54 also includes Africa's best music, fashion and entertainment. Be sure to tune in to VOA's Africa 54 right here on Joy News.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from JoyNews and advertising some drugs are fakes? These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
Blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected, and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the Joy News logo in the bottom left corner. With a real Joy News logo, the globe rotates. If you spot a static logo, it is an indication the video you're watching is fake. Doctored videos often have slight inconsistencies. It could be in the audio quality, visual glitches, or even lighting. Listen to this audio carefully.
Johnson Haynes will talk about a drug from the USA.
You will notice that this
Live on your DSTV channel 42 and GoTV channel 125. This is Joy News Prime with me, Samuel Kojo Brace. Our lead stories this are Ghana's export bill in the first quarter of 2024 shoot up by $100 million as the country struggles to stabilize the city, which has lost more than 20% of its value against the US dollar since the beginning of the year. More as the Ghana Statistical Service Trade Vulnerability Report paints a gloomy picture of export value of cocoa, which has dwindled by more than $230 million in the first quarter of this year compared to the same period last year. Tonight, tensions heightening between TUC and SNIT as high-powered meeting ends with TUC insisting the deal to sell off major shares in 4 hotels to Rock City Hotel must be botched. And trial of Dr. Kaysa Latoufos and causing financial loss to the state takes dramatic twist as a minority leader petitions Chief Justice to allow a live media broadcast of his trial. Now at 8 p.m., I hand over to Emma Davis to bring you Prime Business.
And World Bank expects that recent disbursements will trigger fresh donor funding and private capital for the country.
Financing and the reforms that we've supported will help further advance those reforms and stabilize Ghana. So we do hope that it's going to create confidence in the country, and that could attract the other partners.
Razak Musbah is here later with Prime Sports.
The Ghana Football Association has backed Otto Addo's decision to call up 26-man players for the World Cup qualifiers and to drop Andre Ayew, insisting that the team is in a rebuilding mode.
We are the home of independent, fearless, credible journalism. Please stay for details. Now, Minority Leader Dr. Kaysa Latoufos and his impression on Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu to allow a live broadcast of his ongoing trial because of the public interest the case has generated. There has been heightened public interest in the case after the other accused person, businessman Richard Jakpa, alleged in open court the Attorney General has been impressing on him to incriminate the Minority Leader. The NDC has since published a call recording allegedly proving his claim made in court. The governing MPP and the Attorney General's Department have categorically denied that the AG has done anything wrong. In the last few hours, lawyer for the minority leader says because of all of this, the trial must be broadcast live. A member of our legal affairs desk, Kweku Asante, joins me via Zoom with a copy of this letter from the lawyers of the minority leader. Kweku, what is the reasoning provided in this request to back the request for a live telecast?
Well, Kojo Brace, this is a letter that is coming in from the lawyers for the Attorney General, lawyers for the minority leader, Dr. Kasila Tuposen, Aziz Bamba and Associates. It says, we write to formally request the live broadcast of all subsequent court proceedings in the case of the Republic versus Kasila Tuposen. This request is made on behalf of our client in light of recent developments that have significantly impacted public perception of the case and administration of justice. They do believe that if the Chief Justice allows for a live telecast of this case, it will indeed deepen transparency, and they are relying on the precedent that has been recently set by the AG to make this request.
Now, we know that the minority leader himself has also issued a statement in the last few hours. What is he saying?
Well, the minority leader, in fact, did talk about this precedent that was set by the Supreme Court in allowing the Attorney General to get the live telecast of the anti-LGBTQ cases. It says, in the wake of the recent expose concerning the alleged misconduct of the AG, Godfrey Debo-Adame, I have instructed my lawyers to petition the Chief Justice for the live broadcast of all subsequent proceedings in the ambulance trial. This request is motivated by a deep commitment to transparency and open justice. Live broadcasting a trial would serve several important purposes. It would ensure that the public has full access to the evidence and arguments presented in court. This would allow citizens to form their own informed opinions about the case. The minority leader statement that was been put out in the last few hours really made the point about why it is so crucial for him in getting a fair trial that the public is able to follow this case live on both TV and radio.
Now, some of the Chief Justice accepted a request by the AG to allow the live broadcast of the case on the anti-LGBTQI plus cases. What is the reasoning the CJ gave for accepting that?
Well, so just about a few weeks ago, there are a number of cases that have been filed against the anti-LGBTQ bill, and 2 of them in the Supreme Court, 2 of them in the High Court. The Attorney General did write to the Chief Justice requesting that those cases be beamed live. The Chief Justice did accept that. Of course, we have not seen the correspondence specifically from the Chief Justice to the AG on that, but journalists were allowed into the Supreme Court to cover that proceedings live. On Monday, one of the cases against the anti-LGBTQ bill, which will be at the High Court, will now also be being live on TV for everyone to follow because the AG's request has been acceded to. The Judicial Service have since written to us members of the Judicial Press Corps, allowing us access. They say it is also because of the deep and huge public interest in this case, for which reason the Chief Justice has allowed this hearing. And that is what the minority leader is seeking to rely on to say that this trial also has huge public interest and implication, for which reason you must accept this request.
Now, Kweku, stay with me because there are more on this dummy gate. Private legal practitioner Samson Ladi Ayanini is questioning the reasons given by the Attorney General in refusing to accept a plea bargain request in the ongoing trial of the minority leader. Lawyers for the third accused person, Richard Jakpa, wrote to the Attorney General conveying a proposal from Big C Trading LLC to pay €2 million out of the 2.37 million euros the state claims to have lost in the ambulance transaction. We hear from Samson Ladi Ayanini shortly. First, though, Kweku, you are still with me, so share with me this one. We understand that, I mean, the terms, the Big C LLC and JACPA presented a plea bargaining request to the Attorney General. What were the terms of this particular proposal?
So it's gone on about 3 different times. The Attorney General has rejected all those plea requests. Let me tell you about the first. The 2 million euros JACPA wanted to pay, they were going to pay 500,000 euros on the execution of the arrangement. They're going to pay 1.5 million 6 months after the execution of the arrangement. And this was coming from Big C, which is not a party to the case. Big C is a company based in Dubai, which was supplying this ambulance. The Attorney General rejected this request, saying that Big C is not a party to the case, for which reason he does not believe they should be allowed to do a plea bargain arrangement. Lawyers for Japa then writes to the Attorney General saying that this is the position that they have adopted, to say that it is they rather that are now making the application for plea bargain, and the Attorney General again rejected it. But we know that at the time, they did write to the minority leader to understand whether he was backing this position or not, and they did do say that. And then there has also been the second that came in, that the AG rejected $1 million in execution and $1 million within 6 months of execution. Brace, just coming in, some information we are getting is that lawyers for the 10 accused in the ambulance case, Richard Japa, have filed an application for an order striking out the charges against him, alternatively staying the proceedings against him. In the witness statement, Mr. Japa testifies on oath that the Attorney General, Godfred Dame, has had several interactions with him in which he has told him that he, Mr. Japa, was innocent and assured him of his acquittal. And that is the information they have just made that application. That is just information that I'm getting as breaking news, that Richard Japa's lawyers have written or have made an application to the court that is undertaking this trial, asking them to strike out the charges against him because the AG had made certain comments to him or representations to him that he was innocent. And because of that, these charges must be struck against him or there must be a stay of execution. That is the breaking news that is just coming in now.
So break it down for people who do not understand the legalese. What does this mean?
So according to the lawyers for Richard Japa, we are yet to get to see the rate that he has filed in court to get some more details on that. Richard Japa says, in his communication with the Attorney General had consistently made the case to him that he was indeed innocent and that he was not the one he was coming after. The big fish, the minority leader. Richard Japa says, if the Attorney General, who is prosecuting me, really knows that I am innocent and he is still filing these charges against me, then that is wrong. For which reason he's asking the court to acquit him and strike out the charges against him. If the court acquires this, he will no longer be an accused person because he believes the AG has made representations to him that he is truly innocent. And he relies on constitutional and certain statutory provision to say that you cannot put an innocent person on trial. When the person undertaking this prosecution, the Attorney General, knows that he is innocent.
Kwekwe, I'm grateful to you for joining us and giving us all of this. Now, Samson Ladia, who is also host of Newsfile on JoyNews here, says the AG needs to offer more cogent reasons why he refused the plea bargain request.
We are chasing the money. If one person involved in a matter which we are chasing almost 2.4 million euros, and one person out of the 3 accused or 2 accused at a point makes a plea offer of 2 million euros, and we are told that was even enhanced later on, what will be the basis to reject that plea offer? I think the Attorney General owes us an explanation to that issue, because it's the money that you and I are interested in. Yes, a criminal prosecution may lead to jail terms if it is successful and bring deterrence, but there is good reason we have the plea process.
Now listen to Deputy AG Alfred Tuayabua respond to the issues of the request for live telecast and also the issue about causing financial loss to the state. He spoke to me earlier on Top Story on Joy FM.
We have no objection to that request, but of course, subject to the discretion of the Chief Justice, because we believe in transparency, we believe in accountability, and we abhor misreporting. And so, if the Chief Justice, in her wisdom, decides that this matter should be live, we have no objection to say. In fact, the AG at different fora had indicated that when it comes to public interest matters, or matters where the public has that kind of interest, it will be the interest of justice that such proceedings are broadcast live on tele and on radio. So we have no objection to it. But as I said, the CJ has the final say. Not only the broadcast, we also look at a situation where we have day-to-day hearing so that we can get to the end of this matter as soon as possible. So the broadcast, if possible, may have to go with day-to-day hearing so that we can get to the end of this particular matter.
Just give me a bit of education here. If you look at Article 296,
exercise of discretionary power. It says, where in this constitution or in any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power should be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power be arbitrary, capricious or biased either by resentment, prejudice or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with the due process of the law. Now, looking at this, was your department fair and candid in rejecting a plea that was paying almost 90% of a debt for which you were prosecuting some people?
We were fair and candid. The discretion vested in the Attorney General to either reject or accept such an offer was properly exercised. And for that matter, we have no reservations or problems with regard to the decision taken by the Attorney General in rejecting the offer.
Now, the Ghana Statistical Service Trade Vulnerability Report paints a gloomy picture of export value of cocoa, which has dwindled by more than $230 million in the first quarter of this year compared to the same period last year. Fresh data contained in the Ghana Statistical Service 2023 and 2024 first quarter trade vulnerability report has revealed that Ghana's total import bill went up by $100 million between the first quarter of this year and that of last year. This comes at a time when the country is battling continuous exchange rate fluctuations as the city shares more than 20% of its value against the American greenback in the retail market. The report indicated that the significant decline in cocoa export inflows, which have been a reliable source of shelter for the city. Listen to government statistician Professor Samuel Kobna-Enim, who announced these statistics.
Between 2022 and 2023, we are recording about a 42.2 billion Ghana cedis from an exports point of view, representing 30% increase in our total exports between 2022 and 2023. From an import perspective, in 2023, the total value of our imports stood at 180.7 billion Ghana cedis relative to 148.6 billion Ghana cedis. Keep in mind the rate of growth for exports relative to the rate of growth for imports. I did indicate that the rate of growth for exports between 2022 and 2023 was 42.2 billion Ghana cedis, and in the case of imports, we were recording 32.1 billion Ghana cedis. So while we are seeing an increase in exports of 42.2 billion Ghana cedis between 2022 and 2023, in the case of imports, we saw a 32.1 billion Ghana cedis. So clearly, between 2022 and 2023, we were doing more on the side of exports than imports. The storyline slightly changes if you look at it from the US-denominated point of view. That is where we begin to think about the exchange rate implications on our external trade, both from an export perspective and from an import perspective. While we clearly saw an increase from both an export and an import perspective, in the case of the Ghana cedi denominated, of the USD denominated, we saw relatively a decline for both exports and imports between 2022 and 2023, specifically with exports declining by 0.8 billion $0.8 billion US dollars relative to $2.0 billion US dollars between 2022 and 2023, increasing by about 3.4 percentage points over this time period. We turn the conversation to cocoa. As was indicated, while we saw a consolidation in the position of gold in the first quarter of 2024, in the case of cocoa, we saw a decline in its share by 8.5 percentage points.
Well, Isaac Kofi Ajay is with our research desk, and he joins me in studio with more on this. Kofi, let's start with, all of the issues that border on the import bill for the quarter of this year. How did it increase by $100 million? That's huge.
I mean, I always say that we don't print dollars in this country, so any inflow of dollar into the country, we hold it dear, and outflows the same way. If you look at this chart, looking at it from the CD side or the dollar side, you can see the huge bills in terms of our imports, which is in blue. I want to focus really on the import because that's what takes the dollar out of the country. Just look at last year, first quarter of 2023. we're hovering somewhere around $3.8 billion in the first quarter of 2023. That was our import bill then. Look at it in 2024, we've moved from that 3.8 to 3.9. If you look at it just like that, you might think it's marginal and not significant. But if you do the change, we're looking at somewhere $100 million. Now, if you see what is happening to the cedi and the current depreciation, and you have $100 million addition in your import bill, that's very significant, especially when you are a country that your import bill exceeds somewhere around $10 billion every year. That makes it a bit problematic, Joe.
A bit more focus was placed on cocoa, which we understand is not bringing in much more.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Now, let's look at the next diagram, which talks about cocoa, and you can see the cyclical movement in terms of the peaks. Now, I would like to also compare last year, the first quarter, to this year, first quarter, in terms of how much we were raking in from cocoa export. We understand that Cocoa Board has placed, a bid for 1.5 billion cocoa syndicated loan. That tells you that cocoa is the backbone of the economy. In fact, if you do all the seasonalization in terms of the big guys that brings in forest, cocoa is actually what we can say is one of our own, because whatever we gain, we're able to return about 90% of it. Last year, first quarter, cocoa was doing, in terms of inflows, more than $800 million. Now, this year, we are looking at somewhere around, I think, $590 million more. The difference, you read it, you said it, it's about 233, I think, $0.6 million. For us to be at this position and to lose a forex inflow of $233 million is huge.
That's a lot.
And because it's the backbone of the cedi, that's where the cedi goes to take shelter from the cocoa. And since cocoa is not really performing, you can see what is happening to the cedi in the exchange rate market.
Now, Russia also featured prominently in this report. What was Russia's role?
It's interesting to be talking about Russia now due to some of the geopolitical tensions we are facing. But this is interesting. The interesting thing is that Russia is being mentioned as part of one of our trade partners in terms of import. Why? Because Russia is replacing a certain country on the top 5 import partners. Now, let's look at these countries. We start from, let's go to the next slide. We start from 2022. Now, Kojo, 2022, you can see the top 5, import origins where we're getting most of our goods. First one is China. They've still maintained their position in 2023.
Okay.
Now, second was United Kingdom, which is the UK. Third was Netherlands. You have the US and India. This was 2022. Now, let's go to 2023. Something significant happens to the second and third position. See what happens. In 2023, there is no more United Kingdom, which was holding 19% of all our imports. It's gone. It's no longer in the top 5. What is now in the top 5 is Russia.
Number 3.
And what are we importing from Russia? Oil. Fuel, refined crude that we use to, power vehicles and all of that. Russia is now number 3 in terms of the top 5 when it comes to, import partners in the country, Kojo.
Very interesting statistics there. Now, let's go on the phone lines and speak to Dominic Odum, who is head of trade statistics at the Ghana Statistical Service. I'm grateful to you for joining. How bad is Ghana exposed in the arena of international trade?
Good evening. Let me say a good evening to your listeners. Yeah, so, like you are discussing, this report was to give much insight into...
So, Mr. Odum, I would appreciate it if you could speak up a bit for me, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, a bit better.
Yeah. So the intent of the report is to provide policymakers with much more details so that our policy and decisions can be guided. So what this report has seek to do is not to get the total, we exported this, we imported this, but within those totals, how are the dynamics? What are the commodities we are exporting? What are the commodities we are importing? Where are we sending them to? Where are we bringing them from? So these are the dynamics, and then we try to also come up with the quarterly newsletter, which gives us trends, how we are faring from one quarter to the other since 2022. 2021.
But don't these make Ghana vulnerable on the international market?
So, like I indicated in my earlier submission, that is one of the reasons why Statistical Service, which is mandated to provide official statistics to guide informed policy, is trying to move beyond just providing or giving out data in total. So if you look at the report, like the gentleman in the studio was saying, the dynamics when it comes to our import of fuel. We used to import a lot of fuel from the United Kingdom. Now it has switched to Russia. Is this as a result of policy decisions or is just by coincidence? So these are the details we have provided in the report to guide policy such that once we are trading, we are sure we are not just so vulnerable to one country or the other, but in case of any eventuality, we have other options.
Okay. Now, geopolitics is key in such vulnerability instances. So how crucial is Ghana's reliance on Russia for all of this, or especially for petroleum products?
Yeah, so if you look at the data in 2022, we're dealing with the United Kingdom and then other countries. Here comes in 2023, and Russia is coming up as one of our major import partners when it comes to oil. So the question is, are we diversified enough in terms of our trade partners, such that if one country has a problem, we have options? So these are the issues. For example, if you look at exports, I am not deviating. We trade commodities.
Gen Infrastructure Company to implement the rollout of.
And that is why we chose not to auction it. I'm sure the finance minister would have been happy if we had sold it off at auction, collected our money, and moved on, without caring what impact it would have on the sector. Unfortunately for the finance minister, unfortunately for Ghana, we in the Ministry of Communication, where the government thought would enable us to provide this service to all Ghanaians within the shortest possible time, is to set up a neutral shared infrastructure company. And that was set up following the policy decision taken to auction it. And that is why it is a new company.
Now, from that, residents of Adabraka, Sahara, are asking authorities to construct gutters to address their severe sanitation issues. Now, they claim the government has neglected their area, possibly due to its strong support for the NDC. Suti Aborchi report from Adabraka on today's episode of Filth Exhibition.
This is Adabraka, Sahara, right here in the heart of Accra. And this open gutter, you see, is right in the middle of the street where about 2 school buildings are. Now, it's the morning after about 6 hours of heavy downpour of rain. And we came to assess the situation here. Aside the filth that has engulfed this community, the issues that they raise are alarming. They speak about the neglect of the ruling party because this is not an NPP stronghold. Let's hear the story of filth from the horse's own mouth.
My name is Joe, and my issue is that they say this is an NDC zone, so they won't construct a gutter for us. They have fixed those in the market in Odona, but left this one. Is this nice? Those they have fixed are in hidden places, yet this open one has been neglected. Government, come and construct the gutter for us. As for me, I will not beg the government because they don't beg me to vote for them. They should fix it if they want. Otherwise, they can leave it like that.
Livingston is one of the residents who live here at Adabraka, and he wants to speak about the dire circumstances they find themselves every time the rains come. Let's hear his story now.
When the rains come, we suffer. The place becomes dangerous. They don't drain the gutter as well as they should. AMA was here last week, and this is the result of the work they did. This is why our homes get flooded when it rains. They have politicized the whole thing, but we are all Ghanaians. Initially, they used to bring machines to drain the gutter, but now they use their hands. How would they do a good job? Malaria is a common disease here. It's so worrying. Our children are constantly falling sick. We need government to come to our aid.
My heart goes out to residents in this community, people who live here, who work here, and the students who use this road on a daily basis to get education. If indeed this is an intentional neglect of the ruling New Patriotic Party, because this is not an MPP stronghold, and if again, indeed, this is the best work that the AMA can do to distill this gutter, then we are faced with a dire sanitation crisis. And only God knows to what end this goes. For Joy News, I'm Sweetie Abochi.
And I am Samuel Kojo here in the studio. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll still have more stories for you here on the Joy News Prime. Please do stay.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Marketed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Attention all HD Plus subscribers. Starting 13th June 2024, the HD Plus platform will offer HD channels free to air. Key points to remember. 1. From 16th April 2024, no new HD Plus subscription purchases or activations will be available. 2. Viewers with active subscriptions valid beyond 13th June 2024 will be compensated from 3rd to 13th June 2024. Customers will be contacted by the HD Plus number 0242439872 from 30th April 2024. Customers are also encouraged to call HD Plus call center. Note that to redeem compensation, subscribers must confirm their HD Plus numbers, provide a valid Ghana ID and a mobile money number from 30th April to 31st May 2024. AD Plus will not be liable if subscribers remain unreachable or do not follow up with a call center for compensation before the deadline. 3. From 30th May 2024, update your AD Plus decoder to access the new free-to-air HD channels. 4. Support will be available until 20th June 2024, so kindly look out for the over-the-air software and upgrade your decoder upon release of the software. Visit www.hd-plus.com.gh for more information. We thank all cherished customers for the patronage. We are ushering in a new era of television in Ghana, ensuring that accessibility and quality entertainment go hand in hand.
Aye, malaria's remedy is Lonat. Therefore, we're gonna use Lonat to recover. You have malaria?
Yes, please.
Are you shivering?
Yes, yes.
You got chills?
Yes,
Take
yes.
Lonat.
Lonat.
First day.
Lonat.
Take Lonat. Second day.
Lonat.
Take Lonat.
Lonat.
Third day.
Lonat.
Take Lonat. That's all. Lonat, scatter malaria. Lonat.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
go be? Deposit and maintain a minimum balance of 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it to qualify to win your share of 1.2 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. EMG. Join the EcoBank Million Gang. A better way to enjoy life. Deposit today. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank. The Pan-African.
Prophecy time.
Abraham and Sarah, Mubanya twins. Go and buy jackets. We are going to Canada. The best aboard Waba. Master, what the Canada? Mungu today. Born a wow. What you need? Because of my mepa. Business is bread, school fees, chop money. Funeral bills, suppliers, in-laws, side chicks. Oh yes, I book count. Oh how nanya spiritual. For bills. Bills micro credit. You see why? Bills micro credit. From Umbabwa. Ati. Kwanako from. Next.
Everyone is running to Bills. Enjoy the peace of mind that comes with acquiring any of our loan facilities. For whoever you are and whatever you're doing, Bills has a product for you. No susu, no deposits. All you need is your Ghana card. Bills, financing your needs.
Hello, Bills.
Welcome back from the break, and let's do more stories here. Tension between the labor unions and board of SNIT heightens as both conclude the first in a series of meetings over the proposal to sell major shares in 4 huge hotels to a private partner. SNIT selected Rock City Hotel, which is affiliated to our Greek Minister, Brian Achampon. The labor unions made it clear to the board they want this deal cancelled with immediate effect. Board chairman of SNIT was at this meeting.
The meeting between the labor unions and that of the board of SNIT took place at the head office of TUC in Accra. The labor unions told JoyNews they will not compromise on their stance to get this deal cancelled. Dr. Yamba is the executive secretary of TUC.
SNIT says that they have not made a decision to sell the stake of SNIT in these 4 hotels to anyone. They are still considering proposals, and that they are listening, given what has happened. They are listening. And so this meeting was one of the sessions that allowed them to listen. And our advice was very simple and straightforward. We said, please, given all what has happened, cancel the deal, convene a stakeholder meeting. There are a number of issues that have come up about SNIT in the last couple of weeks. Let us take them one after the other. And what we concluded was that we are ready to work together with SNIT board to make sure that the image that has gone out about SNIT is changed. If they have taken the decision and they think that they have the right, and because they have been appointed, we wouldn't be sitting here with them. The decision has not been made. And we have advised that they should not sell our stake to anyone. I think we had a very fruitful meeting. The conclusion was clear that they are listening. And this came from the board chair, that, please, we are still listening. That question you asked was asked to them. And the answer was, we are still listening. So if indeed they are listening, we have offered our advice. And we are politely saying, please stop this deal, convene a stakeholder meeting. Let's look at this investment. Let us look at the other issues that have come into the public domain. No. There's no ultimatum in this matter.
Dr. Bampo Ado, who represents Clocks Access, the labor unions have some far-reaching proposals to the operations of SNIT. He says the labor unions are now in a position to take control of the operations of SNIT.
There were so many negatives in the transaction that we have pointed it out to them. How can you go through a tender process and you give specifications, and then along the line you change the specifications? Our Procurement Act does not allow this. we've told them to cancel the deal. That was our advice to them. Cancel the deal. We will not be part of this deal. What we are saying is that the Act 766 give control to workers when it comes to their second tier and they are performing. The same thing should happen to tier 1. We will take control. This is our money and we would take control. They dare not. They dare not. We've told them in plain language, they dare not. They dare not go ahead with this. And we've told them. That's why I'm saying we're not convinced. And we tell them in plain language, we are not convinced with what you are telling us. We are not convinced. We are not convinced at all. And we're going to ask for a total restructure of SNIT. Because this is not how you should manage workers' money. And it's because the money is, this is not government money, this is workers' money. And one will say, why should government be appointing even a chair to the SNIT board? It's not government money, it's workers' money. It's workers' that must appoint who is supposed to steer our affairs for us. So we're going to look at that. We're not going to allow it.
The labor unions are now calling for a stakeholder engagement with all players within the sector. However, they insist that their stance to get this deal cancelled will not change. For JoyNews, Michael Ashale.
To Parliament now, where Majority Leader Alexander Afenyomarkin says he will investigate claims a member of his caucus, Kweku Kwarteng, who is chairman of the Finance Committee, is blocking the tax waivers before the House. Now, close to $300 million worth of tax waivers is stuck in the Finance Committee, caught in a political controversy with the minority vowing to oppose it every step of the way. Addressing journalists today in Parliament, Majority Leader promised an investigation into allegations his Obuasi West colleague is siding with the NDC in blocking the transaction. He also charged his colleagues in the NDC to be patriotic and join them to pass the tax waivers, or they will use their numbers to push the waivers through.
Government 1D, 1F policy, which policy requires that certain tax incentives are given. And you know how the minority has been stampeding this whole policy of government, and it appears that they have not given up. We don't want unnecessary acrimony. It's the reason why we still engage our colleagues in the minority. It's the reason why we are appealing to them. But I can assure you that when we get to that critical bridge, we'll have no difficulty at all in crossing that bridge. They are merely playing politics with it. And I'm saying that the waivers would help our local businesses to expand and be more competitive. They would increase production and they would become innovative because they would have the needed liquidity. It is important that we lay the fact bare, because they are out there saying that government is giving freebies. But it is important for us to put the issue in proper perspective and remind Ghanaians, including the minority, what they did in government, and prove to them that they are only acting in bad faith. And that is what we've done, to call on our colleagues to support government. Therefore, if they are very patriotic, if the NDC are indeed patriotic, I hold the view that they have to support this government. We just want to appeal to their conscience to care about the ordinary Ghanaian.
Well, the Majority Leader Alexander Afenyomarkin is accusing his NDC colleagues of political hypocrisy and seeking to sabotage the economic development of the country with their continuous opposition to the approval of the tax waivers. He mentioned tax waivers granted under the NDC, including those that did not even come to Parliament.
But we know that in 2016, this country experienced the most outrageous tax giveaway ever seen in Ghana. led by President John Mahama handed a tax waiver of $832 million to Meridian Port Services under the 1D1F. Under the 1D1F, all the 42 companies that government has so far brought to Parliament for a waiver, the total waiver being requested, being applied for by government, is not even up to 450 million. And these are Ghanaian companies. In Parliament, Dr. Forson, Deputy Finance Minister, etc., etc., as he then was, quoted, said, and I would quote him, he said that the tax incentives were not merely considered for the sake of being granted, but that such exemptions were necessary. This is Dr. Forson, as he then was. Dr. Forson, Deputy Finance Minister, as he then was. He said, if the incentives were not granted, it will result in those investments relocating to other countries. Gentlemen and ladies of the press, you have heard him on the floor of the House. Why has he conveniently chosen to stay away from his own argument? Which argument is to the effect that when you grant tax waiver, it helps the economy.
Customer.
Nada bena minka me papa.
Ucha say.
Me try 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
No dia, say na obenya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia. Me di 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million. Here.
£2. Ebia me ma dumpe soft. Ebia o de wanu na me twa me di ehun skasa
keke. Yeah. Ene na giga keka ade tina we. Tina wa boki. Draw no na asase no e. Mami mi volume no.
Wait.
Okay. Wait!
Customer! What?
Hey, make a big phone. Make a you phone. Darling. Star 946 hash. Now that pick 4 numbers.
It's a no crosser.
I'm a can run when one no. 10 Ghana cedis 54. Mario.
Numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial star 946 hash to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
It's done.
You're without work? Your marriage is hanging by...
My marriage is over, Doria.
Good morning, Minister.
Yes, Nana.
Out.
Shaniot Shrebi, I couldn't even get you to stand up. I need you to check up on Noah for me. Are you sure you... She's really got it, huh?
How soon can you spare me some time?
I roped you in. All of you. It is time for you to get on the stage and give it your best performance.
I give you 3 counts.
One of them was dressed as a police officer on duty.
Lord, I have sinned. I praise you.
guy is back.
Oh my God, they know I'm back?
Ekaprenu eya enu nti na metufu se abribiara o twade a wonsa nkoto no mprelu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema Shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi edi na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa ena die edi si dem biara no okɔ Shahel SCP ebema obi se wo pese wo siw dan na pese wo gu concrete enya fina akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwia wo frɛ SCP a the concrete ya messing the with quality cement wom on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo bon any impatem ho nyinara your office I was Printers Road ya ni papaya restaurant in the hwedimu
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll free number 0800 626 26.
All right, welcome back to the bulletin. Let's now do showbiz, and you know what? Becky Bex is here in all her glory. Hi, yeah. Today you're wearing. I think this is.
We're in the finals. We're in the finals on Saturday.
But this is Real Madrid.
Thank you very much.
Los Blancos.
Real Madrid fans were in the building. But first of all, let's talk about Nasi because he's in the news. He was with Andy Dossi this morning. They had a very fantastic conversation. And one thing that came up was whether or not he will be, cooking something small for the NDC this time around. And he said yes. He also spoke about his relationship with former President John Dramani Mahama.
The nation builder Mahama, run up your wet money. Mahama.
The NDC says they are waiting for another banger. Are you giving them another?
They called me, so I'm working on it. I've already said that, you see, NDC have seen what I can do, and they believe in my talent. So they always kind of make sure that, okay, shall I do something for us? Do something for us. And that's more inspiring. So if you call me, Juma, microphone,
but it looks like there is some sort of affiliation with you and the party.
Because I told you that President Mahama became my friend way back in 2012.
Okay. Yeah. Because of the
he looked for me. And he told me how deeply he likes my songs and he likes me and he likes my talent and he advised me to, keep it up. I shouldn't mess around with certain things and
He advised you?
Yes. And I have kept his the advice and also the relationship till now. So if somebody is more like a friend and a father, a figure to you, definitely when he calls you for something, you cannot say, I will not do it.
Will you accept any position if they come to power?
No.
Why?
I don't want it.
On this song. Don't you want to dance with me?
Oh, no.
That's a great song.
Yeah, it's a danceable tune there. But the director took it off earlier. I was preparing to join.
It's probably because we don't have time. Let's talk about Olive the Boy because he's hopeful. TGMA is around the corner. He's hopeful that he's going to win the new artist of the year. And also the biggest conversation now is who wins the artist of the year. There's 7 people in that category. This guy, Olive the Boy, he says it's either Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, or Kim Promise for him.
Okay. No girl, I do my more day every day.
Olive the Boy, congratulations on your nomination for the new artist of the year.
Big God, Charlie. I appreciate it.
Are you winning it?
We're winning it.
Why?
I really deserve them.
What sets you apart from the other nominees?
I don't want to go too much into them, but let me just put a few stuff out there. You know, about the song "Good Sing" was #1. You understand? On Shazam in Nigeria and in Ghana, you don't get that easily. You understand? We were able to enter the top 100 for Apple Music Nigeria, Ghana, all the same. It was organic. You didn't understand what I did try to talk. And then it was loud. I think it was #1 in Liberia. It got to #1 in Sierra Leone too. You know, the numbers be crazy. The whole EP self where Good Sing come out of, you get like over 200 million streams already. You understand? A lot of things actually go inside. I don't know people that my numbers, but then that's mine, and I feel like Good Sing did a lot of work last year. He did about so.
Do you think we'll win the Artist of the Year for you?
For me, this question is actually very. Sorry. I wouldn't be able to say, but like
your top 3.
Okay, top 3, right? Top 3. Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, Kim Promise.
You cannot choose one out of the 3.
I mean, I could. I actually the root for Kim Promise, but then probably you see, it take a lot. You understand? Sometimes we
Olive the boy right there. Please don't forget that Hit FM Rep Your Jesse. All is set for the event. Come June 1 at the Aviation Social Center. We have that for you. But let's talk about Raskuku is telling us all that, I mean, you have to be there. I'm sure, Brace, you've never been there before, but this is the reason why you have to be there. Raskuku, take it away.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey. I said, okay, then.
That's Raskuku right there. Brace, can you do something for me there, right?
Oh, it's been such a long time, you know. But let me try.
I thought you were the best football. Okay,
yeah, I'm
okay.
Trying. It's been a long time, you know. But look, give me back the ball. Let me do my actions with it. You know, those days when I used to play football.
When you used to play football.
Exactly. Look,
here we go again.
No, my team can leave me. They can go and leave me. And trust that when anybody comes at me, I'll defend the ball, and I will.
Please defend JoyNews at this moment so that we can wrap it all up.
Oh, okay. So let me see.
Okay.
You know what? Those days, you know, I'm a defender. I wasn't a stylish boy like that, but I can
what
do.
Does a defender do?
I can do this.
Oh, that. Yeah. Oh my God!
That's what it is.
We'll come watch you on Saturday.
You
have to be there. Brace will be there. We will be there. Remember, please, to brush your teeth before you go to bed this evening and tomorrow morning when you wake up from bed with either Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, Pepsodent Charcoal, Pepsodent Herbal, or Pepsodent Triple Protection, because with Pepsodent,
every smile matters. Well, that's it. Oh, but don't worry. Thank you for being with us. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. And you know what? Emma Davis is up next with Prime Business.
Every time.
But you need to be at Aviation Social Center
on Saturday.
And see
tomorrow, wear your jersey. Please.
I will.
Please rep your jersey. Real Madrid.
Manchester United.
We're on.
Woodin, le créateur.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Pepsodent Coco promo ni e Pepsodent keseda danwa and the 25 grams account. Se wodi e na boabusia no ho bai. Na se wosi modern.
We nko de me no ya chi.
Pepsodent. We dey soon. Pepsodent Coco promo ni e Pepsodent keseda danwa and the 25 grams account. Se wodi e na boabusia no ho bai. Na se wosi modern.
FDA aji gradient crash wo atum.
Aye, malaria's remedy is Lonat. Therefore, we're gonna use Lonat to recover. You have malaria?
Yes, please.
Are you shivering?
Yes, yes.
You got chills?
Yes,
Take Lonat.
Lonat.
First day.
Lonat.
Take Lonat. Second day.
Lonat.
Take Lonat.
Lonat.
Third day.
Lonat.
Take Lonat. That's all. Lonat scatter malaria. Lonat ide scatter malaria.
This advert is FDA approved.
A good life starts from the ground up. My son Peter, he makes things grow. More grain, more gain for everyone. He won Guinness Farmer of the Year. But he still got time for his mama. Farming is not just about what you grow, but who grows with you.
Hello, I am Emma Davis. Welcome to Prime Business. The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed in its latest 2024 quarterly report that Ghana experienced a trade surplus of 11.5% in Q1 of 2024. According to the government statistician, Professor Samuel Kobina-Enim, this is more than twice the average of the year 2023. Here's more.
For the first time, the Ghana Statistical and Import Price Indices, also known as the Unit Value Indices. These indices measure changes over time in the relative prices of exported and imported products compared to the quantities of these commodities. Chief Government Statistician Professor Kobina-Enim highlighted that a trade surplus was 24.
Our nominal trade deficit in 2022, which was mainly driven by high commodity prices for mineral fuels and oils, have been reversed in 2023. This is based on the fact that we recorded a trade deficit of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 and 5.3 billion Ghana cedis trade surplus in 2023. And this is as a result of the commodity price increases for mineral fuels and oils that we had in 2022, leading to the trade deficit. First quarter of 2024, we have recorded a trade surplus of 11.5%. This trade surplus of 11.5% is more than twice the average for the whole year 2023 and also the same time period in 2023.
The export value of cocoa products in Q1 2024 decreased to $592.2 million compared to an average of $825.8 million for the first quarters of 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Cocoa performed not as expected in the first quarter of 2024, having a slowdown in its total export value and recording the lowest since 2021, despite the fact that the first quarters of each year has seen the highest trade value for our cocoa exports. This report has put to light the fact that gold has consolidated its position between 2022 and 2023 with a share of 45.2%, and mineral fuels and oils has seen a lower share over the same time period. Increases have been mainly driven by upward changes in prices rather than increases in outputs.
Gold export became more significant in 2023, rising from 54.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 to 84.4 billion Ghana cedis.
The World Bank has revealed that it is expecting its recent disbursements to trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investment to Ghana. The bank since January has advanced more than $300 million and with some $500 million expected before the end of the year. Senior economist at the World Bank Group, David Elmaleh, says all the actions should encourage other partners to come on board and support Ghana's economic recovery.
I cannot speak for other donors, but what I can say is that the fact that the World Bank approved this operation yesterday, that the World Bank board approved this operation yesterday, is in fact a recognition of the reform program that has been enacted by the government, and the fact that it's starting to bear fruits. In addition, that financing and the reforms that we've supported will help further advance those reforms and stabilize Ghana. So we do hope that it's going to create confidence in the country, and that could attract the support of other partners.
Your statement talked about also unlocking private sector investment. What did you mean by this and curbing inflation? Because is it the de-risking bit as well? Again, what did you mean by unlocking and bringing in terms of foreign direction? I wanted some clarity on that one.
Yes. So, first, stabilizing the macroeconomy is a key step to attract the private sector and foreign investment. Because when you have high inflation, when the exchange rate is highly variable and depreciating, that does not breed confidence and attract investment. So that's the first step. The second step, we have specific reforms, in this series that should help to attract investment. One that we supported was, for instance, the lowering of the capital requirement for foreign direct investment. Before companies to invest in all sorts of sectors were required to invest a minimum amount of capital to be able to invest in Ghana. So some of those requirements have been relaxed, which should result in increased investment.
The Ghana Employers Association is backing the Social Security and National Trust, SNIT, on its decision to offset its stakes in 6 Ghanaian hotels. According to the association's president, Dr. Emmanuel Edusa-Akodie, the action protects the interests of contributors since the continuous running of the hotels by SNIT will impose a heavy cost burden on SNIT. He spoke at the 3rd Annual Leadership Conference of the Ghana Employers Association.
The Ghana Employers Association instituted the annual leadership conference in 2022 to bring leaders together from various institutions and at different levels to deliberate on policies that support the elevation of women to higher leadership levels. The conference also serves as a graduation ceremony for women who completed their training in the flagship Female Future program. This year, 65 participants graduated from cohort 5 and 6 of the program. President of the Ghana Employers Association, Dr. Emmanuel Edusa-Akodie, explains why the association's mandate is to ensure gender equity.
Ghana Employers Association is committed to the development of human capital, and this particular program is geared towards the development of female human capital to make its contribution towards corporate and society as a whole. And this is the third one, and it's been, I would say it's been impactful, very, very impactful. You heard from yourself, 275 graduates so far, and improving and making an impact both in the corporate as well as in social life.
Deputy Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dinah Asunabadapa, noted that she is confident the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic will pass the Affirmative Action Bill to champion gender equity.
There's been a number of agenda as far back as the 90s, where we used to joke about Beijing Conference, etc. There's been, if you look at where I'm coming from, the legal profession, we see that replicated even within the legal profession. If you go to the law faculties, if you go to the bench now, lawyers, more women are coming out. And so policy-wise, I think there's that understanding. But of course, I agree with you that the Affirmative Action Bill will be the icing on the cake. I am confident that we're going to get it past this Parliament because all the stages that it has to go through. The last time I checked before Parliament went on recess was for the committee to make some amendments, which would then come back to Parliament. And then once those amendments have been made, the Honourable House will proceed to pass it.
In response to the intended sale of the Social Security and National Trust stakes to Rock City, Dr. Edusa-Akodie stated that the actions of SNIT is in the best interest of contributors.
All the hotels, with the exception of where we are all loss-making. Never paid dividend to the company, to SNIT before. And remember, hotels, after every 5 to 8 years, you have to retool them. Should we still take workers' funds to throw it back into a hotel that has not paid dividend over the last 5 to 8 years, or should invite the private sector to come in? So I think there's no question about the principle. Principle is right, process is right. We can discuss the politics, the optics of who has won. If you ask me, I absolutely stand by it that these hotels are loss-making. They will need to be retooled. SNIT, in the light of debt exchange and all that, should not put cash behind these hotels, but rather call private sector to put in money.
This year's leadership conference, which was held on the theme Breaking Barriers, Women Leading the Charge in New Frontiers, also coincided with the 5th anniversary of the flagship Female Future program.
Moving on, workers of the produce buying company of Cocoa Board have mounted pressure on the government to pay them their 10 months unpaid salaries, else they will embark on a sit-down strike. The aggrieved workers gathered at the Cocoa Board head office in the Ashanti region, clad in red, to drum home their demand after several engagements. They want management to immediately make payments to avert an industrial action. Seth Edusei is vice chairman of the Workers' Union.
So, asking the government to come into our aid for a period of 10 months now. We haven't yet been given a salary. Management always go to office and work. Some of them are suffering for this 10 solid months. Some of them are taking salaries. So we want government to intervene as soon as possible. If the company happens to have a particular problem, it is two things. He either writes to us and tell us that I brought you these people to work with, but I've come to realize I cannot continue with them any longer. Therefore, I want to close down the company. So whatsoever we are entitled to, then they come on board and pay to us. But for us to be left there, we're not receiving salary, but management is receiving salary. Yes. This is cheating. Who can you do this to? This is disheartening. It doesn't have to happen under President Kufuor, whom we know is a very strong legal person. This thing, when it is brought to his chamber to go and deal with, how will he take care of some of these issues? Staff that has family. We feed our children. Yes. We feed our wives. Yes. We do other things apart from our family. So all these things are on board. Nobody's helping us with this. Yes. We have sounded a lot of information to to this country. Both opposition and then ruling government. Nobody is listening to us.
Yes.
We have been left to our own fate. And how can you live in this person-hot economy in Ghana without not receiving salary?
Are also calling on Yoko to launch investigations into the management of their sample residue fund. According to the Workers' Union, millions of cedis worth of sample residue funds intended for their welfare have gone missing.
Have worked and also organized some sort of cocoa. As a company, we always work and then put certain cocoa down. In case of any emergency, we use some of this money to defray it. Over a period of time, we have tagged or named this particular thing as a sample residue. This sample residue, when you combine it from the period of 2016-2017 or 2017-2028, this money could have also have used to clear some of this stock of 5,471 stock. It is a figure that we want management to also come and account for. In our financial statement, we have not seen any provision made for the sample residue. Who is holding the sample residue? Which account does the sample residue fall into? We are again asking Yoko to come and investigate the sample residue quantum of the money that management is still holding. Recently, we oversaw that management has started auctioning some of our properties. Yes. When we call them to order and ask them, why are they doing this? What are they using this money for? They told us that they are using the money to settle electricity bills.
Moving on, Managing Director of Ghana Water Limited, Engineer Dr. Clifford Brimer, is urging the town and fiscal planning institutions to collaborate and work with each other in order to provide the needed infrastructures for water supplies in new and developing communities across. He was speaking at the third PURC regulatory conversation in Accra. Here's more.
The third PURC regulatory conversation is part of the Commission's ongoing effort to enhance transparency, engage public interest, and serve as an educational tool. Executive Secretary of the PURC, Dr. Ishmael Aka, emphasized the importance of water in the domestic economy.
Water has a cultural attribute. So when you go to the Ashanti region, you can hear a town called Esuoyebua. You never find Kanya Yebua in anywhere in Ghana. Now, what it means is that there's a cultural, social perspective when it comes to ownership, when it comes to protection, when it comes to the use of water. So if today we don't have electricity, so far as there are transmission lines, we can import electricity from Togo or somewhere, Côte d'Ivoire. If you don't have water, it will be very difficult to import water.
Ebokwe Green is the board chairman of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission.
Even though PRC's water mandate is limited to urban areas, the Commission, from its vantage position as the sole regulator of energy and water utility services, has acquired deep insights into cross-cutting structural and operational bottlenecks that exist between the urban and rural structures. It is worth noting that despite significant progress in the water sector in Ghana, obstacles persist that impede universal access to safe drinking water. These circumstances have prompted us to question whether, after several years of implementing the aforementioned reforms, it is not time to reassess the situation.
Managing Director of Ghana Water Limited, Engineer Dr. Clifford Brimer, called for proper town planning.
Somebody goes to build because the place in these blocks, probably far away from city center, he now wants you to extend water to the person. And so for me, to lay a 4-inch pipe to a community, I am looking at how many people I'm going to serve and how many days, how many months will it take for us, for people to pay through the tariff for us to recoup it. If that cannot be done, you send the water there. It seems that from day one, you are in a loss and you are supposed to be in business. So some of these things come, and that's why we think that the fiscal planning people should take it up and let us work together.
The third PURC regulatory conversation focused on the theme confronting the status quo of Ghana's drinking water supply, best practices in resilience, sustainability, and investment.
German Development Bank, operating in Ghana through KfW, is calling for a close collaboration between Ghana and other African economies to leverage artificial intelligence to drive the economic growth of the continent. Speaking to Joy Business, KfW Country Director Annette Wilhelm said 3i Africa Summit is a testament of the enormous opportunities digitalization brings in transforming the economy.
I hope that the collaborations among African countries and with the rest of the world will increase. This was a recurring theme throughout formal and informal discussions. This collaboration includes access to technology, invention of homegrown technology, increased interoperability of different payment and banking systems, proper policy coordination for regulation to enable conducive framework conditions, not increasing red tape. All in all, more efficient operation of businesses and reduced transaction costs will lead to higher competitiveness of local businesses, a basis for higher growth and more decent jobs for Africa's young population. I think that's what unleashing Africa's fintech and digital economy potential means.
Resident representative of ECOWAS in Ghana has called for support for children with special needs to help them achieve their full potential in life. Speaking at an event to climax the 49th celebration of the Economic Community of West African States at the Jolu Special School, Baba Ghana Wakil said this support will go a long way to help them become useful citizens in the sub-region.
Today is my first visit here, and I hope that we will sustain the relationship, the connection that I established. Whether I am here or not, somebody else will take over my duty, and you will see what I have done today. And in another ECOWAS Day celebration, and when you need his help or his assistance, you can reach out to the office of the ECOWAS ambassador here in Ghana in the SNIT building in the airport city. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is our active partner. There is an ECOWAS office in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs whom we work together to see that we extend the necessary support to special places such as this. So these young people are also ECOWAS citizens. They are ECOWAS citizens living in Ghana. And it is our duty to support them and encourage them to explore their full potential.
Meanwhile, headmaster of the school, Frederick Tete, thanked the commission for the gesture and expressed his desire to see the commission support them in their skills acquisition agenda of the facility.
And the relationship that we are starting to do today, I want to assure you, I don't want to end here today. And I will personally take your contact, and I will promise that anytime I need something, I'll follow you. I want to assure you, I'll be knocking at your door 24/7. And this school will be a lot. And like I said, travel the road and go. And once ECOWAS, they are going to contribute their resources to support the needy in the society, I will be there every day to discuss with you how best we can develop these kids so that when they graduate from this institution, they can also do something meaningful to help their communities and to help the development of ECOWAS. On behalf of this advocate, sir, and your entourage, I want to assure you I'm most grateful to you. And my prayer is that God will strengthen you as a leader. God will grant you enough of wisdom and knowledge to lead this community, ECOWAS group.
Time for the Entrepreneur in You series, as Dr. Ampon shares how, tells the difference between your profit, your margin, your profit, and your net margin.
So we tend to not realize that profit is different from margin, and they have different functions within your business. Hello. Hello, profits and margin. It's because these are terms that we use interchangeably every day. So we tend to not realize that profit is different from margin, and they have different functions within your business. Your profit is the amount of money you make after you subtract your cost of goods. So say I were to sell clothing, I would go to the wholesaler, buy them in certain quantities, bring them to your shop, and then sell them at a higher price than I bought it. If you bought your clothes at 600 cedis, and after selling all these clothes, you got 1,000 cedis. That means you made a profit of 1,000 minus 600. So you made 400 cedis. The difference between profit and margin is that margin is a function, it's a percentage, it's not an actual amount. It means you made 400 cedis divided by 1,000 cedis, which is 40%. So margin is basically the profit divided by your sales price expressed as a percentage. That makes margin a very important ratio to have as a business person. And margin is the same as profit margin. The term is used interchangeably most of the time, but your profit is an actual figure, margin is a ratio, it's a percentage, and your profit margin is the same as your margin. But what if on the way I decided to buy an iPhone or a new shoe or a new watch and made it a business expense? That is why your net profit shows the actual profitability of your business, including all expenses. It includes the clothes you bought at 600, your electricity, it includes your taxes, your permits, your transportation, salaries, everything. If at the end of everything, subtracting all of these expenses, you made 200 cedis, and still sold at 1,000 cedis, it means that you made a profit of 400 cedis, but a net profit of 200 cedis. So your margin might be 40%, but your net margin in this case is 20%. So as an entrepreneur, as we fundraise, investors and your friends and family that wants to chip in will need to be shown these ratios to prove that, yes, you, number one, understand how the business atmosphere is, but also to understand why the ratio of your margin and your net margin shows how efficient you use your money, and also shows how efficient your sales process is. So it means that for every CD that comes in, 40% is profit, 20% is pure profit. I'm sure you're thinking what I'm thinking. There might be some inefficiencies in the extra 20% that you might be able to carve out to make more money than you would normally make. So if someone says I made a margin of 200 CDs, you have to ask the person, maybe that's your profit. What's your actual margin? Because margin is a percentage and profit is the actual figure. And margins show how efficient your sales process is, whilst profit, that's exactly what the word says, how profitability of the business. That's it for today. Keep well.
Brought to you by Africa School of Entrepreneurship.
Follow Dr. Maxwell Ampon and the Entrepreneur in You series right here on Mondays and Thursdays, and also on radio and all our social media platforms. That's it for tonight. I am Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. I leave you with international business. Have a good evening.
The scramble for Africa's resources continues to pit the East against the West as Russia, China, Europe, and new JoyNews debate to mark AU Day, which was last Saturday. Join us on Friday, the 31st of May, as Dr. Yao Graham of the Third World Network, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh of CDD, Mavis Owusu-Gyamfi of the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, and Professor Priscilla Chumesi-Bafo of the University of Ghana's Department of Economics engage in thought-provoking debate on the geopolitical future of Ghana and Africa, with contributions from Bright Simmons and Yao Nsako. This primetime debate is designed to spark a continental conversation on the foreign policy direction of African democracies. Should Ghana look east or west? Join the debate this Friday on Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
After I was done with 4 years of journalism in GIG, I made up my mind I was not going to be a journalist.
I didn't picture myself being to be a creative. 9 to 5 means that I have to wake up at a certain time, close at a certain time. That kind of routine is really boring to me.
People are insecure due to comparison and due to what they've been exposed to. You don't have a car, but as soon as your friend gets a car, that's a problem.
I look at my friends, I look at what they're doing, I look at what they're putting in. I don't want to be that guy that's always waking up and asking people for Momo. No.
Like, pray, you are reading all of this for what?
To tell the stories of the underdeserved, because they don't have a voice. I'm strongly motivated, not because of me, but because of the people around me.
Start that business, go for that job, gain that weight, lose that weight.
Be motivated. If you don't find your motivation, nobody will find it for you.
And I like your caption, talk no they cook rice.
It's giving Gen Z.
Talk no they cook rice.
Hi there, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Wasbout. Now tonight, the maintenance of sports infrastructure has been a long-standing problem with Ghana. The emergence of the University of Ghana Stadium has raised new concerns as to whether the country's trend of poor maintenance will continue. Joy Sports' Daniel Crantain has been exploring this very subject and came through with this report.
Attraction. The action or feature which makes something interesting or desirable. The evolution of mankind has pointed to a plethora of identical and recurring behaviors, including a strong attraction to new things or people. The sight of something new releases the feel-good hormone known as dopamine. It's responsible for giving a sense of pleasure and also motivation to do something. To put it simply, when we see a new object, our brain experiences a dopamine rush. This release of dopamine motivates us to seek and explore the new object. Once you get used to the object, once it becomes familiar to you and there's nothing new to experience from it, then the release of dopamine comes to a halt. This is known as the psychology of novelty, and this phenomenon is probably the main killer of our sporting infrastructure in Ghana. The Cape Coast Stadium, commissioned in 2016, hosted over 100 high-profile games within the first 3 years of its opening. From Black Stars games, Women's AFCON, to the Wafu Cup of Nations, almost everything sports was hosted at the venue during the period. This obviously led to the facility being burdened and in dire need of a facelift months to the 2024 African Games earlier this year. The Accra Stadium received a much-needed makeover in 2018 prior to the Women's AFCON, its first since 2008. Upon completion, the pressure began, or should I say, it continued. Over 160 league matches were hosted at the venue within the first 2 years of renovation, not taking into consideration training sessions, major tournaments, and other non-sporting activities. With Cape Coast and Accra slowly deteriorating and deemed not fit for purpose, Ghana found a new love just in time for the 2022 FIFA World Cup playoff game against Nigeria. A new-look Baba Yara Sports Stadium, which had been closed down for over a year for renovation works. The edifice has now played host to over 50 league games since its reopening, including Black Stars home matches. All this with very little maintenance works being done. The country's knack for using and dumping sporting infrastructure in favor of a newer edifice is an attitude Uncle Joe from the famed Ghanaian sitcom Sun City would be proud of. The newest in this seemingly unending cycle of abuse is a University of Ghana Stadium. Commissioned earlier this year for the African Games, the facility has already begun to attract event organizers. At just 2.5 months old, the University Stadium has already hosted 14 football games, which include the African Games and the Wafu Under-17 Champ, as well as track and field competitions. The MTN FA Cup, which features 2 Brong-Ahafo-based clubs, has been scheduled for the University Stadium in Accra, just a week after the WAFU Under-17 competition is completed. However, Director of Sports at the University of Ghana, Dr. Bello Butugu, whose office is in charge of the maintenance of the facility, assures it will not suffer the same fate as all the other sporting infrastructure.
And you know, one of the major issues we have in Ghana is maintenance. Not only in sporting facilities, not in fact, in the literature they keep talking about sporting facilities and public facilities, but even private ones. We build homes, we get rooms, after some years we don't maintain, we have the same thing every time. So then let me tell you one thing, proven empirically, ascertained and manifested in literature, etc., that in this part of the world especially, but generally, right, sporting facilities are best maintained when they are in educational institutions. And that is why the University of Ghana is going to prove to the whole world, especially Ghanaians, the University of Ghana is able and capable, knows the difficulties and has the wherewithal to get this stadium to a level where we say yes, excellent maintenance and sustainability. And there is a concept that has been prepared. And I believe that in a few years we'll look back and say, fantastic, the best decision ever.
The fact is, we have heard such promises before in the past, and that did not stop the inevitable. But as American author Brandon Sanderson said, words are where most change begins. We can only hope that this is where the country turns over a new leaf.
Beautiful report there. Well, let's get to the camp of the Sports Writers Association because its president, Kwabena Eboa, has offered a valuable guidance to Black Stars head coach Tuado in a second stint ahead of the team's crucial 2026 FIFA World Cup qualification matches against Mali and Central African Republic. Tuado, who returned to Ghana following his reappointment as head coach of the Black Stars, faces the task of rebuilding and leading the team to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now, speaking at the coach's press briefing for the unveiling of the squad, the veteran sports journalist stressed the importance of Tuado's ability to handle the divergent opinions and criticisms of the public, emphasizing that the coach should not take criticisms personal.
You are the official coach, but the real coaches are here. So the criticisms will come in, some will be caustic, some will be very vitriolic, some will be vituperative. And understand that as journalists we mean well. So don't take the criticisms personal, but they will come in fast and think. Because you've had some of the tactics and systems already coming from some of the colleagues. Whether you're going to play the Rollout system or whether you're going to play the Mourinho system. So they will definitely come. But you know that just understand that we're in this together and we want to see the good of it. Thank you very much.
You know, the Ghana Football Association has backed Tuado's 26-man call-up for the crucial World Cup qualifier against Mali and Central African Republic. Now, that squad, which surprisingly excluded informed captain Andre Ayew, has generated intense public debate, with some questioning the rationale given by the head coach. I was speaking to Joyce Forsan-Talanato on Prime Morning, Public Relations Officer and Strategist of the Association, Neil Armstrong Amotogbe, emphasized the association's support for the coach's call-up and the need to look beyond some senior players.
I think for us at the FA, we will be looking at is what's the coach's perspective with his project. Remember that Otto came in the first time on a very short-term basis, qualifiers for the World Cup, went there, made a fairly, I would say, okay impression. In coming back, he's clearly in a different frame of mind. His frame of mind is long-termism. And that's not to say those who have made a contribution over the years do not matter. But if you listen to him at the conference yesterday, he said he prefers to speak about those. He said he prefers to respect the space that he has with his captain, which is Andre Ayew, the captain of the team as it stood. And so based upon the conversation he had with Dede, the decision they arrived at was Dede would sit out these 2 games. And he was specific that it is these 2 games that it is sitting out. I think that that's basically where we would want to leave it. It's his decision. He's taking it. He knows the stakes are high. He says these next 2 games are crucial to our qualification effort for 2026 USA, Mexico, Canada World Cup, which is a national project. It's not only a football project, it's a very national project, and I'm sure in the coming days we'll explain what we mean by national project. So outpouring of concern by Ghanaians is very well noted by the FA, and I'm sure the coach has also taken, Coach Ado has taken notice of what Ghanaians are saying about Dede's omission. But he has a broad perspective on what he's doing. He knows the players that are potentially available, the players that are on injury list who should be coming back. He's worked with Dede before. Dede is not a stranger to him. So if he says at this time, for these 2 games, this is the stock of players that he's going to work with, I think we'll just respect that decision and put all our support behind him, because he's called for it, that we are on a sort of a rebuild, in his words. And so in rebuilding, you look at blending the old or the experience with the new. And he has some experience in there and feels that the experience he has in there is good enough for these 2 matches to blend with, especially the new ones that he's brought in, to give us, hopefully, the kind of output that we expect.
Well, he also revealed the association's plan to ensure a seamless transition of the current under-17 boys team following the exploit at the WAFU B under-17 tournament. According to him, although head coach Lai Kinson's resignation affected the team's performance in the last game, he believes the boys did impress the nation, and the association will assist in the overall development.
Well, it's a decision that I believe the Executive Council will be looking at closely. Lai's project ran for about 7 months, thereabouts, and we were all privy to the kind of levels to which the team rose. Remember, we went to the various international friendly tournaments or international invitational tournaments where the team put up a performance that raised the expectation levels of all Ghanaians. One, it was that we started with the WAFU under-17 Zone B Championship here. First game 5-1 against Ivory Coast. Next game 2-0. Everybody expected that then we should be hopefully qualifying directly for the under-17 AFCON. Unfortunately, the results didn't go our way thereafter. Lai more like announced his intent to leave the role in the course of the tournament. I think that created a bit of instability around the team. But you asked the question about what next. So the FA has we formed different levels of national teams. Remember that we used to have certain competitive national teams, under-17s, under-20s, under-23, and then the senior Black Stars. One of the things at the level of strategy that the FA realized was that between under-17 and under-20, you find that quite a number of the players who played under-17, they seem to get lost in their transition, those 3 transitional years. And so by vision of the president, Kurt Edwin Simeon Okraku, and the Executive Council, the decision was taken to form national teams at every age level, so that when you transition from 17 or you move from 17, you go to 18, there is a team of qualified coaches, competent coaches there to manage your transition. Then you go to U19 all the way to U20, and we believe that by so doing, you seamlessly transition the players from the U17 competitive team to the next competitive team, and they don't get lost in between this. So if you ask the question about what's next, that is what is next for this crop. For those who will still be young enough to play in next year's U17 championship, I believe they will be retained to form the core of the team, and others will be added to them. The pool of talent, the whole idea in strategic terms is widening the pool of talent that is available to us for our competitive national teams at any point in time.
Very well.
We will no longer have only a U17 team that feeds a U20. You've got U16, you've got U15, U18, U19, U20. Players from all this stock could be put together in a core to feed, say, a U20 team that is going to play in another international tournament. So for us, it's about widening that pool of talent that is available to us at any given point in time. With the previous arrangement, you didn't have that wide a pool, and we think that widening it that way will be good. And it's not only for the boys' game, by the way, it's also for the girls. They also have their age teams from U15 all the way up to the U20 level. So that's basically the strategy.
Let's talk about one Black Stars player who has moved from his club, and it's Osman Bukari, because Major League Soccer outfit Austin FC, they've completed the signing of the Ghana international Osman Bukari. Now, Bukari joins the club from Serbian side Red Star Belgrade on a permanent deal. The 25-year-old will join the club as a designated player, signing 3 and a half-year contract that extends through to the end of the 2027 season, with an option for 2028. The completion of the deal is subject to the receipt of Bukhari's international transfer certificate and P1 visa. The Black Stars winger arrives in Austin after spending the last 2 seasons with Red Star Belgrade in Serbia. Bukhari registered 25 goals and 20 assists in 78 appearances across all competition, as Red Star won back-to-back Serbian league titles and back-to-back Serbian Cups. His imminent move will see him become the latest Black Star to move to the MLS after Joseph Pinto joined LA Galaxy. Let's bring you some update from Europe now, and we are joined by DW's Chris Harrington, who joining us all the way from Berlin, Germany. Chris, good to have you once again. Earlier in the week, you mentioned the Champions League final. It's coming up on the 1st of June at Wembley, and one German outfit, Dortmund, they are in there with a chance to win their 2nd title, but they will have to get that win over Real Madrid. We expect it to be a very difficult one, but what's your expectations ahead of the game?
Yeah, it's quite the tale of two clubs. Real Madrid, the granddaddy of this competition, have won more than any other club. They come in with a coach who's won the competition more than any other coach in football. He's even won it twice as a player as well, and Carlo Ancelotti up against Edin Terzic at Dortmund. Call him a working-class coach that hasn't had anything to really put in his silverware case at the level of the Champions League title. This is the ultimate prize in club football. I mentioned a couple of storylines coming into this pitch. Marco Reus, the longtime Dortmund captain. He's been at Dortmund for over a decade. He's netted over 100 goals. I think the number is 170 goals, over 130 assists. He's been called a living legend by his coach. I'm sure he'll be trying to leave, with a smile on his face. And then on the other side of that equation, we have Real Madrid, Toni Kroos. He's won it 4 times as a player. He's won everything under the sun, because he's been part of Real Madrid and their legacy, in their winning history. So they have these storylines. The support base and the clubs will be looking to send these players who they hold in high regard on a positive farewell. Then we have this battle of the youngsters. Jude Bellingham went to Dortmund. He didn't put up the number. He didn't have productive as he's been at Real Madrid. And then he's kind of pitted against, in a lot of respects, to Jadon Sancho, a Dortmund player that's made a return to Dortmund, trying to play himself back on the radar. These will be, this is the pinnacle match. This is the final hoorah for club football to look forward to. I'm pulling for Dortmund only because I'm pulling for the underdog team. I think that goes against what most football pundits will say. Ancelotti calls the bunch that he has humble, calls them the best he's ever coached, which says a lot when you know anything about the players he's coached in the past. I think Dortmund are going to be, they know they're the underdogs, and I think that they're going to be fighting as such until the final whistle. Hopefully it's a quite competitive match, and it thrills fans on both sides of the pitch. And Dortmund, in the end, have reason to celebrate, and they walk away victorious. That's what I'm hoping. Do I think it's likely? I think it's unlikely, but I'm still pulling that way despite that.
We'll see what happens on Saturday there. But Creste reports that former Bayern Munich coach Hans Flick could impact the Eken roster due to player discomfort and few disagreements in there. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, Barcelona and Hansi Flick seem to be a done deal. And, when I look at the roster of Barcelona, the first player I thought of was Robert Lewandowski. And then another player. Barcelona have been interested in Joshua Kimmich for quite some time. He's only 29 years old, but the latest reports say that Barcelona turned down, the player Kimmich turned down one offer in terms of salary. That seems to be the sticking point. Kimmich wants more money. He earns nearly $20 million a year at Bayern Munich. He wants something tantamount to that. If that's not the case, I don't know if that'll work. But in terms of personnel, and players, knowing your coach and so forth, Joshua Kimmich, I think, would be a good addition because under Hansi Flick, one thing you can't deny is they were magical at Bayern Munich. He won 6 trophies in 2020. And before that, he was an assistant with Germany under Joachim Löw. They won the World Cup in 2014. He, to this day, has the highest winning percentage at a club, 81%, which is remarkable. And I think he's trying to clean up his image. Hansi Flick, didn't leave coaching on the highest note. He coached Germany at the Qatar World Cup, and they didn't make it beyond the group stage, which leaves a lot of people adding pressure to why Germany has to perform well for this Euros, which they're hosting this summer. But Hansi Flick in Barcelona might be a good deal. Let's see if Lewandowski is positive. And I'm sure that Kimmich is not going to be the only player that Hansi Flick tries to attract. I think time will tell if Bayern Munich and Kimmich, come to some form of agreement. That is yet to be the case. So I'll be here to report it once it is.
Well, Chris, we appreciate that update very much. That's Chris Harrington. He joined us all the way from Berlin, Germany, from the latest and European football there, specifically in Germany. Well, let's bring some update from the Roland Garros French Open that happened because Djokovic managed to cruise to the next stage of the competition, and this is how he did it in style. So we've got for you in Prime Sports tonight with me, Razak Musbah. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Have a wonderful evening.
How come say we all day my time inside we all they suffer? Something they cause me, they call son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know that that be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we dey sink, oh. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Alright. Yes. You are the star. The right.
1 to Ethane Diol.
Yeah. Sodium hypochlorite. Yes. Yes, Selena.
Coordinates.
Of course. What else?
After I was done with 4 years of journalism in GIG, I made up my mind I was not going to be a journalist.
I didn't picture myself being a doctor. I've always wanted to be a creative. 9 to 5 means that I have to wake up at a certain time, close at a certain time. That kind of routine is really boring to me.
People are insecure due to comparison and due to what they've been exposed to. You don't have a car, but as soon as your friend gets a car, that's a problem.
I look at my friends, I look at what they're doing, I look at what they're putting in. I don't want to be that guy that's always waking up and asking people for Momo. No.
Like, pray, you are reading all of this for what?
To tell the stories of the underdeserved, because they don't have a voice.
I'm strongly motivated not because of me, but because of the people around me.
Start that business. Go for that job. Gain that weight, lose that weight.
Be motivated. If you don't find your motivation, nobody will find it for you.
And I like your caption, talk no they cook rice.
It's giving Gen Z.
Talk, no they cook rice.
The scramble for Africa's resources continues to pit the East against the West as Russia, China, Europe, and America deploy different strategies to acquire our vast and bountiful resources. As the black star of Africa, Ghana has almost everything these superpowers need. But what do we want in return? And who can give it to us on the best terms, the East or the West? This is the subject of the exciting new JoyNews debate to mark AU Day, which was last Saturday. Join us on Friday, the 31st of May, as Dr. Yao Graham of the Third World Network, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh of CDD, Mavis Owusu-Gyamfi of the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, and Professor Priscilla Chumesi-Bafo of the University of Ghana's Department of Economics engage in thought-provoking debate on the geopolitical future of Ghana and Africa, with contributions from Bright Simmons and Yao Nsako. This primetime debate is designed to spark a continental conversation on the foreign policy direction of African democracies. Should Ghana look east or west? Join the debate this Friday on JoyNews. Independent, fearless, credible.
Now, if today I want to say I want to move to the global market to go teach in the UK, I have the UK standard due to the teacher license I had in Ghana, projecting me to the global market.
They are the guardians of knowledge and the sculptors of minds.
The National Teaching Council is there to support Ghanaian children, Ghanaian teachers, to make sure that we get the right quality. In doing that, we will make people uncomfortable because you bring change that didn't exist.
But here is a test of their own license to teach.
Though we've experienced some negativity during the implementation, but in all, we cannot rubbish it off, because once we are a professional body, we need to be regulated.
We shouldn't introduce rules and regulations that will make it unattractive. Therefore, people will react negatively.
Will this arrangement stand the test of time?
No, some may say, or the agencies will say they do pay us some allowance at the end of the year, but accumulatively, when you calculate everything, you realize it's cost intensive.
Licensed to Teach, a Joy News hotline documentary.
Amba commander amba ka sempe pe bia me engine ndi asa wa gban la so many years obado 4 years wa dadayen second 4 years also wa dadayen ene sisi e don ayetimi a yiri push ya kwakoto abafufuri nti ahwa ambo ebra papa bia we mani mi nti agidi de emene wo boto amo a
almost since 2015 bia oswa up to now obiaba what's bosom meanwhile I'm bosom property since I'm been bodin bosom I am bosom property Ghana property.
8 years exactly when this factory was commissioned. But after the commissioning of the factory, there have been several narratives as to why the factory hasn't been put to work.
Where factory no one yet a fu anka ntimfita ase no mana na wa hye mfiri na na order wo hye ka ho na ewie no order wo kra echichira wonye wie semi processed sugar na wo de abogum na we fi ase daaye.
Well, they have been described in the past as the engine of growth, and I'm talking about the private sector. But are they still playing that role as the engine of growth, or the growth itself is not coming? Are they being given the required environment to grow? What about the current challenges facing the economy, and how are they faring in terms of today? Well, on PM Express Business Edition, we're talking about private sector and the economy. How are things faring for them in the current state of the economy? Is it quite challenging? Or indeed, trust the Ghanaian private sector. They will always survive, even in the midst of difficult times. Surviving as a business in these times, the private sector, what do they want? And how are they managing in these current challenges? I'll be engaging the Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation, Nana Sebonsu, as we talk about private sector, everything that has got to do with the private sector, and how do they want it done in these times. These issues wrapped up on PM Express Business Edition. Right back after this break.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
Well, no.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you...
It go be. Deposit and maintain a minimum balance of 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it to qualify to win your share of 1.2 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. EMG. Join the EcoBank Million Gang. A better way to enjoy life. Deposit today. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank. The Pan-African.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo Superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, 1 bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Welcome to PM Express Business Edition as we talk about the private sector
and the economy. How are private businesses out there faring in these challenging times? And is there indeed light at the end of the tunnel? Or there is no light at all, and they are currently struggling? How are they managing the situation? And how are they also engaging government to ensure that their stakes or their concerns are addressed? The Private Enterprise Federation is the umbrella body for all the major private businesses and associations out there. So today, we're engaging the apex of that body that oversees all the private federations and associations out there. Nana Bonsu is the chief executive of the Private Enterprise Federation. And it's been ages, and I wouldn't say it has been a miracle getting you in studio here.
A miracle, but we've always been looking forward to coming back to engage with you and then to discuss the issues plaguing the private sector, why we are not where we want to go, and why things are what they are, or the way we see things. Then the kind of approaches that we're trying to utilize to make things better for us. When private sector moves up, the whole entire community goes with it, because we create the jobs, we give the people the food to their mouths, and we create the employment opportunity, and also the wealth. Every time we talk about jobs, businesses don't go to business to create jobs. They go to business to make money, to create wealth. And once they get in the wealth, they want to grow some more. And they need people, and that's how they create jobs. But every time we're talking about the public sector, the government, to create jobs, yes, indeed, we want to create jobs, but that's not our original motive or destination of our investments. We want to make money. Money drives the jobs creation, and that is what we call wealth. Yes.
But now, how are you? I mean, I know you've been working on a lot of things. I mean,
yes, we do.
How are you yourself? How have you been doing over the past months? I know that you've been doing a lot of work privately in terms of the federation and all the rest. What have you been up to at the personal level?
Well, we've been up to almost everything, because we're involved in travels in different sectors of the economy, in construction, in banking, in finance, in insurance, in pensions, and all that. So the point is, at the pinnacle of the business angle, the federation sits there, and once they have to cater to the interests of all the participants, core partners, players in the different sectors of the economy. So it really drives us to the point where sometimes we struggle to be able to accommodate all the various interests, but we have to, because that's our responsibility, and we do.
Your federation represents everything about private business in this country.
Correct.
What is the current state
of the
private sector?
Private sector? We're hurting badly.
How bad?
Very bad. Very bad, in the sense that cost of money is the driver of what private sector does. The avenues of operations, the rules of engagement, these are things that are hurting us badly. When the laws are not clear, when the avenues are not open, and when the resources to operate are not available, then it makes the private sector to struggle. What do we do to get these things streamlined, especially the cost of money? And when the cost of money is high and the money is not available, and borrowing is at the pinnacle, at the height where you can borrow, but even repayment becomes a difficult situation, then the private sector is distressed. Distress to the extreme core of the word.
But this distress to the extreme core
of the
that is bad.
It is
situation.
It is. It is. I'm not going to belabor the point that yes, this is no politics. Let's not play the game. The cost of money, very, very high, and if somebody is going to make a return on their investment, people don't go borrow for nothing just because I want to borrow and then go spend. No, I want to borrow and then expand. No, they want to borrow with the expectation that they'll pay back and expand and then create opportunity for themselves, much more for the partners. And if they don't foresee that future, then borrowing becomes something like survivability. How do I survive by borrowing? Because if you don't borrow, you're possibly going to tank to the point where you now drop out of the system.
Now, I get from you that it's the bit about the cost of credit that has worsened your current situation. I mean, what do you tell those who would argue that it was expected because of the current state of the economy?
It was expected.
I'm just saying, what do you tell those who say that? I get the picture about how worse or how it's gotten to the lowest for the private sector. And what do you tell those who say that, George, it was expected because of where the economy is and the private sector doesn't
Why did
operate?
the economy get to that level, George? Because they didn't listen to good practical reasons of doing business. And that's why where the public sector, with the opportunity and the authority to do things, that's where they sometimes fault by not listening to the private sector. The engine of growth, as you said, we are the vehicles that drive, but we don't make the policies. The policies are made by the political leadership. And sometimes the political leadership have 8 years, sir. 8 years. And within the 8-year period, they can learn, they can falter, they can do right, but they got to listen. And if they don't listen, then we all fall victims of the, I wouldn't say ineptitude, but by the ways that they have done business, which the results are what we're seeing today.
But the Private Enterprise Federation, it's huge, some would say. Why did we wait to get here when you argue that they were not listening? Because you guys, I mean, I know how you've been exposed to the American economy and how the private sector there, the lobbying and everything, and they hold the economy. If you tell government that if you don't do X, Y, Z, we're going to react. I mean, just complaining about they not listening, and now I get the picture about the sector being in its worst state. Some will say that, what was the Federation doing with all these organizations and associations that falls under this umbrella?
George, talk is cheap. You can talk all you want. We're not like labor, where they can go with placards on the streets and wave hallelujah, hallelujah. If you don't listen to us, we're going to do this and that. Private sector doesn't operate that way. We do advocacy. We do advocacy based upon empirical research and the data that accumulate from the research. So we support our advocacy with that data. And if we provide that to the political leadership and they don't want to listen or they don't believe in that data and they think that manna is going to drop from heaven, then that is where the challenge is. We do talk. Don't forget that. We cannot be quiet because when we see things wrong, we alert the leadership that, listen, these things are not working right. We see the road you're taking is not going to yield the expected results that you think you're going to get because we see that it's not going to happen. But that's all we can do, talk. Like me and you doing now.
Yeah.
We can't go stand in the plate and say, hey, we don't do it. No. So we try to advocate and get and engage with the leadership to advise them that the avenues they're going are going to yield these unsavory results for everybody. And that's what is happening.
But someone said that you have the capital, you hold the capital, you hold the money.
Oh,
you hold
no,
the Benjamins.
we hold the money in assets, but we don't hold the money in liquidity in a way that we can withdraw the money. But even if we withdraw the money, it comes back to haunt us. Because at the end of the day, the political leadership is going to go home and new people are going to come. So if we have withdrew the money and then things tanked, who is it going to affect more? It's going to affect the private sector. So we cannot even if we intended and we have the capacity to do, we can't do that because in the long run, we suffer in that avenue.
But some would say that, Nana, that for you, what can be done because it appears that things have gotten bad.
Yes.
But then some would say that, listen, can anything be done to correct the situation?
Oh, yes, indeed. There's always an opportunity to correct. There's always avenues. As bad as it is today, if you wake up and you want to engage, you bring all the private sector players, the think tanks, and then as I said, everything is based upon research. The research to yield the empirical data that justifies action to the left or action to the right. So if the data points that, hey, if we don't do this and the cost of money is so this and that, and we don't provide avenues to create the wealth or to create opportunity for others to grow. Key word is grow. The economy has to grow. Private sector has to grow. The private sector cannot be stagnant in every which ways. So we have to find avenues to utilize the resources that we have to grow the economy, to grow the private sector, to grow and create the jobs and wealth. As I said earlier, wealth is the goal of every private sector.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then one thing that you've started critically is about the cost of credit.
Yes.
That has cascaded and worsened the situation for you. What were some of the concerns that you raised when it comes to the cost of credit? Because we knew about government using certain long-term funds channeled through certain banks in driving down interest rates and all sort of things. But it appears that there's a challenge there. If you look at the Bank of Ghana report, how credit to the private sector has contracted over the period as well. And it appears it won't get better anytime soon.
You know, when we did the debt exchange, that was the beginning of the fall of everything. Because we foresaw that if you had invested in me and I cannot pay you, I would not use autocratic mechanisms and say that I won't pay. I have to negotiate with you and say, okay, I don't have the resources today. We're going to stretch it and we're going to add value even to the point that we don't pay you today and you're foregoing the use of your money. But we cannot abrogate to ourselves and say that, well, we can't pay because we don't have the resources. Now, these things are going to come back. Let me, predict that. Now, the government says they have reached accommodation or, agreement with the foreign creditors.
More of an MOU, a draft MOU.
Well, MOU is MOU, but agreement is an agreement. MOU is an understanding. But agreement is carved in iron, in stone. And if they have, we want to now go to review what they agreed with the foreign creditors compared to what they did to the domestic creditors. And if there's disparity between the two, the domestic creditors are going to wake up and say, wait a minute, you can do that.
Do I get from you, you're going to push
for
a more of a comparability treatment?
Yes, that's, of course. We are
on that agreement you've agreed already with your domestic creditors. Why are you not going to go back for a comparability of treatment?
No, did we have a choice? And at that time, they hadn't had agreement with the foreign. We were watching. And now that they come back and say, publicize what you have agreed to. Let's compare the grapes between the private sector and the public sector. Different countries have done that. Argentina did something similar some years back, 1972, 78, and all. So now, what the government of Ghana without...
But an agreement is an agreement. You've agreed with them.
No.
They have also reached an agreement with the foreign bilateral creditors and the Eurobond holders.
The ministry...
Going back again to say, let there be the comparability of treatment here.
George,
some would say it's very interesting.
We're not going to pay A, B, C, D. We didn't have a choice. Let me take even the federations as a particular instance where we lost our investment because the government refused to accommodate and pay interest from this angle to that angle because they didn't include the accommodation at that time. That is illegal. But they control the purse. They control the legal system. And so we said, okay, we accommodate that and watching. Now that they said they've agreed with the foreign, we now want the documentation to see exactly what the agreement means and how comparable is that, or the equitable, engagement with us, or equitable treatment with the domestic private sector. Because that would not be fair. And we think if it's not, then we have avenues to seek recourse.
Aren't you unwinding? Because some are saying that this was even a part of an IMF. Winding these agreements could take the economy back.
We are private sector businesses. So if the government falters and agrees with an external partner, IMF, and says, okay, IMF, we're going to sacrifice our domestic private sector for the benefit of you, we didn't invest money for that purpose. We said we invest in. You came back and wiped out our values because you are the government. Can the private sector get up one day and wipe out values the government had created? No, because we don't have the authority to do that. So once they have done that, we didn't have any recourse. We only waited and waited. Now, maybe the chicken is coming home to roost. Because now they have to publicize what they have agreed with the foreign creditors. And if it's not equitable with what we should have been treated or given, then we have to seek redress.
Government says that they are honoring the restructured bonds payments. They are meeting the obligations to you. You've already taken the money as well. Coming back to
the restructuring.
The bonds.
They restructuring the bonds. The guy agreed to the restructuring, or they came back and said, from day one ongoing, we restructured.
Then there was an option to get out if the private sector was not interested. That is why they said sign up to it, Nana.
There was no option for, let me put the Private Enterprise Federation. We had invested in some bonds and others.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said that we're not going to pay.
Yeah.
And we're going to do ABC.
Yeah.
Do we have a choice?
Yeah.
Can we tear away the paper?
Yeah.
Can we just throw away the interest? No, we just waited. And then they came and said, we're going to, instead of starting from point 1, they said starting from point 3. Between 1 and 3, what happened? Who decided? Did we agree? No. They said we're starting from point 3. And because of that, we lost value. And the value we lost, who's going to make up for it? So the
how has it affected your, and you talked about your current state. How has it affected your ability in terms of the private sector to even hold on the kind of workers you have already? Because it has implications on your working capital, has implications on your liquidity and all the rest. And a lot of employers have been forced to let some people go home and all the rest. How has that impacted on your ability to even, let me use the word, service the existing human capital that you have?
It has lowered our capacity to continue. Lowered. I didn't say erased. It's lowered it, the potential to do things that you could have walked up and do. Lowered it to the point where you struggle, but we still find ways to be able to do things. You know, not as much as we would have preferred, but in a way that we can continue to, let's say, limp along as we go on, hoping to do better. You know, so it's not the best possible avenue to be doing business, but it's something that we are accommodating because we didn't have much of a choice. If we had a choice, we would have said, oh, forget about it. We take our money and run. But we didn't have a choice. So we are limping along and gradually hoping that things will improve and get better and be able to do business.
And I know in the area of taxes, the Federation has done a lot of work.
Correct.
And what has happened to this work you've done over the year? Because today, there isn't any businessman I would not engage that is complaining about the level of taxes and the hemorrhage then.
What's the level of taxes? 25% income tax.
Multiplicity of taxes and
you're talking about multiplicity
of taxes
and the levies
and all the rest. And for them,
let me not even touch the multiplicity. Let me touch just one, the income tax. The income tax is 25% of everybody that gets income. 25% on 2,000 is different from 25% on 2 million. So the private sector, the lower, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, which constitute the majority of Ghanaian private sector, those are the ones that the income tax equitable treatment is affecting. Because if, as I said, 25 on 2,000 and 25% on 2 million, two different impacts. But then, these taxes are there to pay. So the key point that we did, and we did the report, as I said, the analysis that followed the report on the survey, is that then the majority of the private sector said, okay, then I'm not going to pay. Catch me if you can.
Is that happening?
That is happening every which way.
And then, the difference between the compliance and the avoidance issue, that's what we are seeing right now. That a lot more businesses are now finding innovative means to reduce the tax burdens.
Yes, they wouldn't want to pay. They say, catch me if you can. But if you make it simplified enough, most people will do what we call automatic compliance. They will pay without even you chasing them, because you educate them to the point that they know they have a responsibility. And people go to business to make money for themselves first. They don't go to make money for the government. So if they have to choose between internally generated funding for themselves and responsibility to pay taxes, yes, they know they have obligations, but they got to eat first. So the obligations is to themselves first, and then God do us all.
But there is a moral argument here.
Oh, yes, there
about
is.
the fact that as a private business person, I'm using the lights, I'm using the water, I'm using the infrastructure.
They pay for the light.
Because you think you're overburdened, you are finding legal means to reduce the tax burden.
You talk about tax, you talk about water, you talk about electricity and everything. They pay for infrastructure. They pay for everything. Roads, yes, they pay for it. They were told.
But these are the taxes that they use for them. So if you are finding more innovative means to lessen the tax burden.
So the point is, if you want more people to pay the taxes, lower the taxes, stagger the taxes, that if you make 2 million, 200 cedis, you pay 1% or 2%. If you make 400, you pay equivalent, and then on and stagger to the point where you have the 25% at the pinnacle, at the top level. Because now, not everybody is making the top returns. So if you don't, then you're going to utilize the same money that you don't have to chase the recalcitrant taxpayers to come bring them to book and then ask them to pay. But if you make it simplified and allow the people who made the money to keep a majority of what they call IGF, internally generated funding, then they would be in compliance that you sit home, you don't have to spend a penny, they will remit the taxes to you. And those are the ones that I said, the empirical data dictates that this is what, if you do, Ghana's percentage of tax to GDP compared to Nigeria's percentage of tax to GDP, it's nowhere comparable in the sense that we have the lowest tax to GDP equivalent. Because a lot of people think that, hey, my business is faltering. Now, doom so, what does it mean? The employee has to go home. But at the end of the month, we got to pay them. The customer who is supposed to come to the shop to buy cannot come because there's no electricity. The shop is closed. So how do you expect them to make money to be able to pay the staff, much more to pay taxes? So when it comes to the decision between them and the others, then they said that me first. Me first, because if they don't, then they're going to collapse.
But then what happened to the window or the door that allowed the private sector to engage government on all these things? Because it's very critical. And I've heard this from people, and you're also confirming that, listen, we
haven't, George, I won't let you finish that sentence. We haven't met in a long time.
What happened? The pre-budget engagement, the tax policy unit.
We
what happened?
even had every quarter meeting with the
Minister of Finance.
the EMT.
Yeah, EMT.
We haven't met in a long time.
Why aren't you meeting with the economic
Well, there were
team?
difficulties in the understanding by the leadership that private sector were trying to monitor things, and it's not like we want.
Well, that was the reason they gave you.
No, that was
that
the
you manipulate things too much.
That was, yes, it's like.
But you play a critical role in this economy. There is nothing wrong. You seeking answers or questions or certain things.
Thank you. There's nothing wrong in seeking answers to questions. There's nothing wrong in bringing the issues to your door, so at least you understand that the things that you're doing, the results of that is what we bring into you to see. When we see these things and report and bring it to the discussion, it's not like we want to just hold government to compliance and monitoring them. And yes, it's critical that we monitor because we want to know. And the private sector want to do business because they see that things are not, going on the way that they prefer. If it was going better, believe me, hallelujah, we'd be singing the praises of everybody in town. But it's not. And so we have to bring that to your attention. If you did not realize this is what is happening, that's what we.
So more of you are being so intrusive, and because of that, the economic management team closed the door.
No, we contemplating in getting accommodation to meet with them within the next few weeks and bring that discussion to a point where they can also understand the plight of the private sector and the business community.
But then looking at the current state of the economy, some are saying that, aren't you coming too late? Because you were expecting to be there in the past to shape policy directions.
You said things shape.
Or influence.
Or influence. I like that one better.
Yeah.
Influence the direction.
So you've allowed that to pass?
No, we haven't allowed that to pass. That's why I said that there were no avenues to communicate that. But it's never too late to change course.
But that is serious. Looking at
it is
an administration that is more. The engine of growth, President Kufuor said that the private sector cannot be excluded when it comes to very important things being taken about this economy.
Yes.
And that door has been closed.
Well, the door to me is not closed, but it's just that they're not opening their ears and eyes to see a lot of the things that we want them to see. because we have brought into, let me take one, the gyration of the currency.
Yeah.
And you know my, my favorite phrase, like, gyrating like spaghetti in the wind.
Oh, I see.
Yes, but
that's what's happening now.
That's what is happening now. And we had brought that to the attention of the leadership of government, that, wait a minute, this is not working right. So why don't you do A, B, C, D? They say, well, we're going to go and do this and come back and redress it. We haven't seen that because we thought that, the currency should be strengthened, should be supported in a way that it would allow the economy to at least grow a little bit in bounce and inches and bounce. But it's not happening. So what we suggested is support the currency with gold. And that definitely may be a thing.
Backing the currency with gold, yeah.
Yes, that a lot of countries have done that and supported.
But the Bank of Ghana claims that now they're doing that as well.
Bank of Ghana was doing assets. That $20 million a month of purchase of gold. They don't have, that's minuscule. It's nothing. $20 million.
Interesting.
Yes, we were talking about, let me state this categorically here. The enterprise, the Federation said that, and its members said that, support the currency with gold. Government of Ghana doesn't hold a vault with gold in and going to take and support. So engage the mining companies that this currency is foreign. We need our resources. God did not put Ghanaians here for purpose of foreign invasion, for the purpose for the benefit of Ghanaians. So if the currency is faulty and Ghanaians are failing, we want to take the gold that you guys are mining up to the tune of $1 billion and support our currency. Once it stabilizes, we're still going to give you, we're not going to abrogate like different sectors of the world where they nationalize these kind of mines and others and then say, this is ours, so we're going to take over. We said negotiate and do this to support the currency and at the right time, give it back to them to continue business. Now, it didn't happen for whatever reason. And the point is why. If you have seen one of these mining contracts, this is mines in Ghana for Ghanaians, but we contract with foreigners to mine it. And the contract allows them to keep the resource that they take any and everywhere except maybe bringing it to Ghana, except to pay their staff. These things are not lending itself or leading itself to the benefit of Ghanaians. So the currency, people chase it and it still continue to gyrate in every which ways. So the government has to do something about the currency. And as you said, Bank of Ghana is buying, and indeed Bank of Ghana is buying about $20 million a month of gold. That is minuscule, tip of the iceberg. It doesn't help any. Why don't we go full blast, ballistics, and take whatever is ours and do as we want to stabilize our currency and then hand it over once the currency stabilizes. The government has not done that. And we're tiptoeing around these things. For what reason? I don't know. And these are some of the questions that we want to have answers to when we meet with
them. So it appears that your proposals were not taken. That's why we have gotten here, because this was more of a radical approach in trying to stabilize the currency.
Well, I wouldn't say that's the reason why. We thought that's one of the solutions. But
that was not taken.
That was not taken.
And that has contributed
and so far, we see that since it's not been taken, the currency continues to slide. If you look at the currency from even a few months ago to the level of the exchange with the US dollar, the euro, and the British sterling, you see that things are really going back. Yes.
But then what do you tell those who say that you have not taken the Federation? Something that maybe you have underestimated your powers. That, listen, for instance, the currency issue, for instance, it is impacting badly on your business. Standing and saying that we've made proposals, you're not listening, you're going back. Some will say it is not enough.
Well, I would love to listen to those who say it's not enough and take advice as to how
move more and put pressure on those who are managing this space.
How much more
take action that protect private businesses.
I love to learn. I love to find common ground with my partners. Not all of us share the same sentiments. But whatever will move the currency level to the point where the parity is in in our favor, I would love to do that and go tandem with them to the leadership and say, wait a minute, this is collective action on the part of the private sector. Because we need to sing the same song. We need to open the same book. And we need to, travel the same routes to be able to achieve this parity. But unless we do that, and somebody is saying that, hey, let the imports come. Somebody says, no, import substitution is the angle to go. There are various ways, but we got to make sure that we sing with one song, that the end result is to make the economy stronger, make it available in a sense to the private sector. Private sector, because they are the only ones that pay taxes. Don't forget, governments don't pay taxes. Civil society don't pay taxes. It's private sector that pays.
Some will say it is debatable.
Well, if you pay, show me the receipts.
Yeah.
It's not a debate, it's the receipts that account for whatever.
But how bad is this city situation affecting your operations? I mean, it's obvious that it's quite terrible.
It is.
And for you, moving on, what are some of the immediate actions, apart from what you propose, that should be taken? Government says that it's a confidence issue about the economy. People are speculating. These are the reasons, and it's work in progress. Yes. We'll get there very soon. Yeah, are you convinced by all these assurances? And even what the Bank of Ghana says, that we are doing ABCD, we are taking over the large payment by these big businesses, the commercial banks and all the rest. We are trying to clamp down activities of speculators and all the rest. And this is the monetary bit. Government is doing their fiscal bit. About more than $2.4 billion should come in before the end of this year. Satisfied with these interim measures that government and the Bank of Ghana put on the table?
George, the grassroots of our problems are our imports. That's why we're chasing the dollars to go and pay for the imports. If we have import substitution products here comparable to what the imports are, then the Ghanaian will be comfortable to purchase that and use that. That is one of the things that we have never been able to do in our environment, because everybody wants to wear the jacket that you and I are wearing, because, and everybody wants to eat in the restaurants and do the sausages and all. But import substitution locally, if the private sector doesn't have the resources, so government can flow the resources at affordable pricing for private sector to manufacture and grow these domestic import substitution products locally. Let me give you an example. Take one, poultry. How are eggs, the cost of eggs today? They're going sky high. The eggs are the ones that create the layers and the feed that we do, the millet and the maize and others, provide the resources. The government borrowed, I think, $420-something million US from Africa Development Bank. Please give that to the private sector. Let's do a value chain approach in poultry. Let everybody in poultry come together. Who is going to do the eggs? Who is going to do the layers? Who is going to do the feed, the correct feed? And then you have a band of, the doctors going around from one to the other, feeling for the sick chicken, and then the people that do the processing. This is a value chain approach. You don't leave every 40 poultry farmer to do their own from A to Z, and that's why they're failing. We know we're spending over $300 million a year for foreign imports. And we can do, and the taste buds of Ghanaians, if you allow, prefer the local chicken. And if they prefer the local chicken, let's grow that to the level. So you have Afram plains, grow the millet, the maize, the sorghum, and everything. And then the players that can do the good quality feed, let them do that. And let a bunch of, as I said, the doctors roam around and care for the sick chicken and all. If we do those kind of things, that's the practical things that the private sector can do. And the resources coming from where? From government that they borrowed. Now the government borrows, and we don't know where the money goes. We don't know where the money goes.
That's interesting enough.
Very interesting.
The private sector says, because they said they are paying you contractors, service providers, you are being paid.
I don't know who contractors. As I said,
Service providers who are part of the federation.
One element is a chicken, what we call the chicken exchange. The chicken exchange is let's grow from the eggs to the layers, to the broilers, to the doctors, to the processors. We did a research some years back with one of the institutions that if we spend $200 million a year, we will cut the chicken chase within 3 years. Have we done that? And this was about 11, 12 years ago. So we still don't know where these monies go. We borrow, and we say we're going to utilize it for the private sector development of these avenues. Where do they go? I don't know. And that is where we would love some answers, because unless we do that, we always be chasing shadows with the imports coming in. And the imports is what is affecting us badly more than anything.
Now, holding your proposals on the CD constant, some economics here, in terms of the variable of these proposals that government has put on the table, both on the fiscal side and the monetary side, private sector, are you convinced about the assurances from government and the Bank of Ghana that, listen, we are seeing the West when it comes to the currency, at least our best could be stability going forward?
You see, you're talking about monetary policy, you're talking about stabilization of fiscal policy. We talk about practicality of action.
Not convinced, then I get from you. You're not convinced by these measures.
We're not convinced by
these measures. The government claims that it's going to stabilize the
practicality
currency
of the thing, because all these measures are in place and the city is gyrating every which ways. So what is left? The practicality of action that will allow people to feel, to know, to get their feed and to get their feel and to get the results for themselves. So we have to work together to make sure that the private sector that carry the burden of employment, the burden of taxes, would be able to yield enough returns for themselves, much more to pay taxes and carry the rest of the population with us.
The bit about and again, I'll come back to the current environment and how some of your members are surviving, because there are other multinationals who are also members of the Federation who are looking at realigning their business and all the rest. How bad is that situation where some are saying that because of the current environment, you're looking at realigning operations and relocating and all the rest? How bad is the situation, Nana?
Let me re-emphasize the tax element of these things. Every time you hear government says, oh, we've been successful in attracting FDIs. What does FDI mean? Foreign direct investments. Yes. What did they dangle in front of the foreign direct investors? Tax exemptions. Now, when you give tax exemptions to the big players that are coming in, because you want to just tell the voice that you have attracted these guys to come and work here, what did they leave in return? They take the government money. The tax exemption is government money. Monies they should have paid to government to prosecute its agenda, to invest in various angles for private sector and Ghanaians. They said, we're forgiving that to you if you relocate to Ghana. You forgive that. We said, okay, if you want to attract them, come to some terms. The terms meaning, if we give you the tax exemption of one city, take 25% of the one city in the environment, your catchment operational areas, to invest in that areas. Take another 25% and work with the domestic private sector involved in that sector. And then take another 25% with another sector or private sector unrelated to your sector. So that means 75% of the 100 that we're forgiving you, you're reinvesting in Ghana. And then the 25%, add it to what you want and return it home. No, it doesn't happen that way. The 100% goes with them, and that is what is feeding the exchange gyrations, because they don't use cedi for their currency. Their tax returns that they're yielding to return home is in foreign exchange, and that foreign exchange is coming from the back of the private sector. So that type of tax exemption, that we said, good, you want to attract them to come, let them come. But work in this area, we will all grow together.
You think it's been favored to the
When the guy has tax exemptions of 1 cedi, 100%, and the domestic private sector is paying, the KIOs even pay per diems per day to get their ticket to carry the load in the market. The KIOs, they pay. So how do you grant tax exemptions to the big players?
There is currently some exemption before Parliament for some businesses, both local and external. What is your advice to the Finance Committee? What is your advice to Parliament in approving these tax exemptions?
We have met with them some time before, and we always talking to Parliament that, look, tax exemption is an avenue you can use to attract. But the distribution of the tax exemption is that they do not take the 100% of tax exemptions away out of this country. But let them utilize that in improving our lot. As I said, the 25, 25, 25, 75%, let them take the other 25% out of our system to go home because they came to relocate here. But if you give them 100%, why did they come here? They came to repass, and they yielding the resource and laughing all the way to the bank to their homes.
Your advice is that, listen, be strategic in this approvals that you want to give to these companies.
You use the keyword strategic. That's a keyword of government. We bring in strategic FDIs, in, strategic, foreign direct investors. They come in to create jobs. And you never hear government say create wealth. Private sector is wealth creation. Our mantra is not jobs creation. We create jobs because we want more money. And if more money, you need more hands to grow. And if private sector is growing, more jobs are created. It's incidental to wealth creation.
You're not growing now, so it means that more.
Thank you. So our pockets are empty. And if our pockets are empty, the employees one of these days are going to look and say, wait a minute, my employer says they're sick and tired and they come to find the resource to pay us, then TUC will jump up and all of a sudden we are in trouble. So let's have an avenue to create wealth, make the private sector rich. They pay government every which ways that they want. And once the government gets the resources, it will also prosecute its agenda, yielding some favorable climate impactful activity in the communities that will be beneficial to all of us.
Nana Osei-Bonsu is the Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation. We're talking about the private sector and the economy. There are still some issues to tackle with the sector. Don't go away. This is PM Express Business Edition. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Attention all HD Plus subscribers. Starting 13th June 2024, the HD Plus platform will offer HD channels free to air. Key points to remember. 1. From 16th April 2024, no new HD Plus subscription purchases or activations will be available. 2. 2. Viewers with active subscriptions valid beyond 13th June 2024 will be compensated from 3rd to 13th June 2024. Customers will be contacted by the HD Plus number 0242439872 from 30th April 2024. Customers are also encouraged to call HD Plus call center. Note that to redeem compensation, subscribers must confirm their HD Plus numbers, provide a valid Ghana ID and a mobile money number from 30th April to 31st May 2024. AD Plus will not be liable if subscribers remain unreachable or do not follow up with a call center for compensation before the deadline. 3. From 30th May 2024, update your AD Plus decoder to access the new free-to-air HD channels. 4. Support will be available until 20th June 2024, so kindly look out for the over-the-air software and upgrade your decoder upon release of the software. Visit www.hd-plus.com.gh for more information. We thank all cherished customers for the patronage. We are ushering in a new era of television in Ghana, ensuring that accessibility and quality entertainment go hand in hand.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as we talk about the private sector and the economy. How are they faring in the current environment? And is the outlook that bright for them, or they are still struggling? Nana Sebunsu is the Chief Executive of the Private Enterprise Federation, engaging him to get his thoughts on how are they surviving, what are they put on the table to ensure that their concerns are indeed addressed. Nana?
Yes, sir.
Do so. I mean, how are you guys managing the situation?
Difficult. Very, very difficult. Even coming here this evening was a difficult undertaking. The drivers couldn't find my house, and we had to rush through some darkness and all. Now, let me give you a scenario. An employer that has about 10 employees open their shop every day. Then yesterday they closed, so the staff have to go home. The shop has to close. No income, but liabilities to the staff, liabilities to the rentals. Those are some of the incidents of doomsday. So the doomsday is really, really hammering the private sector's ability to perform, to live up to the levels, you know. So what we want to do is engage with ECG. What is it that they need to do? That's a responsibility of government.
Haven't we passed the engagement state? Because, listen,
well,
I mean...
You see, sometimes
engaging to do the right thing or to do what they have to do, or government giving them the money to buy fuel for those terminals.
Is it the government refusing to give them money to do?
Because you understand, it's a money issue. It's not a generating issue. That's what we understand. Unless I don't know what they've been telling you, Nana.
You know, if it's a money issue, and the government is making it difficult for private sector to become profitable in return to pay taxes, then they cut in their nose to spite their face, because obviously the private sector is not going to be able to get the income much more to pay the taxes required on that income. So the doomsday is really killing the private sector's ability to grow. And this is very dangerous. Under the conditions, the current conditions of AFCFTA, where everybody is looking for their private sector to do more export or to do local export-oriented businesses and substitution of imports. If we're not, then we're not going to grow.
But then I knew that the Federation was working on some things to improve the energy mix, renewable energies and all that.
We had made our recommendations.
What happened to that one?
We had made our recommendations. There's an energy mix that mini hydros or hydros versus solar and others. Why is that not being, VRA is engaging, increasing the energy mix by 30%, utilizing, various solar sources and all. These things, I don't know about the inner workings of ECG, to be frank. But I see that we're not achieving results. If anything, we've been worse off than yesteryears. And that is not fair. Because the private sector, this is today. Tomorrow, next day, and the next day, the private sector is going to fail and fail miserably if we don't encourage any avenues to move them to the level where they can create import substitution. You see, what we also advocate is policy engagement with our peers, our peer neighbors, Nigerians, others, Sierra Leone and others, that you take your high ground on X, we take the high ground on A, and then the parity that we do the common transfer or common knowledge, and then we trade more among ourselves. The competition is coming. The MENA countries, those not African countries, they are stronger, they're more polished, they have more capacity. If we don't put our house in order, the AFCFTA is not going to be beneficial to us.
Some are saying that other countries have started taking steps. It appears that we may end up housing the headquarters.
Oh, yes.
But we wouldn't get the expected benefit
the headquarters
of it.
is the headquarters. I mean, to me, the
real businesses in Ghana here,
yes.
The private sector wouldn't benefit from this.
No.
Others have started taking advantage
of
that already.
If we don't make the extra effort. Let me tell you, our one is to have MOUs with Kenya, MOUs with South Africa, MOU with different countries that keep your strong parts. We keep our strong parts. And then the common ground, we trade among ourselves, and we use a common currency. One, to settle our differences. We don't always go and depend on the dollar or the euro or the British pound.
ECO has struggled all over the years. It appears that we are not committed to it.
Yes.
We keep on pushing it back.
Yes.
So it will be an illusion than a reality.
George, we don't want it to be an illusion. This is the common ground that we open our corridors. And because we had the headquarters, we have opened our corridors. Everybody can come in. Do other African countries open their corridors to us? Not really. And even if they do we have capacity to compete over there? That's also
another matter. Is that your fear? That, I mean, listen, we may end up not really benefiting from...
Not really. Yes, that's our fear. That's our strongest fear. We may end up not doing exactly what we need to be doing.
Can we do anything now to correct that?
Yes, we can.
What is PEF doing about that?
That's the avenue that we're talking about. Cost of doing business should be lowered enough for us to be able to compete. In our own backyard, somebody's bringing bacon here. We cannot even manufacture bacon. If somebody is bringing something that we can, if collectively we had sat back and find avenues to partner ourselves and do, we could. But we're not, because we don't have the resources. We talk about food, common food. Go to a farm place, it's empty. One of our best areas.
Why is it empty now?
Because nobody's cultivating.
Why are they not cultivating?
Because they don't have the resources. The resource has to come from government. The resource, you say private sector go.
The government said we're doing planting for food and jobs and all those things.
Well, wait a minute. Talking about planting for food and jobs, the acronyms are beautiful, but the results are woeful.
Nothing is happening?
Well, if you
Where
see
did
the
all
results,
the monies go?
Well, I don't know.
But that is serious.
You see, we want the government to say that, okay, PLJ, planting for food and jobs, we're giving 50 million to PEF. You and your members demonstrate how you can yield better results than what the government can do. I will put the challenge there, and let's see how we do. The private sector will go to town, we go and and generate the feed levels that people can depend on. We cannot use acronyms to say that we're doing better. No.
But where did the money go? If you talk about planting for food and jobs and
I'm not attacking that.
No, I know, but I'm saying that Afram plains are empty.
Afram place is.
And people will look at some of these programs and the money that was devoted that, why should this be happening then?
Why should that happen? Why should that happen? Governments don't do. Governments provide the resource. Private sector undertakes the action on the ground to create the opportunity, to create the product for us to be able to compete. If we don't follow this practice, and with government programs that they're going to do A, B, C, and you have all these chain of government programs, at the end of the day, what happens? They don't yield the results. With our food capacity, resources to even store feed, store food, store various resources, our foods go to waste. You have a lot of waste in our system if you have paid attention to our food structure. These are things that can be forestalled if we pay attention. So we have to build storages, food storages. You see some Chinese comes and they build and they charge. And the private sector, domestic private sector, we sit and watch. Why? Because we don't have the resources to do. I said the cost of money is high. If the cost of money was low, or the private sector is being given maybe preferential treatment, that because of the situation that we find ourselves, we're going to provide this resource for you for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and let's see that what you can yield. I would want to throw the challenge and see what we can do.
Because is it that then the support was not well targeted when it comes to even the agricultural space?
I wouldn't want to. I said the avenues of engagement were not proper. Anytime you have a public sector investing the resources themselves, the yields are low. But if you engage the private sector, and I said they would get the better yield, and much more on top of the yield, pay taxes. That's a two-pronged thing. Pay taxes on the back of that. And definitely the government is going to be better than before it started the program or the project. We have to do better than that. We can't just watch every time that the private sector's hands are tied because they don't have the resources. And if they're going to borrow, the cost of money is so high, the cost of debt is so high that they cannot even make ends meet.
No, I know that, I mean, your members are workers. They contribute to the SNIT scheme. There are some who are pushing for a whole restructuring of SNIT. So what do you make of some of these proposals?
You see, SNIT is a collector of funding. They collect our pension schemes. So they are accumulating a lot of resources to be able, but they have to invest them. And I know from previous years that they were investing. Yes. I wrote the third-tier pension. I did a research. When I first came to the country, we only had one pension scheme. That was the first SNIT pension. And we did a research and we realized that we have to aggregate all of them together. And once we do, we'll be able to accumulate more. Indeed, then we added the dimension of the individuals adding a value to what they want to acquire when they go on pension. So we added additional 17.5 to make it 35. So now SNIT is 18.5, the individual is 5%, and then the additional 17.5 make it 35. The third tier is not having the encouraging performance as we anticipated because we're not making it loud enough for people to appreciate that I can add and reduce even my tax burden by deducting 35% instead of 18.5. Okay. SNIT is an avenue which has accumulated a lot of wealth. How they invest, I don't know. I have not. That avenue, I refuse to get involved in that or pay attention to that. But I think they can support a lot of resources, or provide a lot of resources, because they also have a responsibility to their contributors. So they cannot just package the money or pack the money in one side. They have to invest it. And when they invest in prudent investing guidelines is very important so they don't lose value. So I think with SNIT, I wouldn't begrudge them as you had.
But some have questioned their investment decisions. Some have questioned how the scheme are being managed and all the rest, and think that some are calling for an overhaul of the whole scheme and all the rest. Are some of these calls justified?
Well, I have, as I said, I haven't paid attention to the results. I like the structure of our pension scheme. the 35%, I like the structure that the individual, you also have opportunity to add 17% to any destination of investment that you want. So even if you don't like SNIT, don't, work yourself against that. Let them invest for you. But when you go to your third tier, you have an opportunity to direct your fund manager as to where the destination of investment which you can do. So I think that is something that we should be able to work on. So far as SNIT is concerned, if it's not, the leadership of SNIT, I think is they are appointed by government
yeah.
with TUC
organized labor
yes, as part of.
Yeah.
So that definitely should be a collective responsibility of both the worker and the public sector.
Because they've been in the news for a lot of interesting reasons, and even trying to disinvest the interest in the hotel and how it's being sold, and all sorts of questions about that.
I heard when I came back that the hotel system, those that are even making
about
money,
6 of them are being sold to a politically exposed person. Yeah.
Oh, that I don't have enough evidence, or I don't have enough argument to go on that. But if that's the case, it's not proper. But at least if they want to divest themselves from that hotel, then I think there must be some way to attract some people with the deep pockets to be able to. But even then, I wouldn't want to sell them outright, except if they are deep hemorrhaging their pockets of the SNIT fund.
The IMF has talked about the outlook being good. I know that one of the critical things when you do your surveys is about the situation now and the expectation. Do you see light at the end of the tunnel?
I can only see light if I see policy directives that are changing our investment decisions, in the sense that if we are not going to empower our domestic private sector, there's no way that we're going to yield the volume of resources needed to invest in our infrastructure, invest in our economy. Let me take example our roads. Let me take example our buildings. Our housing deficit is around maybe 1.8, 1.9. Ghana has abundance of clay, and clay can be converted to bricks. As of now, bricks cost more than cement blocks.
Wow.
Our forefathers were living in brick houses. If you go to the United States and United Kingdom and all these beautiful cities, there are a lot of skyscrapers are bricks. If we try to make bricks, and they're going to be affordable, if we concentrate on how to make bricks, and we utilize them, or we mandate that every housing, government housing, public housing, should be made up of local raw materials, or at least 50% of the materials that go to make them should be made up of local raw materials. Bamboo and bricks and all, porcelana. We should be able to utilize our resources. We don't let everything that over there, and then we see that, you see people write, oh, they're beautiful cities and all. Yes, look at our roads. Go to Kumasi or CSIR, road research, go building road research. They have made some roads within their compound, 18 years, not be refurbished. Nothing has happened. So that means we can do those.
And why are they not engaged? Because I knew CSR did a lot of work in that area when
That's what I said. We have a lot of research, and the data supports that you can test and utilize some of these avenues. But they don't make policies. You see,
sleeping giants, some will still call sleeping giants.
You see, you make the research, but the policy, if the policymaker disregards, what do?
But when their actions impact you badly, some will say that the buck should not stop at the place where they say that they are not listening to me, George.
You know, it's not a fact that people don't want to talk. I think these researchers will want to make noise. But then if they
including
make
PEF as well.
If they make noise to the level where their advice is taken as noise makers, and it's not being taken to the point where they can make a difference so far as the resource, accommodation or the employment of the resource to do things. Government is going to build 50 hospitals. Made up of what? Says, okay, we're going to build 50 hospitals from...
Then the 111. Why the lieutenant you think is not being well prioritized?
I think yesterday I called the Professor Jambafo, who is the head of the UNDP, National Development, NDPC, I mean. And I think the point is, let's all come together. Let's all build our country from the resources that the government, God gave us, the raw materials, use the knowledge of the researchers and the CSRs and the others, and then bring the financiers together to make monies available, as you said, the pension schemes and all. So at least we can benefit from our own resources. Let's not wait for IMF to say that there's light at the end of the tunnel.
We are in their program now. We are in their fund program now.
I don't know.
I don't know whether you thought that was the way we should have gone. We are in the IMF program now.
Yes, what I'm saying is I don't know what kind of binoculars the IMF is using to see the...
But they are seeing the economy is turning around. We are seeing signs of stability. Is the private sector seeing a different thing?
Well, I don't see what the IMF sees.
Signs of stability in the economy. They think that there's been a correction. We're going to grow more than expected. Inflation is going to come down. You think that are they talking? If they are singing jazz?
And that's what I'm saying is I don't see the empirical data that they're utilizing to analyze.
Inflation is coming down from 52 to about 25%.
Right.
You don't think inflation is coming down?
Oh, no.
Growth from about 1 point something to about... I mean, this is what they are saying. And
this is what they're saying. What my people are telling me, the cost of money is too high. And if the cost of money is too high for them, they increase the pricing of their products. And if they increase the pricing of their products, the consumer is going to bear the cost of that. And what happens? So if the private sector, I said, doesn't make money, then they will not pay the taxes because there will be no profit margins to pay taxes on. And the government's revenue accumulation is going to be lowered. And the government's ability to prosecute its agenda is going to vanish. Then where's the avenue of the prediction that anybody is saying?
The person and you think that it is still doom ahead. I mean,
no,
you are not convinced. It's not even about the IMF, but the expectation is...
I want to change course.
You are not convinced that the outlook is bright, irrespective
I'll be convinced if the government resorts to allowing the private sector room to grow. When private sector doesn't grow, the end position is not going to be brighter than today. Private sector cannot be stagnant. It got to grow at all costs, no matter what, because the new infants coming, population growth, that need jobs. And the jobs are not going to come when the private sector is not making money to create the wealth, to expand opportunity, to make more money. Governments don't create jobs. The public sector jobs, compared to the private sector jobs, how much? What's the percentage? Different. So we have to have the avenues, and you said at the beginning of this interview, what was that? The avenues of growth is the private sector?
Yeah, engine of growth. Yeah.
Engine of growth. We didn't say that. It was said by people who knew that these are the avenues that if we allow them with the resources and provide the resources, the avenues and opportunities, they would definitely make it for all of us. What prevents us from doing that now? Why don't we do it? We have to. You know, it's there. It's there. Now, if you talk about the rest of the world, the mature economies, the Western world, is almost becoming stagnant. Africa is a growth opportunity for all. And Ghana is one of them. If we come to West Africa, Ghana is one of the leadership. What are we failing? What are we not doing?
Nana, the cost of doing business obviously has quadrupled over the past months. There's always a thin line about absorbing that cost and passing on that cost to consumers.
You're kidding me. George, if you're a private businessman, you're going to absorb the cost?
So the costs are being passed on to the
You have to pass it on to the consumer.
But I'm saying that there's a level in which you can increase these prices.
You see, there's a level where you cannot increase because then your competitor beats you up and that's what it is. So what we're saying is the private sector costs should be lowered in a way that they can absorb or not pass on the excesses to the consumer. So they themselves were, okay, this time around, we're not going to spend A, B, C, D, or we're not going to increase the pricing. Let me tell you one time that we were driving and we wanted to buy some coconut. And the guy saw the car we were driving and he increased the pricing on the spot.
Because you're driving in a Porsche car.
Because the car we were driving, you know, it's like people's expectation was on the back of what they see. And if the private sector sees that, you know, all these beautiful things that are going and they you know, exerting themselves to the point where they can make money and then they don't want to throw their hands up and say, forget about it.
Anna, your final words moving forward for you, private sector.
Empower the private sector with the resources, the opportunities, the laws, and the avenues of growth. And believe me, we will deliver.
Well, they want to be empowered, and that is where they can deliver. This has been PM Express Business Edition, engaging the president or the chief executive of the Private Enterprise Federation, so as in getting the deeper understanding in terms of what the private sector wants for them to grow and become that engine of growth and expansion for the economy. I know the debate will go on in the offices and homes about what should be done for you as a private business person out there. This has been PM Express Business Edition. Have a great evening and a great day.
amba commander ha amba ka sempe bi ama engine ndi asa wa gban la so many years obado 4 years wa dadain second 4 years also wa dadain ene sise don ayetimi a yiri push ya kwakoto abafufuri ntia hwa ambo ebra papa bi awe mani mi ntia gidi de emere oboto amo a
almost since 2015 we swap to now obiaba what's bosom meanwhile what's my property since I go we been bodin bosom I am bosom say property Ghana property
8 years exactly when this factory was commissioned. But after the commissioning of the factory, there have been several narratives as to why the factory hasn't been put to work.
Where factory no wanye ahwefu anka ntimfitaase no mana na wahye mfiri na order wo sheka ho na ewie no order wo kra esichira wonye wie se me process sugar na wodi abogum na we fi ase daaye.
Here I am again, back at the University of Ghana Law School, and you might be familiar with this environment. I've been here before. I am back for the second part of my interaction with Professor Raymond Akungboro Atukuba. He is Dean of the Law School at the University of Ghana. He's been gracious enough to give us another opportunity to hang out with him. This is AM Exclusive with Benjamin Akakpo. Prof, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ben, for having me again.
Okay, so between the last time and now, I'm going to ask this question again. The last time, Dumso prevented you from getting here quickly enough. How about today? So let me just situate this. The board chair of ECG, Herbert Crapper, whom you are familiar with,
my good friend.
He's lectured me here before.
Yes.
Says it's going to be a matter of days, and then this Doomsaw episode will be gone. Somewhere on some show, I am told he said 10 days. Today is the 8th day or so. But interestingly for me, it's become worse. Now I get it even more often. So between the last time we spoke and now, has the situation become any better for you?
No, it hasn't. Last night, the lights went off.
Last night?
Again, where we
Just last night?
Just last night. And then I had to switch on the solar. This time it worked, but I had to put the fridges off first before switching on the solar. And then this morning, I think it came on. So we have miles to go before we solve this Doomsaw problem.
You know, the good thing is you have solar. The rest of us don't. Yes. For the rest of us, we have heat. That's what we have to deal with throughout the night. And then water to have our, to cool your temperature and then go back to bed.
But I was up north this weekend, and the temperature there right now is between 38 degrees and 46 degrees.
Where exactly were you?
I was in Nandom in the Upper West region.
Okay.
But I also went through Tamale. And I was thinking, we need to do more in harvesting solar energy.
Right.
And using it for electricity.
It's plentiful up north.
Plentiful. God has given us abundant sunlight. We need to invest in harvesting it, using it to end Doomsaw, using it to industrialize our nation, and export it out to other countries that need it.
Well, that's just a light note. It's a serious matter, but that's just a light note on which to start. A hefty issue in politics. I know you don't like talking too much about politics, but everyone is talking about yesterday's by-election in Ejiso. The NDC did not contest, but the MPP was basically, in a way, contesting against itself. A former MP, three-time MP, wanting to make a comeback in the person of Kwabena Usue-Duomi versus lawyer Kwabena Boateng, of the MPP, who eventually won. There are so many dynamics to take stock of because this is a typical MPP constituency. They get 80% plus of the votes there. This time, the winning candidate secured over 50%, the losing candidate over 43%, which means there's some discontent there. But there's also the issue, and shamefully so. I bring it up because he's an academic like you and a member of parliament, seen with an envelope giving this to some election officers. We spoke to him, he said, oh yeah, I mean, this was a favor he was doing them. It was for lunch. The EC also put out a statement. The EC withdrew these people and mentioned that the reaction was that this thing had been given to them for lunch. But this can be stretched in terms of what it means for our electoral system, influence, peddling, and all that. What do you make of Ejiso yesterday and this thorny issue of alleged, influencing of the electoral process?
So, Ben, I would like to talk more generally about the issue of moneyed elections in our government.
Moneyed elections.
Yes, because the phenomenon of vote buying is just one item, it's just one minuscule item in a broader design, a broader schema, a broader architecture of moneyed elections. And if we don't talk about that broader architecture, we'll be taking it out of context. This is an architecture which we essentially borrowed from the so-called more developed democracies, the United States, for example. There they have a phenomenon of moneyed elections, which we have adopted. In Ghana, the CDD research shows that you need at least $100 million United States dollars to run for president.
Currently, that would be about 1.4 billion cedis.
Cedis, yes. Now, having worked in some places, I can tell you that that figure is too low.
It's conservative.
It is absolutely conservative, especially because nobody would really tell you how much and from where they gather the monies to run a campaign. I think that if you start with the lowest cost election that we've ever had, the one run by President Johnny Fant's Atta Mills of blessed memory, to the most expensive ones, you are talking of anything between 100 million United States dollars and 1 billion United States dollars.
Wow.
Yes. If you are counting right.
That is being realistic.
Yes. If you are very realistic, it is anything between 100 million United States dollars and 1 billion. And Ben, to put it in context,
and look at how small our country is and all
we
of
are
that.
at the IMF now asking for 3 billion United States dollars. And we are taking this money in, as we say in Ghana, sopi, in little tranches of a couple of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh.
And we are blowing 1 billion in elections. So the issue of moneyed elections is one of the most critical governance issues in Ghana today. And let me tell you why moneyed elections is so important. When a person or a party borrows money nationally and internationally to run a campaign, they are essentially going into bed with investors. And the investors would come to collect.
Or lobbyist groups.
All of them are called investors. They will come to collect immediately you are installed president. It means, therefore, that our governance is skewed towards satisfying the dynamics of moneyed elections. And what are the dynamics of moneyed elections? The dynamics of moneyed elections require that immediately a government is installed, they have to direct all funds, all state funds, towards a number of priorities. The first priority is paying your election bill with interest. Because those who give the money are investors. They will not take the bare amount they gave you. They have to take it with heavy interest. The second priority is building a war chest for your next election. And by then, people are going to expect more because you have been in the seat for 4 years.
I mean, that brings to mind the rhetoric of a few people in the past saying, party here, sika.
That's your second priority. Now, because priority 1 and priority 2 are crimes, your third priority, whilst you are in power, is to build a cadre of lawyers, accountants, financial experts, media experts, judges, civil society organizations who would defend you when you are out of power against crimes 1 and crimes 2. That's your third priority.
You know, what you're saying also poses an interesting dynamic, because then the justicial system, the last time we started talking about it, and even packing or stacking the courts, the judges, comes into play. So watch where you are going, because
so because of what you have said, you've articulated it so well. I'm moving to the fourth priority. And the fourth priority is now you and I. And Ben, by then the money is finished. So there's no money to do the things in your manifesto, because it's gone. And then in 4 years, we run the same cycle again of moneyed elections. Unless we change the phenomenon, the architecture of moneyed elections, we will continue going through these cycles forever and ever. Amen.
I don't think I'll say amen to that, because then I'm corroborating. This is stark. And it's deeply worrying. Is there any escape? Before we get to Kingsley Nyako's issue, is there any way of escaping this, realistically? Because this is, people will also say that we get the sort of leaders we deserve, because take away the politicians, look at the technocrats. What do they do at the ministries and other places? The ordinary Ghanaian, if he were in some office or something and he had to do something that he was paid for, he would probably expect something in return. So how about we bounce back and look at ourselves? How about us? Do we deserve that kind of leadership? How do we get there?
The last time I talked to you about the Constitution Review Commission report, part of the research that was done for that report was a global survey, and I mean the word global, a global survey of all electoral systems in the world. And a set of proposals which said, within this period, let's run this system. As it matures, let's move into that system. Proportional representation, and so forth. A growth trajectory of electoral changes that would take us out of money politics. The report is still lying on the table there. We have refused to implement it. We prefer to buy the votes.
The politicians wouldn't want that.
They wouldn't want that.
It wouldn't work in their favor.
But the citizenry must insist that the Constitution be changed. We can't leave it just to the politicians.
But the last time I had this conversation with you, yes, you said you had your problems with the 1992 Constitution.
Yes.
But I remember you're saying as well that it was one of the best in the world. So some would say, in one breath, you're saying it's one of the best in the world. In another breath, you are saying it must be changed. Prof, where do you stand?
In 1992, like I said earlier, it was one of the very best constitutions in the world, because it met Ghanaians' needs and met Ghanaians' wants. I still say today that it is one of the best because it still meets our needs. You can see that Ghana is still pretty much together. It hasn't disintegrated like various of our other neighbors. So that constitution is good. It is a good constitution. What I have consistently said, however, Ben, is that right now, that constitution cannot meet our wants. The Ghana we want cannot be built on the current constitution. Let me give you an example. Last week, the Supreme Court delivered a judgment on a case that has been pending since 2019.
Is that the one of emoluments for?
No, the one against the University of Ghana and the Attorney General on the status of the university statutes and other matters, on the status of the University Council chair and all that. I won't go into the details of the case, but I brought my laptop to read a quotation from the judgment of the Supreme Court.
Sure.
This is what the Supreme Court said, and I'm quoting. The Commission, this is the Supreme Court writing, not me. The Commission, meaning the Constitution Review Commission, had cause to deliberate on the problem. That is the problem that had been brought to the Supreme Court for decision. In the end, it made the following recommendation, which wins our full approbation or approval.
Approval, right.
Ben, you've done work that answers your governance questions. You've put it aside. Then you take them one by one, go to the Supreme Court, spend 5 years on each of them for the Supreme Court to come to the same conclusion that the Constitution Review Commission
doesn't make any sense.
Are we serious?
But what follows? What is the, if you can just read a little further, because they agree, but what are they agreeing to?
They are agreeing to the exact recommendation the Constitution Review Commission made for Article 11.7 of our Constitution to be clarified in a particular manner.
Okay.
So that we know the status of legislative instruments, the status of executive instruments, the status of universities, among other things. What I'm saying is that these good men and women of the Constitution Review Commission, which included the current Electoral Commission,
Jean Mensah.
Jean Mensah. Deliberated on these governance matters that we talk about every day in Ghana today. Found solutions for them. We've refused to implement it. And we still raise issues over those matters and pretend that they are fresh issues that haven't been discussed and resolved.
On the issue of your fellow academic, Professor Kingsley Nyarko, I mean, it was fortuitous to get that because we were not, our cameras captured it on the blind side of even the reporter, right, my colleague. Have you seen the video?
I have seen a couple of videos. I think
so a video where someone
Yes.
crosses,
Exactly.
then takes an envelope out of his back pocket and gives it to,
Yes.
and the EC came out with a statement, I mean, which is good. They came out speedily with a statement that they had recalled those two people, investigations and everything going on. And that the claim was that these people had been given that for lunch.
Okay.
The MP says, I mean, why can't I do a favor to people like that? You know what's interesting? The national organizer of the MPP, Nana Boakye, I spoke to, I mean, yesterday, my colleague Evans Mensah and co spoke to him. Oh, I've not seen the video. I said, wow, okay. This morning I interacted with Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the party. Oh, I've not seen the video yet. And I was like, I mean, but that's just by the way. What do you make of that? My concern, he's a fellow academic and the justification. We are not hanging him before any, but some have said the police should step in, the OSPs should step in. In such instances as well, there's a history. Member of Parliament, all of that. Some say Nkosiaga. What do you make of the optics? What happened? His being an academic and a politician, and what this means for our democracy.
Yeah, Ben, three things. One, Professor Nyarko is a former colleague of mine and actually a friend of mine. We've done some work together. So I actually intended to call him when I saw one of the videos. I haven't done that yet, so I prefer not to comment directly on it until I have spoken to him. But on the broader issue, I don't know if you are familiar with the corruption report that was produced in Ghana in the 1960s under the Busia regime. I've forgotten the exact title of the report, but there was a corruption report, very detailed, the most analytical corruption report I've ever read. I think
in the 60s?
In the 60s. I think we need to go back to that report because it really touched on the real issues. It went as far as discussing certain cultural aspects of our lives, which make it more difficult than not to give money in return for favors or to give money after favors have been granted. And I think we need to look at it in those contexts. There are instances, for example, where in places like the US, a President Obama or Trump would go somewhere, even on election day, thank officials, give them food packets or whatever, and that is it.
That is it.
It is possible to say that in this instance, they are just switching the food packages for cash because a lot of our traditional practices have now been quantified in monies. So, for example, the traditional practices I went for in the north this weekend, most of them involve, for example, giving a cock, giving a sheep, and so forth. All of those were equated into money. And so you make a financial contribution, and traditionally, it is recognized as providing a cock or providing a sheep. So let's put that in context. That is not to say that the phenomenon of vote buying is absent in Ghana. I have told you that the election stakes are so high in the manner in which I have explained in this interview, that it compels politicians to literally buy votes at polling stations in order to ensure that they win the victory, are able to pay the election bill, and build a war chest for the next election. So vote buying is real, it happens, Any Ghanaian who says that he or she doesn't know that it happens is lying. You just have to go to polling stations on election day or look at the way in which parties organize to win elections, and you know that it's rife. The point I'm making is that crass vote buying is a small aspect of a broader architecture of moneyed elections that we need to dismantle if this country is to go forward.
2 quick questions to follow up. One, were you disappointed when you saw your colleague in that?
Yes, subject to my talking to him, I was worried. And that's why I will talk to him. Right after this interview, I'm going to give him a call.
All right. The next bit then, some would also ask, but if he gave them money, okay, so money to buy food, let's assume, right, yes. Lunch. How does that influence the offices? Someone would ask. I want us to look at this from all the different angles, not just from the angle of, yes, it's influence. How does it influence?
It could, because if you talk to people who are at polling stations on election day, they have stories about the politics of food at the polling station. There are instances where some political parties are not able to provide food for their polling agents. Another political party volunteers to provide food for them and use that to sway them, or drag the food and then they are sleepy at counting time so that the figures can be fudged. There's a politics of food on election day which we can't discount. So we can't say that providing money or providing food to anyone involved in the election on election day should be discounted. No, it has to be investigated.
Let's now look at another crucial issue. Again, the optics of leadership, deportment. A few times we've had, Mr. President, there was a time with the former Greater Accra Regional Minister, who I think is now designate for Interior. Henry Quarty. And, someone who had not stood up at a function and the directive, go and get that person. And then recently, another video, which you have seen, yes, where the president is vehement in his, and get up, a chief. And some have asked the question about, yes, the executive powers of the state are vested in the president. But at the same time, traditional leaders also have their prime of place in all the way from independence, pre-independence, and the struggle with Nkrumah afterwards, and everything in between. What did you make of that video, and was it proper or improper? And of course, we've also deliberated on the statement from the Chieftaincy Ministry, so you can rope all of it in.
Yes. It was concerning to me. And what was worse
what I saw in
the video. And what was worse was the release from the Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, Chieftaincy and Traditional Affairs, I believe it's called. They just shouldn't have made that release at all. It just made matters worse. The first point I want to make is that respect.
So it's chieftaincy and religious affairs.
Chieftaincy and religious affairs. Thanks for the correction. The first point I want to make is that respect is not demanded or commanded or commandeered. It is earned. And then we need, as Ghanaians, to focus on this. Because many of us do things that create disrespect for us. And then we turn around to try to compel respect or to demand it or to commandeer it. Respect is not commandeered. It is earned. That's the first point I want to make, and the most important point I want to make on your question. The second point is to look at our Constitution and see what it says about the scenario that was depicted in the video. There are two competing constitutional provisions in this regard. And it's unfortunate that the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, you said, chose to focus on only Article 57.2 of the Constitution. Article 57.2 of the Constitution says that the President takes eminence over every other Ghanaian.
Every other person.
Yeah. Right. So the President shall take precedence over all other persons in Ghana. Those are the exact words of Article 57.2
in other words, he's primus inter pares.
Primus inter pares.
First among equals.
Yes. But there is also Article 272. Sorry, 271. which says that the institution of chieftaincy, together with its traditional councils, as established by custom. So, as established by customary law and usage, are guaranteed.
Okay.
Do you see the impending conflict? Because the usages and customs of chieftaincy include the scenario where when you come to the domain of a chief, the chief sits in state and everybody else comes to what? Greet or pay homage.
Yeah, within his jurisdiction.
Yes. So you are heading to the answer to this conundrum, Ben, because the answer depends on is situation specific. During a state or formal function, Article 57(2) is operational.
Where the president
takes precedence over everybody in Ghana, including the biggest chief.
Okay.
Followed by the vice president, then the speaker of parliament, then
the chief justice.
Arguably the chief justice. If you are in a traditional setting, Article 271 takes precedence. Because at that point, the president himself or herself becomes a stool or skin or staff subject. Ben, are you following?
I am following, but my question then is, if the president, traditionally, we say the chiefs are the owners of the land.
Yes.
Rulers of the land, so to speak. So when you are in Gamami, there are certain rights and things you must do. But since the president, the same constitution says that he holds everything in the interest of the people, and he is primus inter pares, does it affect him when he goes anywhere? He's within anyone's jurisdiction. After all, he is still the president, the number one privileged person in the country, so to speak.
Ben, let me correct the statement you made using the idiom of land. Okay. There's a Ghanaian proverb which says, I call on gold, it doesn't answer. I call on land, it doesn't answer. It is people who matter. So the way in which you have posed the question suffers from an over-insistence on materiality over people. So let me rephrase your question that the traditional authority have jurisdiction over people.
Okay.
Okay. And so in their land, they have obeisance from their people. Okay. Once you enter that land and you go into a traditional or customary session, event, Article 271 kicks in.
It applies automatically.
It applies. If you don't want it to apply, you need to get out of the event. Because once you are there, no matter your formal position, you become either a stool or skin or staff subject or a visitor amongst the people and under the jurisdiction of whoever is chief in that area. And you have to obey the usages and customs, as long as those usages do not contradict. For example, you can't, as part of those usages, commit murder.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Absent that, all the allowable practices will be governed by customary law and usage.
Would you then say that this response or the statement from the Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Ministry and even the act itself, the action of Mr. President, was a gaffe? Did they goof in these two instances?
It shouldn't be coming from the Ministry of Chieftaincy. They should know better. They should know that whoever goes to the palace of the Asantehene should not expect the Asantehene to rise up for him.
And that doesn't happen.
They should know that whoever goes to the palace of the Ochehene should not expect the Ochehene to rise for him.
The Yagbonwura.
They should know that whoever goes to the palace of the Yagbonwura should not expect the Yagbonwura to rise for them. That message should not be coming from the Ministry of Chieftaincy. They should rather be giving the message I am giving, that these usages and customs are guaranteed constitutionally, and that if you come as a stool subject or a visitor, you must abide by the customary protocols.
Does this reflect any level of chieftaincy? For example, a paramountcy, maybe a Togbe Apede, or like you said, the Ochehene, or I mean, what is the, or any chief, even a sub-chief?
The only difference is the number of people and the land jurisdiction over which the chief superintends. The smallest chief in Ghana, the littlest chief in Ghana, when he or she presides over a traditional ceremony, is boss. And even the president within that traditional ceremony is subject to that littlest chief. The situation changes when you move to the International Conference Center or to the, where is it that we normally swear in the presidents?
You mean the Black Star?
The Black Star Square.
Independence Square.
When you go there, no one can take precedence over the president, the vice president, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice. No, because that is a formal event that comes under Article 57(2) of the Constitution. And at that point, all the chiefs, including the biggest chiefs in Ghana, must rise for the president and the others in that order of precedence.
In case you just joined us, we're just warming up. This is AM Exclusive with me, Benjamin Akakwa. I'm here interacting with Professor Raymond Akumburo at Tuguba, and he is Dean of the Law School at the University of Ghana. We've been talking about the Ejiso happenings, the context, influence peddling in our politics, and recent events in respect of who assumes what position, the president versus traditional leadership, on the back of the chieftaincy and religious ministries statement. But let's now talk about good governance a bit. The last time I wanted us to go deeper into that. Let's focus on institutions, because I'll take you back to what Barack Obama said. What we need are strong institutions, not strong men. How can these positively impact our society? And from where you sit, is Ghana getting it right in this respect, or are we losing the plot?
Compared to our neighbors, which is not very good company right now, we are doing well. But as I always say, this is not the Ghana that Nkrumah envisaged. We are a century behind the Ghana that Nkrumah envisaged. So
we are a century behind.
We are a century behind. In that respect, we are not doing well at all.
Do you realize what you're saying? We are 67.
Yes.
If you say we are a century behind, it's almost as though we had not attained independence. It was about 33 years to independence. We still hadn't.
I believe that we're better off a century ago than now.
Under colonial rule.
People were happier, healthier, lived more productive lives than now. But that is for
another people who vehemently disagree with you.
Yes. There are people who love to eat poison for food and are happy doing that, so they will disagree. There are people who wish to drug themselves to health instead of using natural therapies for health, so they will disagree. You always find people disagreeing. But that's for another discussion. Let me go to the question you asked about our governance situation. I think that for our governance to get better, we need to focus on 4 things. Luckily, I've already talked about 2 of them, so I'll repeat them. I've told you for governance in Ghana to get better. 1, we need to implement the recommendations of the Constitution Review report, right? We have that right. The second thing we need to do is to deal with the entire architecture of managed elections. There are two more things to do to get our governance right. The first is deal with the debt crisis, and I'll explain why the debt crisis is a governance issue. And the final and fourth thing to do is to reorient our outward-looking economies.
Outward-looking?
Economies. The economies in Africa and in Ghana are outward-looking. In other words, they work for the benefit of people outside of Ghana and not of Ghanaians. And unless you deal with that, you're going to have the democratic reversals that we're experiencing around. So let's look at the debt crisis. Ben, have you ever thought about what we use our revenues for in Ghana? We all pay taxes. I pay lots of taxes. You pay taxes. Everyone pays taxes. Have you ever thought about what we use that money for and why we seem never to have money? Why are we always broke as a country, despite all the billions and billions of cedis that we collect in taxes? Now, when our taxes are collected, they are used, or there's an attempt to use them for four things. The first thing is to service debt. And the word service is very critical because our debt is never paid. It is always serviced. Okay. Recently, we got to a crisis because we started spending over 100% of all our revenues to service debt.
To service our debts, right.
And that's why we had to do debt rescheduling and debt restructuring. Right. Okay. So it means that we use all of our monies that we generate in taxes to pay the interest on the loans, chip off a bit of principal here and there, and that's it. And for most of the time, all the money is finished.
So there's nothing left
to
do anything else. It's like working all the time, making just enough to pay off your debts and take care of your utilities and feeding without having anything saved. That's basically where we are.
You don't pay off your debt. You pay the interest on your debt.
So let's take it that way. Good. So the debt remains, interest is paid, you move
and
on.
And the debt increases.
Same vicious cycle.
Exactly. After we do that, we now have to pay wages and salaries of government workers, public sector workers. Remember, the money is almost gone or is about to finish. So what do? We go to the banks and mop up all the money they have in bonds and treasury bills, and then at interest. And then we pay workers. If you are a reckless government, you ask the Bank of Ghana to print money.
Are you speaking in parables or in open
Ben,
language?
I didn't say anything.
But you've
remember, there are two items left, Ben. The first is servicing your debt.
So you've serviced your loans, interest. You've paid your public sector workers.
By borrowing
also
from the
at
banks
interest?
at high interest, yes. Now you have to go to goods and services. Have you ever wondered why sometimes you go to a government office and everybody is sleeping or reading newspapers or sitting down? Because there are no goods and services. There's no ink for the printer. There's no pen drive. There's no paper. And so people paid under item 2 come to work to do nothing. And the only things that move are those that are donor funded. Are you following? So if it gives money for a project in agric or education or health, those will continue going on because the donor money will be used to buy the ink and the printer and the computer. And then there's a fourth item. We haven't gotten to the fourth. The fourth one is the capital expenditure. What you and I are looking to have a better life.
The roads, the hospitals. infrastructure.
The road where I stay, from our house out to the main road, is less than a kilometer. If you don't want to damage your car, you have to use 15 to 30 minutes on that stretch. Because there's nothing left for item 4. There's nothing left to pay the energy company so that they can keep the lights on. There's nothing left to give to Kolebu, so people have to give birth on the floor. And of course, there's nothing left to finance the Electoral Commission, so people have to give their envelopes to be able to buy lunch. Unless we deal with this debt crisis as a top governance issue, we are going nowhere.
God help us.
And that brings us to the last issue we need to deal with.
And that has to do with?
Our outward-oriented economies.
Okay.
So we have designed our economies, or somebody designed our economies to be outward. We are the richest continent on earth, but we are the poorest. Because everything is either given away by us or stolen from us. So we laugh at our Francophone brothers for entering into the colonial pact with France, which essentially continues colonialism. But that's this exact situation we are in now. We don't get more
just
than
Ghana or all the
Ghana and all the other African countries. We are suffering from severe natural resource extractivism and financial extractivism. Our natural resources are leaving, and we are getting, for our oil, we are lucky if we get 10 to 13%. Our minerals is worse. We are lucky if we get 5%. And even then, if you deduct from that 5%, well, the environmental damage, the damage to our water bodies, you are actually gaining negative from mining. In other words, if we stop mining completely, nothing will happen to our GDP. In fact, the GDP will rise.
We'd be better off.
We'll be better off.
Let's look at military forays into governance. The last time I wanted to bring it up, but we have Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Guinea, and their entire dynamics. Then there's the interesting case of Senegal, which nearly, I mean, it was on the cusp of some unwelcome happenings. They've been able to resolve it. What can we learn from these instances? Because Senegal survived, but you look at Togo and where they are heading now in terms of the tweaking of the constitution and everything. Ivory Coast has already gone down that road with Alassane Ouattara extending his term. Then there's the example of Rwanda. Some would say he's a despot, he's a dictator, but things are working for them. What picture do you see in this respect, and what should work for us on the continent of Africa?
So Ben, as usual, I like to put these things in context, because part of our problem is that we discuss the issues out of context, and then we arrive at the wrong solutions. And then we implement the wrong solutions. It doesn't work. And then we say it has not worked. Okay. From 1950 to now, we've had almost 500 coups in the world. The exact figure is 486 coups, both successful and unsuccessful. Of these 486, 214 have been in Africa alone.
That's
so
about half,
one continent has half of the coups. And if you remember that the other coup hub in the world is South America, Latin America.
Yes, very true.
It means that we've literally shared the coups amongst ourselves. This one African continent, half of the coups. So of all our 54, depending on how you count countries, 45 have had coups. So the continent is a coup space. It's a place where coups
could be deviled.
Coups happen. Let's come to the last 25 years, because that's recent. That's from like 2000. 75 coups, 29 successful, 46 unsuccessful. And the unsuccessful coups are important because they destabilize the country. In some of them, actually, the leader is moved off and then brought back.
Yeah.
Do you see? There are 5 key reasons why this is happening. And by the way, in the West African sub-region, I've talked about Africa, in the West African sub-region, it's worse than the rest of Africa. Because at the beginning of this century, 100% of ECOWAS countries were under democratic rule. Today, a quarter are under military regime, another quarter are under constitutional coups and repressive government. So half of the sub-region is in trouble. And these coup leaders cite 5 issues consistently as causing the coups. The first, top, economic hardship. So Ben, you see why I'm talking about the economy a lot and the debt crisis and the outward-oriented economies. If you don't solve those economic hardships, coups are going to happen, democracy is going to reverse, we're going to live under repressive regimes. The second is SNITism. SNITism is now recognized as a word where a leader sits tight on the seat and refuses to go. That's where Togo comes in. So in other words, the situation in Togo is one of the things that ignites coups. The third is closing of democratic spaces, where in places like Ghana or Mali or Burkina Faso, certain actions of government, of democratic governments, close democratic spaces, and then people react, resulting in a coup. The fourth is corruption, this you know, and the last one is violent extremism, especially from the Sahel coming down. So, Ben, we need to focus on these 5 issues if we want to end the phenomenon of coups. We can't wish it away. We can't deal with the 5 issues by shouting good governance all around the country. We have to get to work and address it. And Ben, you know the saddest part of all this? The evidence appears to be that when a country goes into undemocratic rule or military regime, under a military regime, they appear to be doing better economically.
They appear?
In the recent history. Niger, 3 months into the coup, became the fastest growing economy in Africa. Man, number 1, I'm not talking number 2 or number 3, and within 3 months. And it will be the 4th fastest growing economy in the world projected for 2024. All the 200 countries in the world, Ben, a country that oofed their leader through a military coup, installed a military dictator, is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world. And it is not an exception. Burkina Faso, right after the coup, 6th fastest growing economy in Africa, and projected to be 9th fastest in the entire world of 200 countries in 2024. Let me give an example of how this happens. In Niger, they were selling their uranium. You know uranium and how
yes,
people
I'm fully aware.
People will kill.
France was paying a pittance for it, and they came and said no.
8 cents.
So exactly.
They were paying 8 cents for a kilogram. The military junta moved it to 200 euros,
which is closer to what you would make on the international market
per kilogram. From less than €1 to 200 euros. Why would you not be the fastest growing economy in the world? What percentage increase is that? Thousands of percentages of increase in your nominal GDP. So, Ben, the economy, stupid.
We have to go, but let's take a quick look at, I want us to look at our national trajectory and what the future holds for posterity. But just to chip in, I would also like to get your thoughts on how we can reinforce our three arms of government. There's been too much infighting among them. How do we reconcile that? Then you can give me your final thoughts on what we hold for posterity, if there's any future for posterity.
Again, let me start from the broader context. Part of our problem has been to construct three arms of government and then seek for them to deliver to us the Ghana we want. We've turned things upside down. We have to first determine the Ghana we want, and then see if we even need those three arms of government to construct the Ghana we want. But we've taken the three arms of government as a given.
We must see whether we even need them.
Exactly. Let me tell you a few stories in answer to your question. When I was working as executive secretary to President Mahama, we went on a state visit to Norway to learn how they did their oil miracle, and see how Ghana could learn from that experience. After all the formal ceremonies and the formal presentations and everything, I captured the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister of Norway, at a corner somewhere. And I asked her, I said, Excellency, can you tell me exactly how you did it? She told me two things. Undertone. She said, when we found oil, we went and brought the Americans. And then we put them in the front of the bus, in charge of the steering wheel. And then we put our people at the back of the bus and told them to watch. After a few years, we kicked them off and put our people in the driving seat. That was the first story she told me. The second was about how Norway participates in 50 to 70% of all mining licenses. 50 to 70% of every mining license. And they still take taxes and royalties in addition to the dividends.
So they are winning from both ends.
Exactly. Do you know what Zambia's percentage is? Norway is 50 to 70%. Do you know Zambia's percentage?
Tell me.
2%. DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, is worse than 2%. And I just told you Ghana, in terms of mining, is where? 5%. But if you really calculate it, it's negative. But how can the three arms of government function to change this unless they know what the task is that they have to perform? So set out the task for them to perform and then craft the institutions to respond to the task. Don't craft the institutions and then after that say, okay, so what are these people going to do?
Exactly, right. Final bit, and we have just about a minute to go. Is there any promise for the future?
There's huge promise for Ghana's future. And I want to plagiarize from Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela said, like slavery, apartheid. Like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural. It is man-made. And it can be overcome and eradicated by the actions of human beings. Unquote. I want to replace poverty here with good governance. So, bad governance is not natural. It is man-made. and it can be overcome and eradicated by the actions of human beings.
Prof, it's always good coming here and having these interactions. I think...
Thanks for having me.
Very grateful for your time. Professor Raymond Akongboro Atukuba joining us one more time. I think this is even more of a bombshell than the first interaction we had. But we've been here at the University of Ghana Law School, interacting with the Dean, who has shared his thoughts with us on myriad matters. This has been AM Exclusive with me, Benjamin Akapo. Thank you so much for doing the watching.
To the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters. Our seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates and biased analysis and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters, an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible. The race for the Flagstaff House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
My name is Albert Sori in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, and this is JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
The scramble for Africa's resources continues to pit the East against the West as Russia, China, Europe, and America deploy different strategies to acquire our vast and bountiful resources. As the Black Star of Africa, Ghana has almost everything these superpowers need. But what do we want in return? And who can give it to us on the best terms, the East or the West? This is the subject of the exciting new JoyNews debate to mark AU Day, which was last Saturday. Join us on Friday, the 31st of May, as Dr. Yao Graham of the Third World Network, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh of CDD, Mavis Owusu-Gyamfi of the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, and Professor Priscilla Chumesi-Bafo of the University of Ghana's Department of Economics engage in thought-provoking debate on the geopolitical future of Ghana and Africa. With contributions from Bright Simmons and Yao Nsako, this primetime debate is designed to spark a continental conversation on the foreign policy direction of African democracies. Should Ghana look east or west? Join the debate this Friday on JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Business Live. Coming up in this edition, Ghana records a trade surplus of 11.5% in the first quarter of this year.
Aggressive liquidity management operations. Given these considerations, the committee decided to maintain the monetary policy rate at 29%.
All right, we shall be bringing you the latest findings of the Export and Import Indices report launched by the Ghana Statistical Service. And of course, we are also live with them. Also in this bulletin, World Bank updates its recent disbursement to Ghana will trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investments for the country.
Financing and the reforms that we've supported will help further advance those reforms and stabilize Ghana. So we do hope that it's going to create confidence in the country, and that could attract the support of other partners.
How realistic is this assertion? We have answers for you. Plus, a Communications Minister defense contract awarded to newly established company Next Gen Info Co. to roll out 5G network.
There is no existing neutral infrastructure company at the moment. So it had to be specifically formed for the purpose of delivering this service.
We have details of these and many others lined up for you. Please stay on. Here's a report.
For the first time, the Ghana Statistical Service has released the export and import price indices, also known as the unit value indices. These indices measure changes over time in the relative prices of exported and imported products compared to the quantities of these commodities. Chief Government Statistician Professor Kwabena Enim highlighted that a trade surplus was recorded in the first quarter of 2024.
Our nominal trade deficit in 2022, which was mainly driven by high commodity prices for mineral fuels and oils, have been reversed in 2023. This is based on the fact that we recorded a trade deficit of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 and 5.3 billion Ghana cedis trade surplus in 2023. And this is as a result of the commodity price increases for mineral fuels and oils that we had in 2022, leading to the trade deficit. First quarter of 2024, we have recorded a trade surplus of 11.5%. This trade surplus of 11.5% is more than twice the average for the whole year 2023 and also the same time period in 2023.
The export value of cocoa products in Q1 2024 decreased to $592.2 million compared to an average of $825.8 million for the first quarters of 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Cocoa performed not as expected in the first quarter of 2024, having a slowdown in its total export value and recording the lowest since 2021, despite the fact that the first quarters of each year has seen the highest trade value for our cocoa exports. This report has put to light the fact that gold has consolidated its position between 2022 and 2023 with a share of 45.2%, and mineral fuels and oils has seen a lower share over the same time period. Increases have been mainly driven by upward changes in prices rather than increases in outputs.
Gold export became more significant in 2023, rising from 54.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 to 84.4 billion Ghana cedis.
All right, so we want to interrogate some of the findings of the report. Joining us via Zoom to do that is Dominic Odum. He is the head of trade at the Ghana Statistical Service. Thanks so much, Dominic. And now the 2023 trade report shows 5 times increase in both import and export. I'm wondering, what were the main drivers for this increase in trade volumes?
So thank you very much. And a very good evening to your listeners. Yeah, so like you rightly said, Ghana Statistical Service released this report. So there were 3 things that were released: the 2023 annual report, and then a quarterly newsletter for the first quarter of 2024. So looking at the numbers, like you have rightly said, in the first quarter of 2024, we are recording a surplus of about 11.5 billion. Compared to 4.5, which was recorded in the last year, that is 2023 quarter 1. So if we go into the report and then we look at what is really driving this, so once you are recording a surplus, what it means is that you are exporting more than you are importing. And if you look at the report, it clearly shows that 3 commodities, as usual, gold, minerals, and fuel, and then cocoa, are the 3 main commodities that are driving this surplus that we are seeing.
And which areas would you say government needs to prioritize to ensure real value in terms of trade when it comes to policy direction?
Like we, Statistical Service, like we have started with this publication, what we intend to do is to provide the policymaker with more detailed information to help us to be able to enact policies that will help us to derive maximum utility from international trade. So looking at exports, so you can see that these 3 commodities forms about 2/3 of all our total exports. So the total value of export we saw in 2021, which is about 4.8 or in Ghana cedis, which is about 59.5 billion Ghana cedis. 3 commodities, that is gold, cocoa, and oil, is accounting for over 70% of this 59.6 million or billion Ghana cedis that we saw in the first quarter of 2024. So the question that we keep asking, or we want policymakers to begin to look at, is these are the 3 main commodities that are your major foreign exchange earners. So now, who are your trading partners? If there's any shock in terms of your trading partners, are we diversified enough to be able to still sustain ourselves as a country by looking at other areas that we have potential to develop, such that we are not overly dependent on just these 3 commodities when it comes to our exports?
All right. So I understand that the export and import indices report, which you've launched, is the first of its kind. I'm wondering why export and import?
Yes, so the export and import index is a price indices, just like we have consumer price indices and producer price indices. This is an indices that also measure the price changes by doing international trade. So this is just like the CPI. So what it does is it also measures the price changes from one period to the other as we trade. So, and another thing that the indices can help us to do is to help us to measure our real growth when it comes to trading. Because for you to be able to know whether you are doing well or not, you need to, in a way, you need to take out the price effect. So for example, let me give an analogy. If in 2023, we exported, let's say, 100 tons of cocoa at $1 per ton. And then in 2024, we are exporting 80 tons of cocoa at $2 per ton. Now, in nominal terms, in 2023, we exported 1,000. Now, if you come to 2024, we exported 80 tons, but there was a price increase. For that matter, we are exporting 160. So on the surface of it, you might think that you are doing well because you did $100 in 2023, and in 2024, you are doing $160. But the $160 you are seeing is not as a result of the increase in your output, but it's just a price increase. So this is what the UBI is coming to do to help us to take out the price effect from all our international trade transactions so that we are able to measure true growth.
I guess this is going to be a yearly report or quarterly. Which of them?
Yeah, the indices is going to be published every quarter. So every quarter we are going to come up with the indices. So if you may permit me, if you look at the report, so on a quarterly basis, nominally, in 2021 quarter one, our total trade was around 44.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2021 quarter one. Then, if you run it through and you come to 2024, 3 years down the lane, 2024 quarter one, our total trade stands at 107.6 billion Ghana cedis. That is about 5 times what we were doing in 2021 quarter one.
All right.
And this is nominally. Now, if you take out the price effect, in 2021, we were doing 44.5. But if you take out the price effect, in 2024 quarter one, we are doing 47.0. So you see, nominally, it's telling you we did about 5 times what we were doing in 2021.
Certainly. All right. Dominic, we are running out of time. We will definitely come back to you as and when we need more clarification on the report you've launched. Thanks so much, Dominic Odum. He is the head of trade statistics at the Ghana Statistical Service. So one of our headline stories, the World Bank has revealed that it is expecting its recent disbursement to trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investments to Ghana. The bank, since January, has advanced more than $300 million, with some $500 million expected before the year ends. Senior economist at the World Bank Group, David Elmelek, says all the actions should encourage other partners to come on board to support Ghana's economic recovery.
So I cannot speak for other donors, but what I can say is that the fact that the World Bank approved this operation yesterday, that the World Bank board approved this operation yesterday, is in fact a recognition of the reform program that has been enacted by the government, and the fact that it's starting to bear fruits. In addition, that financing and the reforms that we've supported will help further advance those reforms and stabilize Ghana. So we do hope that is going to create confidence in the country, and that could attract the support of other partners.
Your statement talked about also unlocking private sector investment. What did you mean by this and curbing inflation? Because is it the de-risking bit as well? Again, what did you mean by unlocking and bringing in terms of foreign direct investment and curbing inflation? I wanted some clarity on that one.
Yes. So, first, stabilizing the macroeconomy is a key step to attract the private sector and foreign investment. Because when you have high inflation, when the exchange rate is highly variable and depreciating, that does not breed confidence and attract investment. So that's the first step. The second step, we have specific reforms, in this series that should help to attract investment. One that we supported was, for instance, the lowering of the capital requirement for foreign direct investment. Before companies to invest in all sorts of sectors were required to invest a minimum amount of capital to be able to invest in Ghana. So some of those requirements have been relaxed, which should result in increased investment.
Back of this, an economist, Professor Patrick Esuming, joins us via phone for some discussions on this. Thanks so much, Professor Esuming. Now, the World Bank expressing hope that its recent disbursement will help trigger fresh donor funding and private capital investment to Ghana. I'm wondering again, how feasible will this be and what are the dynamics?
Good evening and good evening to viewers. Thanks for having me. I think ordinarily, like you was explaining, a country that has had a lot of economic challenges and have had to go through a lot of reforms. When the IMF or the World Bank approves funding, it's a show of confidence in the kind of measures that are being implemented by that country. And that should ordinarily have triggered some additional inflows. I suspect that it is going to be much less likely for Ghana in that specific instance because, first of all, many of our bilateral partners who would have followed on the bank's funding are ones that we're already in discussions with because we are trying to restructure our bilateral debt. So it's unlikely that they will send us any funding until the bilateral discussions are done. Then in terms of private capital, well, I think the economy of Ghana is not in great shape now. I think the World Bank money was signed that we are implementing reforms, but I suspect that private investors will probably look to see more concrete signs that the economy is heading towards some progress before they flock to invest in Ghana. So I don't expect that is going to be very, very likely. We are likely to see any triggering of additional inflows in the near term.
I see. Now, the effective utilization of these funds really come to play. And how have we fared as a country when it comes to the utilization of these donor funds we get?
Yeah, I think what we get is that when the funds are, generally classified as budgetary support, it becomes extremely difficult to see a specific impact. And, funds that go into a budget pool is not subject to the kind of scrutiny that will bring the required return to those funding. So, and you get a sense that because of our budgetary shortfalls, these funds are going to support those budgetary shortfalls. So, we are unlikely to see. It's very difficult to trace exactly what this impact is. We just hope that we, given the circumstances that we are in, we make the best use of every dollar we receive.
Now, what do these donors look out for to say, well, we will stop pumping money into your economy, apart from the underperforming macroeconomic indicators?
I think one thing that they will definitely be concerned about is overall management of the economy. I think if they feel that the management of the economy is not optimal, issues like wastage of public resources or corruption, if they see those kind of indicators, you realize that they tend to go back. We've seen that before. I think even before we went to the previous IMF program, there was a little bit of that, and even with the current one. So I think when they see that the overall management of the economy is not optimal, and especially they see significant wastage in public funds, then it becomes a problem. Don't forget that these funds, a lot of them are ultimately some other country citizens' money. And those people will expect that their government only spend money when it is giving the value. So when the overall money for our own finances are not, they are less influence.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Patrick Esuming, for agreeing to speak to us on Business Live. This is still Business Live. We are back with more. Please stay. Come back to the program. Communications and Digitalization Minister Ursula Owusu-Ekufo has confirmed that the company awarded to roll out the 5G network, NextGen InfraCo, was indeed created 1 week before they were awarded the contract. Ursula Owusu-Ekufo says it was specifically created to handle the rollout because there was no neutral infrastructure company in existence at the time. Briefing the press on the 5G rollout, the communications minister added that government decided against auctioning the contract due to previous experiences and setbacks that have limited the rollout of 4G, which has just a 15% nationwide penetration since 2015.
Now, this is a special purpose vehicle. Once government took the decision that we would use a neutral infrastructure company to deliver this service, there is no existing neutral infrastructure company at the moment. So it had to be specifically formed for the purpose of delivering this service based on the strategic policy decision of government. And it is born out of, as I indicated, our past experiences. And that is why we chose not to auction it. I'm sure the finance minister would have been happy if we had sold it off at auction, collected our money, and moved on, without caring what impact it would have on the sector. Unfortunately for the finance minister, unfortunately for Ghana, we in the Ministry of Communications care about the impact of decisions taken on the growth of the sector. And so after analyzing the nature of our telecommunications sector, it was clear that if you auctioned the spectrum, only 1 or 2 entities will be able to acquire it. They will roll out the network at their own pace. And if 4G was introduced in this country in 2015, and we still have only 15% 4G penetration.
Let's go on the phone lines and interrogate this further. Thanks so much, Saloma Brantier, for your time. Now, I just want to pick your initial thoughts on that. What do you make of this move by government?
Well, so in one case, it's brought up a gift project. Because, yes, our infrastructure fund and the bank infrastructure needs to expand, meet global scaling, to put it that way. Because even in Africa, we are lagging behind in the, what do you call it, the operation of 5G networks. In fact, some countries have taken about 3 or 4 years leap step over Ghana, which, of course, is not the right place position we want to be in. So that, and then given the fact that some of the smaller MNOs or telcos as well cannot by the world pitch the light, then shared approach looks on the surface with the right tool. However, the question that begs to be asked is that looking at our market size and the average revenue per user or subscriber of the mobile telephone service, did we even need, or do we even need to price the licenses of 5G at such high prices that it becomes inaccessible for most telcos? Is the aim to price the licenses so high that telcos cannot get it? Or the aim is to ensure that every Ghanaian can have digital connectivity? That is the first question we should ask ourselves. And it looks like we still have not learned the cogent lessons we should have learned from that premise of the very high, licensing fee or auction arrangement for, deployment of 5G networks.
All right.
And this particular thing that is coming, which in itself has so many questions around it.
All right. We'll definitely visit the story subsequently and, of course, engage you more on that. Thanks so much for watching Business Live for today. I am Pius Kojobaka. For more stories, feel free to log on to myjoyonline.com/business. See you same time tomorrow. Bye.
Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Scrum, set.
I'm Aida Amino. I was born at Mamobi.
Last try or last play. Then we play 2 minutes or more.
Rugby is a nice game. For my community, Muslims, when they see you going to training, where are you going? They see you, as a lady, you have to be at home helping mother or doing some house chores, but you are saying you are going to church. What are you going to do?
When I tell people that like I play rugby league, they'll be like, first girl like you are playing rugby. So your body be like, I'm going to be
Turnover, knock on, turnover. Out, turnover, out, turnover.
A lot of the girls in the Zongo communities are already involved in one sporting activity or the other. We are looking forward to getting to the international level, but then we are taking baby steps. So we started with touch, we started with tag. Now we've been initiated into contact rugby, so we can play full contact games. So the next steps are to take coaching and officiating courses. Then we'll play more competitive, we'll recruit more ladies and play more competitively at club levels. Then we can proceed to form our own national team.
Touch one.
Across all 16 regions, across all digital platforms, this is the AM show on JoyNews, your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. My name is Sweetie Abochi, and I do this with Benjamin Akakpo. For this morning, Denisia Poma Ejay is here to present the first news bulletin of the day. After that, Remy Edmondson, the National Secretary of PPP, will be joining us to review the stories that have been captured in the various newspapers. And then Mumbarak will come your way with AM Sports, all the latest updates from the world of sports. And then our big conversations will start. Today, we'll start with two headsmen who've been suspected to be Fulanis, whose bodies have been found shot and beheaded at Kwamepong Kwanta near Mami Krobo in the Afram Plains, south in the eastern region. Police are currently on the heels of the perpetrators as the dissect is set to meet today on the way forward. Also, we'll bring you details on that development, but we'll also bring you more updates on this ongoing AG issue with the ambulance case. Now, the AG stays in office and going nowhere as the NPP insists he has not committed any crime. But can the AG continue prosecuting Atufor's ambulance case under the barrage of criticisms and growing calls for his resignation? We'll delve into that issue as well. And then for our final belt of conversation, we'll tell you the dangers of eating soupy foods together with other people and the risk of getting hepatitis B because of the contamination through saliva. That's quite scary. So stick with us when we bring you details and updates on that. Of course, you're invited to join us with the comments and thoughts, either via phone or across all social media platforms. My name is Sweetie Aboshe, but Denisia Pomeje is coming your way with the news. Stick and stay.
Hello, good morning. My name is Denisia Pomaide, and as always, I bring you AM News. The Deputy Minister of Works and Housing and Member of Parliament for the Kwesimintim constituency, Dr. Prince Hamid Ama, has witnessed firsthand the flood situation in the Kwesimintim municipality. During his visit to assess the progress of ongoing drainage construction, the minister was caught in a downpour. He remarked that the experience highlighted the urgent need for measures to prevent severe flooding or the consequences of flooding. Correspondent Inathalia Kwanza has more in this report.
With the intention to inspect drainage construction projects ahead of the rainy season, Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, Dr. Prince Ama, began his tour in Kwesimintim. Just an hour into the inspection, torrential rains hit, providing Dr. Ama with a first-hand look at the severe flooding issues that plague the constituency.
You look at what's happening here, it's obvious that the people of Kwesimintim constituency are really suffering. You can see all over the place, it's flooded. And basically, it is because this constituency is a low-lying area. Across the whole of Western region, Kwesimintim is a low-lying area. So when it rains, the least rain, you get the whole place flooded. And as you can see, wherever we've gone, we've seen flooding all over the place. This is somebody's house. The rain is already gone into the corridors of the house. You can see the car there parked in front. The whole place is flooded. There's a drainage. Yes, there's a drainage here.
Throughout the inspection, it was clear that the flooding had rendered many roads impassable and submerged vehicles. Municipal Urban Road Engineer Wilson Amagache explained that narrow culverts are a significant part of the problem.
See that much of the water is coming from the right-hand side, passing through very small culverts. This is the bottleneck.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a major cause of this flooding. This culvert needs to be bigger so that it can be able to take all the water coming from here across. And even that, after we have crossed it, we have to take it to the discharge point, which Hydro has done a bigger drain about 300 meters from here.
Okay.
So when we are considering solving the problem, the crossing it and also connecting it to the down.
Abdul Ganiu is the Western Regional Director of NADMO.
Very soon, I believe with him, we are going to have a lot of construction happening within the flood-prone areas so that life and property will be protected in this community.
Key areas such as Race Course, Anache, Wendo, and Apollo remain severely affected by the flooding. Dr. Ama emphasized the urgent need for immediate and additional measures to prevent future flooding.
Even though we haven't gotten to the thick of the raining season, this is just the beginning, but you can see the little rain that we've had, the whole place is flooded. We've gone to other places and we've seen. The work of the ministry, where I happen to be a deputy minister, involves dealing with flooding situation. And the ministry has a program on the national flooding control management. So I think this will be a very good case to make so that we can get some support. Yes, I think we will have to engage the engineers. They are the experts to be able to indicate to us to what extent will the occurrences, what we are seeing now, inform any alteration of the existing programs that we are doing.
As Kwesimi team continues to battle the effects of flooding, swift and comprehensive action is required to safeguard the lives and properties of its residents. Reporting for Joy News in Athalia, Kwanza, Western Region.
And from the Western region, let's move to the Greater Accra region because residents of Adabraka Sahara are asking authorities to construct gutters to address their severe sanitation issues. They claim the government has neglected their area, possibly due to its strong support for the NDC. Sweetie Abochi reports from Adabraka on today's episode of Filth Exhibition.
This is Adabraka Sahara, right here in the heart of Accra. And this open gutter, you see, is right in the middle of the street where about 2 school buildings are. Now, it's the morning after about 6 hours of heavy downpour of rain. And we came to assess the situation here. Aside the filth that has engulfed this community, the issues that they raise are alarming. They speak about the neglect of the ruling party because this is not an NPP stronghold. Let's hear the story of filth from the horse's own mouth.
My name is Joe, and my issue is that they say this is an NDC zone, so they won't construct a gutter for us. They have fixed those in the market in Odona, but left this one. Is this nice? Those they have fixed are in hidden places, yet this open one has been neglected. Government, come and construct the gutter for us. As for me, I will not beg the government because they don't beg me to vote for them. They should fix it if they want. Otherwise, they can leave it like that.
Livingston is one of the residents who live here at Adabraka, and he wants to speak about the dire circumstances they find themselves every time the rains come. Let's hear his story now.
When the rains come, we suffer. The place becomes dangerous. They don't drain the gutter as well as they should. AMA was here last week, and this is the result of the work they did. This is why our homes get flooded when it rains. They have politicized the whole thing, but we are all Ghanaians. Initially, they used to bring machines to drain the gutter, but now they use their hands. How would they do a good job? Malaria is a common disease here. It's so worrying. Our children are constantly falling sick. We need government to come to our aid.
My heart goes out to residents in this community, people who live here, who work here, and the students who use this road on a daily basis to get education. If indeed this is an intentional neglect of the ruling New Patriotic Party, because this is not an MPP stronghold, and if again indeed this is the best work that the AMA can do to distill this gutter, then we are faced with a dire sanitation crisis. And only God knows to what end this goes. For Joy News, I'm Sweetie Abochi.
Let me now take you to the Ashanti region because the Emergency Medicine Society of Ghana is warning of first-hand repercussions of climate change on health systems and communities in Ghana. They say the rising temperatures and changing weather patterns are shifting disease patterns and intensifying the spread of infectious diseases and also exacerbating existing medical conditions. Clinton Yeboah has more in the following report.
Climate change continues to wreak havoc in many parts of the world. And in many sectors of the country, now experts are recognizing it. Health officials and health experts here at the Komfo Teaching Hospital are not so happy. The altering of global climate is rising the heat in West Africa. Under high emissions scenario, the number of severely hot days per year is projected to increase to 140 days by 2060. Many areas in Ghana are experiencing an uptick in climate-related disasters including floods, storms and wildfires. While over 45,000 Ghanaians are impacted by floods yearly, 13% of the country's population is estimated to be affected by drought. The impact of climate change extends beyond direct health effects, permeating every facet of emergency medicine. Heat waves, once rare occurrences, have become more frequent and intense, leading to heat-related illnesses and deaths. Komfo Hospital's emergency medicine department says the signs are already on the wall in Ghana. Deputy Chief Nursing Officer of the Emergency Medicine Department of the Komfo Teaching Hospital, Georgina Adamte, confirms the unit now receives overwhelming numbers of breathing complications from the new weather.
We have a lot of cases. Our cases has been increased. Respiratory tract infections, the people come with difficulty in breathing. It has been in increase. We have a lot of patients coming with difficulty in breathing. Because of the weather, a lot of patients have infections in the chest and they come with difficulty in breathing, cough. Others come with runny nose.
President of the Emergency Medicine Society of Ghana, Dr. Daniel Osei Kwame, speaks of looming health dangers linked to climate change.
The rising temperatures, the erratic weathers, they all pose a myriad of health risks, exacerbating existing medical conditions and giving rise to new challenges. Prolonged droughts threaten food security and nutrition, increasing the prevalence of malnutrition and its associated health complications, particularly among the children and the elderly, as well as the vulnerable in the society, which not only cause physical injuries but also overwhelm our health infrastructure and resources. Climate change acts as a catalyst for the spread of infectious diseases such as malaria, dengue fever, and cholera, as shifting temperatures create favorable conditions for vector proliferation as well as pathogen transmission. The burden of these diseases falls disproportionately on marginalized communities.
Medical experts are being advised to leverage their expertise, knowledge and influence to mitigate the health impact of climate change and foster sustainable solutions. Dr. Daniel Osei Kwame says partnerships with policymakers, researchers and community stakeholders will help develop evidence-based strategies and policies to safeguard public health.
We are the frontline responders. We've been equipped with skills and the knowledge to triage and treat patients who are affected by climate change emergencies. Whether it be flood-induced, a heat stroke victim, or an infectious outbreak that has been exacerbated by an environmental factor. We cannot afford to ignore the nexus between climate change and health. We must prioritize climate adaptation and disaster preparedness within our healthcare system, investing in robust infrastructure, training, and capacity building. We must engage in interdisciplinary collaboration, forging partnerships with policymakers, researchers, and community stakeholders to be able to develop evidence-based strategies and policies that would safeguard public health in the face of the climate change.
Now, experts are warning of the impending damage of climate change in the lives of many Ghanaians. They are, and however, believe that a concerted effort from authorities could be a solution. Reporting for JoyNews, my name is Clinton Yeboah.
Now, menstrual health advocates are calling for menstrual pad banks to be installed, at least in every school, to support girls. The advocates say such a move will help many girls who are unable to afford sanitary pads to have access to them. They've been speaking at the celebration of the World Menstrual Hygiene Day in the Central Region. More in the following report.
The World Menstrual Hygiene Day marked at the Swansea Technical Institute in the Abrase-Bukwamankase district of the Central Region.
It was launched, I think, 2-3 weeks ago. So we hope to also replicate that in the district so that we can have enough sanitary pads, and then we can also distribute to our schools so that those girls who are, excuse me to say, needy can also have access to these sanitary pads, because it is one of the causes why students stay out of school most of the time, especially when they are menstruating.
School Health Education Coordinator at the district, Mayor Gansa, explains why such support is needed.
When it comes to menstrual hygiene in our schools, our girls are really struggling. Some are from homes and communities that are really struggling financially. So it is our plea that the support systems that are in place for our schools, the girls be considered in the provision of menstruation products. We're talking of tampons, we're talking of sanitary pads, and possibly menstrual cups to support them in those periods. Indeed, we want to make the period friendly so that the girls will feel comfortable to stay in school and study to achieve their dreams.
The Computer Hardware Technology Department at the Swansea Technical Institute that hosted the event says the department is making giant strides to empower the girls to have a serene environment in order to stay in school.
As the department, we have made it a conscious effort of helping the girls. You can see Ghana TVET service, TVET, as Swansea Technical Institute, though the first technical institute in Ghana, we have fewer girls. The male dominates the girls. And we need to make a conscious effort of helping them to always be empowered and then learn in their comfort zone. When they come to school and you don't get such initiatives, they will feel shy. Sometimes it's because of menstrual issues. That is why some of them will drop out. And that has been the reason why we gathered today to help celebrate World Menstrual Hygiene Day.
Joel Ban is the head of department. In the Central Region, some schools and district education directorates have begun putting in place pad banks to support the menstruation of girls. Abdallah Osman's report read to you.
Let's do some election stories. The Nandom constituency of the New Patriotic Party has debunked allegations of hatching a plan to bus non-natives or ordinary resident voters to transfer their votes to the constituency. Now, the Nandom NDC, I beg your pardon, at the start of the week held a press conference warning the NPP to abandon the plan or they will face their wrath. The Nandom NPP Constituency Secretary, Woyan Martin, however, dismissed their claims, calling on Ghanaians to disregard them with all the contempt they deserve. JoyNews' Upper West Regional Correspondent, Rafiq Salam, who was also in the constituency, reports that the Nandom EC was able to register 1,027 prospective voters during the limited voter registration exercise that ended yesterday.
The press conference held on Monday by the Nandom Constituency Bureau of the National Democratic Congress NDC and addressed by the communications officer Abdul Rahman Yakub alleged of plans by the Nandom New Patriotic Party NPP and its 2024 parliamentary candidate Ambrose Zere to bus non-natives or ordinary resident voters who have no connection to the Nandom constituency to transfer their votes in the upcoming voter transfer exercise slated to start on the 30th of this month.
NDC in the Nandom constituency wishes to draw the attention of all stakeholders, including the security services, the Electoral Commission, the media, and political parties, especially the governing New Patriotic Party, we, the NDC in Nandom, have become aware of some Machiavellian antics to bash non-natives and voters who are not connected in any way to the Nandom constituency, and which is against the electoral laws of Ghana. Across the country, they are planning to bash people across the country to transfer their votes and bloat the Nandom constituency register in the upcoming voter transfer exercise, which will come very soon.
They stated that they will not sit aloof and allow self-seeking and rented elements to choose inept and clueless leaders for the constituency.
If they transfer non-native to the police station, will burn the buses, because the law says that you can leave there at anywhere. They will walk to the center and do their transfer. I think from there we'll be able to determine who is this person coming, and they cannot bring them in bulk. About 3 buses, they all drop there. That means they are bringing war. And in order to stop that, we all want to put fear, just like what we are doing today, from the people to know that if you're also a bad driver and you hear this, you will not come to the center with what? With the people.
Nandam Constituency Secretary of the MPP, William Martin, described the NDC PESA as lacking merit and, for that matter, much ado about nothing.
It's now time for Business Updates with Sweetie Abochi.
Now let's do some business news, starting with banking consultant Dr. Richmond Ituahene is impressing on the Bank of Ghana to track, trace and capture remittances as a short-term measure to stabilize the cedi. According to him, it's about time the regulator puts in place a mechanism to receive all remittances to support the cedi's stability. Now, speaking to Joy Business at the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry National Dialogue Series, Dr. Ituahene asked the central bank to take urgent steps to address the depreciating cedi.
Onto the foreign exchange. So when I say track, trace and capture, what I mean, they should go by the old ways where we can capture all remittances rather than people becoming owner of the foreign exchange, which is in contravention of the Foreign Exchange Act 726 2006. It's the first short-term strategy, and that we're saying that we should do it as fast as ever. They know them. They can bring them on the table and tell them, Charlie, what we did. Now it's not good for the currency. Why don't we do the right thing? So they should take the urgent steps to do that. That's why I call this as a short-term strategy.
The Social Security and National Insurance Trust, that is SNIT, contributions from private businesses have hit a record high in March this year. The Bank of Ghana data puts it at almost 400 million Ghana cedis. George Wiafe has the details.
Contributions from private sector over the last 3 years and even before COVID-19 has not been doing that well. However, fresh data from the Bank of Ghana show that the situation has improved significantly. Some are linking it to the business situation of these enterprises in the country picking up strongly. Others are also of the view that the data can be used to carry out some assessment of how businesses are currently performing in this economy. The development may go a long way to improve contributions and put the State Pension Trust in a strong position to meet its obligations in the coming months.
And that's it for Business Updates. Handing back over to Poma.
And that's it for AM News. But don't forget that we have the news review right after AM News. My name is Denise Yapomaide. Enjoy the rest of the show and have a lovely day.
Welcome back on the AM show. It's time now for us to get into the various stories captured in the newspapers. And I've been sandwiched between two fine gentlemen. To my right is Benjamin Akakpo, who's always matching me, by the way. I don't know why he's wearing black.
Your left, huh?
I'm wearing a green necklace and you have a green tie.
I'm to your left, huh?
You're to my right.
I'm not going to.
And to my left, we have Remy Edmondson, the National Secretary for PPP. It's good to have you in the studio. Well, gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, but before we get into the nitty-gritty, this segment is always brought to you courtesy of Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. And as always, they're offering you same for free. If you're a man, prostate screening for free. I'll be asking